Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, where today it is the grand finals in the mainland China region. And I'm joined by the very best of Brits. He is him. He's the 2019 world champion, SpenLC. SpenLC, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing fantastic, and you actually call me the best Brit. I don't think Trav will be very happy about that, but
he doesn't need to know. Doesn't need to know, mate.
You don't need to know, but we've got some absolute bangers coming our way, and if you guys are unaware, there's literally a Worlds and an LCQ spot on the line, which is going to be some insane games.
Yeah, exactly. So much at stake here, realistically, and a great, fantastic first opportunity for people to see what they're up against around the world, because we haven't really seen too much from the mainland China region. The format works a little bit differently from their perspective than it does from ours. So let's maybe start there. You know, basically looking back through time, the mainland China region started things off in April and had effectively 3 monthly finals: April, May, and June. And at the end of that stages, the 4 teams that made the semi-finals from each of those monthly finals were placed then into a elimination round, a double elimination bracket. 4 teams, or like a group stage rather first, wasn't it? It was 4 teams of 3, and then coming from there, the top 2 teams would go into that double elimination bracket to determine who got here today.
Yeah, and like you said, 4 teams all the way came from 3 monthly finals. I mean, it's a little bit of a different format, as you mentioned, but I think with the double elim, it's set up to be really interesting. That's something I don't think has been experimented within like kind of normal BSC terms. So I'll be interested to see whether it's actually going to make the competition even more fierce. We'll have to wait and see.
Wow. Teams will be getting on stage very shortly. I'm very keen to see actually how the stage looks, as we'll go to the clean feed in just a short minute. But of course, we've got to talk about what's at stake here. Again, you know, 1 World Finals spot, 1 LCQ spot as well. There's some cash up for grabs as well, about I think $5,000 for coming first, whittling down from there. But ultimately, you know, it is the best opportunity for teams, like I said, to see what they're up against in this region. So today, with that in mind, you know, what is it that you're kind of looking for from teams? You know, are you looking to see kind of whether they kind of experiment with the meta and the draft, or are you kind of looking to see some kind of safety ideas that we know kind of work across other regions?
Well, I'm looking to see if their kind of meta matches what the rest of the world is saying, because, you know, in previous years, especially when I was a pro player, I used to always look at every single region and their metas. I'd say the metas are starting to form the same in terms of like South America, North America, and EMEA, and of course Asia as well. But China was always a bit of an outlier in a sense. That was a little bit behind the meta, but after looking back at the previous monthly finals, I feel like they've got a pretty good grasp of the meta. But, you know, I'll go ahead and say that, but watch them pull out like an Edgar and Brawl or something, it'll be pretty fun to see. But yeah, I'm just waiting to see how they will fare in terms of the meta, because that should be a good indication of how they should kind of fare on the world stage.
Yeah, I'm looking to see some experimentation, but ultimately I think safety as well, like you say. Let's introduce our first 2 teams then for the day as well. They're going to be Trick China United, or United Trick China, up against Lena Bell. It's some crazy names out there, guys, but we don't speak Mandarin, so we can take a look as well at the clean feed in just a minute. It's all in Mandarin right now, so there's probably little point touching on it just yet. But going back to June, most recently Lena Bell were the team that kind of qualified in that monthly final there, and Trick China back in May. And of course, their monthly finals had 2 days. They kind of had like an elimination bracket along the way, but it was split over the course of 2 days. So pretty much, you know, in order to win a monthly final in the mainland China region, you have to go through a pretty grueling phase.
Yeah, it was definitely ruling, and the fact as well, but we can kind of get a good idea how some of these games will go just because of the elim, which was literally 2 weeks ago. So for me, and I was discussing with Ark yesterday, is the fact that I don't think any of these teams would have got much worse over 2 weeks. So we can kind of get a general idea of who should be the favorites in this one. You know, like Venice, they came out 2-0 just before they qualified for this grand final, and the same with TOC. So they're kind of somewhat the favorites. So of course, TOC against Lena Bell should be somewhat of the favorites, and also TOC did beat Lena Bell as well. So that'll be interesting to see. Maybe if we're going to see a repeat, like a 2-0, that is quite a convincing scoreline overall. But I'm just excited to see like the first game, how things really kind of play out, because a lot of it is pretty much unknown.
Yeah, so to repeat as well, the 4 teams we got lined up today will be Fennis, United TOC, FKOP, and Lena Bell. And Lena Bell will be in the Mandarin characters as well. And today's going to be a double elimination bracket as well. So again, 1 World Final spot up for grabs, 1 last chance qualifier spot up for grabs. And we'll go through the bracket and see who will make that grand final to determine which will go where. I think the teams are getting on stage now. We can pop over, have a look at the clean feed real quick as the players take their podiums as well. It was an interesting thing, this, but I've got to say, kind of looking back through the player rosters and the teams that we've got lined up for the viewers today, a bit surprising to see no faces and names that we kind of knew from previous World Finals. Now, unless there've been name changes along the way and that kind of thing, which is definitely a possibility. That was probably what stood out to me as being the most surprising. We kind of expected to see some names like, like Captain and others, and no one there. Like Nova Esports no longer working and operating within this region, it seems, and also TIG Origin, which was a huge organization back in the day as well. Definitely some names have dropped off the face of the world.
Yeah, I mean, you summed it up perfectly there. I feel like I would have liked to seen some returning players. Like I said, it could have been some name changes. Of course, we don't speak a native language, so we'll have to wait until they actually come out on stage. But for me, it's pretty surprising because there are usually a few names within the China region, which we do tend to see every single year. I think Nova today is one that's been around for absolute years, and there's a couple of other players as well that always just seem to creep in the monthly finals. And as you mentioned as well, the orgs as well, which we only really see the return of Tox. So there's a lot of uncertainty in the sense like there's new players, there's probably going to be some new orgs, and this could be the up and coming kind of, I don't know what the word is for it, generation. That's it, the generation of players, and maybe they could start becoming like a force on the world final stage. We'll have to wait and see. But by the way, this Lancet, I absolutely love what they've got going on.
Yeah, very vibrant, as you fully expect, and it's good to put players under that kind of ultimate test, isn't it? I think there's a crowd. Haven't quite had a chance to see through some of the camera shots just yet, but ultimately, even so, just being on a podium and having lights and directors and producers in your face, it's definitely not an easy thing. Let's talk as well about the maps for today, because this was quite an interesting find when we were discussing with production as to how they were going to be going about things, and the maps are going to be randomized today, so we couldn't even really prepare overlays for it. So we'll find out later on what map has been pulled from the pool, but basically the map pool will be as follows. For Gem Grab, it will be maps between Hard Rock Mine, Gem Fort, and Double Swoosh. And then, as we're seeing on screen already, you can see Safe Zone there. Alongside that, for Heist, will be Bridge Too Far and Pit Stop. For Brawl Ball, it will be Backyard Bowl, Pinhole Punt, and Sneaky Fields coming in, which was quite an interesting find, and we'll discuss that a bit more later. Bounty Temple Ruins, which is another different kind of map that we haven't really had elsewhere. Shooting Star and Layer Cake. So Layer Cake coming back in, having just left the map pool. For Hot Zone is Split, Ring of Fire, and Dueling Beetles. There's nothing too crazy there except for Split sort of coming back in. And then Knockout to be Gold Arm Gulch, Bells Rock, and Out in the Open. I wish I could tell you what map is going to be, but it's going to be Knockout first. So we know it's going to be either Gold Arm Gulch, Bells Rock, or Out in the Open.
I was just about to say that. I was like trying to see what map it was, but no one clicked on the map. That was a bit unfortunate. But we can see the band's already gone in from the iPad screen. And one thing I want to know actually is a funny one. They've got finger sleeves, so I think these guys could be cracked, because like a few years ago, it's a bit of a weird one. Like people didn't actually use finger sleeves. You're unaware what they are. It helps with the movement, and that's one of the reasons why Zeta was so good. And then every pro just purchased the finger sleeve. This isn't a paid promotion, by the way. It just helps you with the movement, and it's just clear to see they've obviously been doing their homework. Like, that's quite an interesting fact. But yeah, we're going into knockout first game, which for me, it's going to be a good testament as to how close they are to our meta, right? Because normally knockout is quite passive in its nature. You see teams that tend to try and wait for their gas to close in a lot of the time, so that's where it normally starts off. But you can see the draft coming in. Gene Mandy is an interesting one. That's something I don't see in EU.
Definitely a wild pick. Screams a little bit more South America meta to me, as they do tend to flaunt it every now and again, but it's going to be one of these brawlers that can struggle a lot, especially against the Grom, who will just be looking to really aggress on that side of things. I'm sure one of the players that I just saw maybe reflected that of Iconic Esports TOC back in the 2022 World Finals there with the glasses. I'm not sure whether that was Top, maybe, as that was a name from one of the players at the World Finals there. Looks familiar. Mr. P coming out now as well, which I don't mind at all. Of course, this is going to be very controlling on that side of things, and we'll just as well confirm which team is on what side in just a moment. But so far, I actually kind of feel like this is like a safer comp on the side of the blue team. I mean, ultimately, I kind of like, yeah, I think this is pretty decent. I think what happens on the side of the red team to follow is going to be quite important. I mean, especially with spawners, you need to kind of have a thrower to really kind of handle those pools of spawners, and maybe a Sprout is their kind of go-to idea here. The bans there, looks like they're banning Hank, which is a bit questionable for me. I think it's a Brock and a Tick, and on the other side of things, a Bonnie, a Gus, and a Grey, which I think the left-hand side bans make a bit more sense to me, actually, or a lot more sense, actually. So that's kind of where I see things going so far, but it is me a Sprout. Okay, that fills me with some confidence here in terms of the draft. That was probably one of the better brawlers that they could have picked at that third and final.
Yeah, I think the draft was quite good. Like, they went at Mr. Pete's counter for Gene. It seems like they know the meta, but do they have the mechanics to match it up as well? We'll have to wait and see. I think this is going to be probably gold on gold shift, if it was my guess, just seeing the Mandy, RT. RT is definitely a really strong brawler in the knockout meta. And yeah, like you said, I think Hank was a bit of a questionable ban. Maybe the timer just ran out or something, because he's like the worst brawler in the game right now. So I'd be pretty concerned if they think Hank is like OP, but we're getting into the games pretty shortly, and we'll be seeing how these teams fare off, and it's all to play for. You can see, is that the World's Trophy right there? I mean, is that a first look? I'm not too sure, but
very similar.
Very similar, yeah. But we see Bell's Rock into play right now, so you can see the throwers, they're just going to be going back and forth. We do have a bit of like on their side of things, but we're looking to try and swap the matchups. We see the Porter going out onto the Sprout. He can just eradicate that really quickly, but both teams are just trying to build up their supers so far.
Bit of lag appearing on the spectate, and we'll get that checked in just a moment from the production side, but obviously that can happen at LAN events of this nature when there's a lot of players and people and equipment on the stage. Things might need to be double checked on that front, but nonetheless, as we go in, both sides feeling each other out at the moment, and we'll look to rectify the game audio as well. I have mentioned production. I think it's coming back in now in the mix very slightly, so that'd be good to get ironed out. But I do kind of value the way that well, Lena Bell, by the way, we should probably establish, is on the blue left-hand side. That's the Mandarin title there. United TOC. And it's going to be pink gas for Mainland China, as you pointed out earlier, Spen.
Yeah, the gas is closing in. And Mandy's super actually double connects onto someone, recharges it, and then gets another kill. I mean, Mandy is going to be really good in the right hands. This is where it's kind of scary and not really used in EU, because a lot of the time the super is just like, it can be really good, right? Or if you miss it, it's like the worst super in the game. It takes so long to build it back, but that was definitely some good clutch plays on the side of United TOC. And as I mentioned, they should be somewhat the favorites, but easily it could go the other way. Gene Pool does get missed on the Grom, which should have been somewhat of a free pool. I don't think Grom is using the Watchtower gadget, but we see here, Bell slowly going in. RT is pretty weak, and both Sprout and Gene are getting pushed back by the Grom here, but it's going to be pretty easy because there's no Gene Pool to really defend United TOC.
Surprised, though, to be fair, for the most part, I was going to say in terms of survivability that most people are staying on their feet, and as to say it, down goes the Sprout. Then the aggression, yeah, is Mandy versus 3 people. It can be done. I mean, don't get me wrong, but I don't have the highest of hopes as far as that's concerned. Well, we're all tied up in terms of the rounds now. If it gets to the next round, we'll win the first game and give themselves that early advantage lead. But a lot of utility on the side of Lena Bell there in the blue, and it's just about keeping on their, keeping on their feet, keeping their movement speed up high, really, because that's what's going to be a good counter to that Mandy.
Yeah, one thing that they're doing quite early is that the front out super is pretty early. Typically, you want to save your super to the late game. Now, Grom has no kind of Grom bomb to push these guys back. And the thing that really hurt United TOC in the last round was that Gene Pool missed. That's going to be a connection onto the Mandy super. But the other thing is, Mandy can't one-shot any of these brawlers, especially with the shield gears. So maybe a little bit of a waste, but then again, just going to slowly build that up. Anyway, Gene, he's not going to have the best times against this Mr. P pauses. It's going to be pretty risky for him to actually go for a pull unless he can get it on the Grom. The Grom is doing some fantastic pressure so far, but he is pretty weak. He has to fall back. Again, Gene having to just deter those Mr. P porters. That's going to be a Gene pull though, but no backup, and Mr. P is able to put out the porters in time, and Grom can get the refrag. But Mandy with the super, and now it's a 2v1 scenario against RT. The Sprout Wall to block him off a little bit, and that's going to be a really good pinch from United Talk. They're able to take the first round.
Solid stuff. I like towards the end that they didn't falter in that moment, because again, it can be one of those embarrassing moments where if you're an RT and a Sprout up against things, you know, I don't know, sometimes it can go south, let's put it that way. But it looks like we have no crowd for this event, which might take some of the nerves away from the players, actually. They'll be under pressure, no doubt about it, and regardless, having no doubt scrimmed against each other a couple of times along the way, we'll know how each other play. But it's a good start for Lena Bell there, and let's see whether they can keep it up to get this first set underway. But United TOC have definitely showed some flair and good connection there as well onto the Mr. P, and almost like a following up onto the RT and the Grom there as well from that top right hand side. I do like a lot of the things that I'm seeing so far.
Now we can see United Talk get the kill onto RT. That was very clutch. Mandy super being somewhat wasted, in my opinion, because they're already in a 3v2 scenario, and knockout that should just be an easy round win for United at Talk. So I'm liking it so far. I'm liking what I'm seeing. There's a few wasted opportunities, but overall, pretty satisfactory with how things are going at the moment. Very competitive, and we can see Sprout Wall should be able to block off a lot of the choke points. Gene's just going to slowly build up at the super. Good Sprout Wall coming in. Gene got his super now, so he can literally pull any of these guys as long as he's got a little bit of backup. You know, in the first round, he didn't really pull with his teammates around him, so he's probably going to be pretty vulnerable right there. Goes for the Grom pull, but he's actually using Watchtower, so that's the first time I've seen it. That is definitely a really good bait. And now Grom, he's tapping, he gets the double hit, and now Sprout is one shot, has to fall back, and it looks like Lena Bell are going to get a round under their belt right here in a 3v1.
Solid stuff. That will be very much helpful, considering that they were down the round until that moment in time. And yep, there's the final blow there as well. But back to where we were in game number one, realistically here. Anyone's still for the taking. And let's see whether Lena Bell can make it that set. United Talk respond a little bit here. I want to see a bit more in terms of the Gene. Just landing a couple of those pulls and just obtaining them a bit faster. But ultimately, that's the question. You know, only realistically, the Mandy can be there to help with those Gene pulls when they come in. Sprout, sure, can do something, but you can really land those shots and be absolutely bang on with it. It's not the most ideal draft in that respect, and kind of why we were favoring Lena Bell's coming into this one. But at the moment, the right-hand side, RT really quite low there, and good consecutive touch. There's the pull I was looking for. Finally coming in with a Watchtower as well to try to deflect it. Not going to happen. Now it's 3 versus 2.
United Talk look to try and close things out here. Mandy super across the map. That is a beautiful super. Now it's a 3v1 scenario. Lena Bell can't really do too much about this. Mr. P gets the kill onto Gene, but surely, slowly and surely, United Talk can confirm the round win and do actually end up taking the first set. With all things considered, that was a really nice game of Knockout. Definitely enjoyed watching that one for sure. I felt like there was a few mistakes in the fact that maybe nerves could come into play. That was probably one big thing as well we don't really talk about. Maybe this is like the first time these guys are even on land. So, you know, everything can't be perfect in the first set. Like, you're going to be extremely nervous, even without the crowd. But United Talk looking pretty strong. And as I mentioned earlier, they did 2-0 Lena Bell before a couple of weeks ago. So it looks like they've probably got their head-to-head here.
Interesting. Looking forwards here, I'm not sure whether they've got bounty as a different graphic there, but it looks like we might be going to Heist next. It's very difficult to work things out, by the way. Just a spoiler alert, me and Sven both do not speak Mandarin. Not sure whether that really shows. But nonetheless, you know, I think United Talk for me just seem to struggle a little bit more in terms of the draft. And I mean, good connections for the most part, but I'm not too sure realistically whether the Mandy on the side of theirs was the best way to go. Got some good value, no doubt about it, and we saw some good connections finally being made in that right hand side with the Gene pool in the end. But yeah, that was a decent connection there. So we had, it's not the easiest of brawlers to realistically do it. So I think for Lena Bell, moving forwards into the next sets, I do like what I'm seeing in terms of the drafts, but it feels like at the moment, TOC just seem to have a bit more of a firmer grasp on the mechanics.
Yeah, and rightly with Mandy, right? I think in their terms, I mean, if you're the favorite in some sense, you kind of want to go like that carry potential brawler. If you feel like you've got, I don't know, just the advantage in terms of pure skill, you want to use the advantage of those high skill cap brawlers and, of course, try and win. So Lena Bell, if anything, you've got to take the risks. If you're the underdogs, like we always mention, you've got to take risks, right? If you know that you're not the team that isn't the favorites, you need to start trying different combinations, different brawlers, and try and get the opponents off guard, because clearly what they tried 2 weeks ago was clearly not working. We'll see here the next map is Gem 4, I believe. I mean, I think it should be Heist. I think it was wrong last time around, weren't it? But I mean, we'll probably have to wait until we get into the game to really see how things go. But you can see by the trophies, I mean, I thought some of them were right, but again, 333 can't be correctly right. But over 50k trophies is definitely like a good achievement, to be honest.
Ladder Warriors over in mainland China, yeah. It's just kind of interesting to see how the production kind of approaches doing things. I see a Jackie right now. It looks like it was Gem 4. Gem 4, yeah, it does look like it's going to be Gem 4. And just to reiterate as well in terms of the map pool for Gem Grab, there is Hard Rock Mine and Double Swoosh as well, potentially to show their faces. The map pool is actually randomized as well, not in terms of the maps, but in terms of what map will appear. We didn't get any idea beforehand, before the show goes live, as to what the maps the matches that will be played out will be, but ultimately the players will be preparing for all three of them in that map pool. And for others, we got Backyard Bowl, Pinhole Punt, and Sticky Fields for Brawl Ball, Temple Ruins, Student Star, and Layer Cake for Bounty, Splits, Ring of Fire, and Drilling Beaters for Hot Zone. For Heist, we've got Safe Zone, Bridge Too Far, and Pit Stop. And for Knockout, as we just saw, we've got Bell's Rock, Goldom Gulch, and Out in the Open. Well, banning Jackie's an interesting idea. I don't necessarily mind the ban, but looking on the other side of things, Shelly banned, Hank banned, and Crow. I mean, Shelly, sure. I mean, that's a great thing to see that mainland China really have got on top of banning Shelly. Cordelius, though, I mean, this could be a really strong Cordelius map. Didn't see any kind of sign of him being banned out. I'm assuming it is available in mainland China, but didn't quite get a look in terms of the UI in the draft. I think Squeak's a pretty decent ban, but maybe not. Yeah, I think the Reggie on the left side lanes would be very strong, actually, to be fair. But the Jackie, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting idea. I don't know whether it would be necessarily adopted around the world.
Yeah, maybe they go for more bulky approaches on Gem 4. Like, we got the Unbreakable Walls in the middle. You know, I had an idea when that map first came out that, you know, not brawlers like Frank or just really beefy tanks could just sit in the corner. So I guess that's kind of what strategy they've been going in scrims. I mean, you've got the Hank banner as well. Maybe Hank wasn't emergency nerfed in this build. I mean, that could be a potential, right? And that's why he's been banned out, because surely in his current state, he isn't a bannable brawler. Like, this guy is one of the worst brawlers I've ever seen, for sure. But it's interesting. We go with a Janet and a Meg. So Meg is starting to see a big decrease in play rate across all regions. Even in Hot Zone, I'm not really seeing Meg too much. So definitely if I was the side of Lena Bell, I'd be going something aggressive, and we do that with the Carl, and we're looking for an Otis last pick, which we're obviously scared of an aggressive last pick on the side of Tok. But for me, I'll just double down on the aggression, because Janet and Meg just clearly don't have the DPS.
Yeah, if they are working on a version behind that of Cordelius, I kind of wonder where Meg lies within the balancing, but it's definitely probably not the pick that we tend to see kind of coming in on sort of Gem 4 in other regions. But again, though, I mean, I don't necessarily mind if you're running vision gear and just want to have that kind of spray down the lane side. It can kind of help to really keep on top of where someone lies, but won't necessarily have the most sort of DPS on that front. I do kind of prefer what I'm seeing on the side of, I think the Blues team was Lena Bell, if I'm not mistaken, TOC, United TOC on the red side, going with Stu. Janet, we saw a lot of Janet actually in the mainland China monthly finals. It does seem to be quite a common high pick, and that's kind of why I'm kind of a little bit leaning towards maybe they're working with different kind of balancings as well. It's hard to realistically say, as it's not, you know, a region that we tend to really be able to follow too closely. Nonetheless, though, it's definitely a bit more of a concern on the side that we keep seeing Hank being banned. That's why I'm kind of starting to debate in my brain, right, whether that's something that has yet to kind of filter down in terms of the balancings. Nonetheless, though, we'll see how this particular draft fares itself, and always great to see Gem 4 coming in to the map rotation, one of my kind of more preferred Gem Grab maps, just because it's can be really challenging. But let's see how things go. Speed Zone down immediately there for United Trick of China, and right-hand side, Janet. And sounds like we're getting some game audio coming into the mix now as well, which is great to hear.
Yeah, as you rightly mentioned, like Janet can be a good brawler, was good in the past, but we'll have to see whether they're actually on the right build to see if, you know, she should be pretty strong. But I mean, she gets a kill on Cole pretty easily right there. I mean, maybe with the scouting and the vision gear, it can be pretty easy to get a grass. So I think Janet's at least usable on grassy maps, right? Just for kind of control. You can see Stu doing absolute wonders in the middle here. Already got 6 gems to their advantage. Now it's going to be really hard for Lena Bell to push up into the grass, especially considering they've got a Gus against Stu. It's not really the best of matchups. Janet gets the kill onto Cole as well. And I'm thinking that should be an easy matchup for Cole. So things are just running away for United. Trick of China already on 9 gems, and just one more to start the countdown, and all the way back into spawn. We see the Gus shield being activated on the Cole, the swipe, but the stop out actually cancels that one out. But 10 gems with only 10 seconds left, it's not looking very likely that Tok are going to drop any of these gems. With now 6 seconds, Meg's coming in, RT drops the split legs, and Stu pretty weak in the end, nearly actually goes down fully enough, but very convincing. Not even a gem picked up on the side of Lena Bell.
Convincing stuff. I mean, going back to the first monthly final in mainland China, it was Trick of China that then changed their name to United Trick of China later on down the lines that did win the first monthly finals, and they are seeming to be the more confident team so far. I think the decision making is looking a bit better on their front, as that looks quite easy, didn't it? Let's be honest. But let's see going in as to whether we can see anything. We haven't really seen too much so far from Lena Bell in the blue, but there is still time left. But that was a convincing round of gem grab down on the right hand side. There goes the Gus, and that will be picked up there. Gems probably split between the Janet and the Stu, but so far the lanes are being held beautifully on the left and right hand sides, and that Stu pick working out pretty well for the most part, despite having some vulnerabilities. But without a wall break on the side of their Lena Bell, not really much that they can do to remove it.
Yeah, and RT slowly getting the taps in onto Meg. Doing pretty decent so far, but Meg's doing a really good job of just getting a lot of pressure. I definitely like the team synergy going on with United Talk. They're able to get a lot of pressure, a lot of gems. Gus is going in here, but it's looking very unlikely that he's going to come out on top. RT gets a good, important tap, and now Lena Bell is starting to pile in the mid. I'd say that their composition is very good in the middle, especially with RT, but we see Trick of China able just to reclaim control of the middle so easily and get the countdown in the end. I thought it was going to be pretty like back and forth game considering they got control of the middle, but now with 10 seconds left, RT is getting tapped up. He does nearly get the kill onto Janet, but it's just looking so comfortable. It's looking a little bit like a mismatch at the moment, and Trick of China again managing to get every single gem pretty much in their back pocket, and they take the second set very, very convincingly.
Looking like we might be seeing a sweep here at this rate. It just feels like, for the most part, you know, some of the decisions on the side of Lena Bell not really kind of paying off, not really working out. And the aggressiveness and the control, most importantly, on the side of United TOC, definitely seems to be prevailing for the most part so far. And, you know, again, definitely some signs of nerves, it feels, on stage, as you kind of thoroughly expect. But United TOC then taking a 2-set lead. Good stuff for them, but, you know, we need to see some games going the way of... I have changed the icon now to knockout, so that was correct. So we're going to Hot Zone next. We can discuss what that map pool will be as the... We'll probably show it, but we won't necessarily be able to tell it. For Hot Zone, the map pool is Split, Ring of Fire, and Dueling Beetles, and it will be randomized, so it'll be one of those 3. But to be honest, you know, I'm preferring the comps on the side of Lena Bell, which is the team in the blue and the Mandarin characters. For the most part, like, I think that their draftings have been too bad, especially Knockout was probably the stronger of the 2 drafts, let's be honest. But I mean, with no wall break here, that was probably their biggest mistake. And as a team that kind of seemed to be out of control for the majority of the time, you know, for me, United Trick of China were really much more in that respect, just locking them down. A wall break would have gone a long way. I can't remember what the bans were at the top of my head, but I think they stopped banning Hang. Maybe, I think that was actually on the side of Trick of China, though, but bringing in Ruffs would have been a good shout for me there, at least on that map. Being able to break open one of the sides would have given them some options, and planning ahead for that sort of thing in the draft is so important.
Yeah, and for me, I think RT was a good idea, I guess, in their brain. Like, as a sharpshooter, should be good down the lane, and then once they get into the mid, they can use a super, kind of like a Jackie in a way. So if I think Jackie's good, of course, they're going to think RT, you know, very similar in its nature. It's going to be good. But for me, you've got to have the kind of mechanics to back it up as well, right? Like, RT's such a hard brawler to consistently tap with, especially on a grassy map. I just think it's a bit too risky of a play. And even like the went Janet, I would say that's a very risky pick in a lot of different regions, but I guess that's just more of a comfort pick perhaps. And even against like the Cole matchup, the Janet was winning a lot of times. So for me, I want to see more aggressive plays on the side of Lena Bella if they're going to try and turn this around, because, you know, Cole should have definitely done a lot more. Novameg was using heavy metal as well, which was a good observation I made. Like, heavy metal to cancel out the Cole super, that to me just screams like they really understand the meta on the side of Trick or China. So be interested to see what they go. Again, we can't really tell what map, but maybe by the bans we can guess what one it is. I mean, we see a Hank ban again, but the other bans are pretty standard, I would say. So I mean, honestly, it's not too far apart. Just yeah, they've got to stop banning that Hank.
Yeah, again though, I say it, but then I kind of think it as well. Like, they're it's very difficult for us to know without clarification whether they are working on different versions. We know back in, I think, 2022, there was a period of time where Mainland China were behind quite considerably in brawlers, and they are looking at only Macy as their highest brawler earns, as I can just see on the screen there, and we're almost on Doug. So that was probably potentially implying that maybe Hank is still, I don't want to say the word broken, but let's be honest, Hank was pretty broken. So let's assume that that's the case then, I guess. I mean, Gray being banned out in Hot Zone for me is a pretty decent sign for the most part. Lou as well, Meg. I think we're working back to that period of time when Meg was pretty rife then. I mean, not to say that Meg couldn't be used now in the kind of like other regions around the world in the current sort of state of the game, as you know, the Mainland China title does work to a kind of different operating system in that respect. It's kind of always been slightly behind in versions, very much the same game. A couple of tweaks along the way you probably saw earlier on today. We had the pink smoke in knockout, and we've also got a slightly different animation when you're kind of conceding damage. Also, when you actually kind of die, there's no kind of like splatter on the ground if you look closely as well. So a couple of sort of version variations. Griffin Ruffs is looking pretty nice here from Lena Bell, but again, you know, they seem to have a nicer draft with the Shelly on the side of United Trick or China. That's the kind of thing that you can't really leave open in the draft.
Yeah, so Shelly first pick is going to be odd. And for my guess, I'm going to have a guessing game here. You can have a guess as well if you want. I think it's going to be split, right? You've got the Griff to open up the walls. You've got the Ruffs, which is pretty good. The Squeak. Squeak is a fantastic counter to Ruffs, by the way. I feel like Trick or China, I'm liking what I'm seeing in terms of the game sense overall. Squeak should just be able to absolutely handle a Ruffs, like a couple of quick taps, especially if Ruffs isn't using the shield gear. That could be very dangerous for him. But yeah, Shelly is just going to be able to run it down. I'm interested to see whether they've got a grasp on Shelly. Like, of course, Shelly's broken everywhere across the world right now. They go with the Jessie. So, I mean, Jessie is actually starting to become somewhat of a meta pick. Like, before, I would have been like, oh my god, what are they going? But honestly, I'm seeing so much Jessie right now in a meta. I'm talking like Gem Grab, I'm talking Heist, and Hot Zone, you know, was probably her better game mode anyway. So, I'm not really against it. And if they go to B, now that would be a little bit questionable in my opinion, because I feel like Jessie's got a good matchup against that.
Yeah, for sure. And like, I quite like the Jessie though. You know, we saw this from STMN just literally a month ago in this very map, and I think it can work quite well, but you do have to be very good at landing those shots. It can kind of go for or against you. And like I say, in terms of the B matchup and the idea of just breaking everything open, which is quite a smart strat, let's be honest, in this particular map. We shall see. The admin there just getting a selfie for good mission. No, just like taking a picture of the of the draft. I'm only kidding. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting map on Split for me. And I think the strategy though that's shining through with the kind of wall break potential, as long as I can earn that utility quickly, could be quite powerful and suppressive. But we shall see. Let's go into the next Hot Zone map. Ring of Fire. Okay, we thought it was Split, so that might change things a little bit here. Jessie can definitely have some good times, but I think in terms of range, might struggle a little bit. But look how far that Shelly is pushed forwards on the left-hand side now. Interesting shot animation. Can't remember off the back of my head whether that is shoot to the skin. It's been a while since I played the Pinterest. Princess Shelly. But this is a very good spot. Now the bush is broken as well. I do like this for United Trick of China.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to mention, like, I like the max pick now. Going into a Jesse on this map, if you've got the mechanics with it and the skill, you should be able to juke out Jesse pretty easily. At the moment, Jesse does have the turret and a 20% lead, basically on the side of Trick of China. That was some beautiful taps onto the max. Now Shelly has super positioning on the side of his Squeak, able to land a super. Is using a slow super, which is pretty interesting. To me, Jesse turret goes out and a lot of ammo being wasted on it. The shell shock also with the clay pigeons just absolutely destroys the Griff down that left hand side. But we see the max going ham on the Jesse, but with a 3v1 scenario, that max is slowly going to go down. Another residue goes down in the middle with only 20% left. And now it's looking all but Trick of China win.
95% now, and this one is surely done. And this now then is going to be match point for United Trick of China. Again, it's a double elimination bracket here today, and if it continues to go the way it looks like it's going, it will be then Lena Bell going down to the lower stages of it faster than they would potentially like to. And it's hard to see how that doesn't happen, in all honesty. They haven't had a single game yet so far. Some decent drafts, but mechanically just struggling, it feels. I mean, with Max and Griff on this particular map against, you know, the Squeak and the Jesse. I mean, the Squeak and the Shelly is by far the kind of most meta ideas that we've kind of seen realistically today so far. But I think they could be doing a bit more with this comp.
Yeah, for me, I mean, finally they pinch out the Shelly very well. I was about to say, Ruffs should have a pretty good matchup against Shelly, especially with the sandbags. Now we see the Squeak come in and just get a double tap onto Ruffs. The super goes out, and that's a beautiful connection. Does get the slow, and Jesse's going to be able to work its way into the bushes. I mean, doesn't even need to. Still get some good taps with now Shelly with super. Griff opens up the map with Piggy Bank, which is not really going to help him out too much, I would say, in this matchup, but good at super and the clay pigeons on the side of Trick of China. And now we can start to push open again. We're not using band-aids, so a little bit of a different kind of build, but still we'll go with a Shelly, which of course is extremely meta right now. Now we see the combination of shell shock and clay pigeons again. It manages to shoot through at sandbags. That was an insane shot on the side of Trick of China, but we can see the percentages dwindling down. Already a 50% lead with so many residues and utilities on the side of Trick of China. I just don't see how Lena Bell are going to come back.
Yeah, was it just me, or was the shell shock on the Shelly back to being the original length? It's like I'm just trying to work through what version we could be on, you see. I'd like to see it back again a little bit just to count the seconds, but so far, yeah, United Trick of China really running away with this. I think draft just a lot better in that respect. Max going in now aggressively, but to what avail? I mean, you can't realistically take on a 3 versus 1, especially not with a Shelly in the comp when you're a Max. Some interesting ideas from Lena Bell in the blue, but nonetheless, it wasn't quite enough, and they will take the loss here. But for Trick of China, that's a very good way to start the day.
That is such a convincing win in the end. That's exactly what you want to do, especially if it's your first LAN event. You just want to make sure that you win as convincingly as possible to, of course, scare the opponents. You want that world final spot. You want everyone quaking in their boost. So no one is out at the moment. There's a double elim, so that is the good thing about it. Although at first glance that did seem like a big mismatch, you know, maybe they can get something behind the scenes going in terms of compositions, because I feel like they definitely need to work on a few things. Like for me, like the synergy in that hot zone game was questionable. In like gem grab and knockout, the comps were decent, but like Griff, Max, and Ruffs, it just didn't really all add up to me. But again, very convincing Trick of China. I do like what I see. And the next game, I believe we have Fennis versus FK OP, which Fennis, again, I think are pretty much the first seed, if I'm not mistaken. So that's probably a good indication as to what we might be seeing at World Finals potentially.
Yeah, Fennis had a very good run, didn't they, in the elimination round. So just to kind of reiterate for anyone that may be joining the stream, the format in mainland China works a little bit differently. So we start, you know, back in the month of April. We have April, May, and June monthly finals, of which the teams that make the semi-finals, so 4 teams of each monthly finals, will qualify then into a knockout phase. For like a group stage knockout, 4 teams of 3, and then the top 2 of those teams will go through to a double elimination bracket, and then we work through that process to get the teams that we've got lined up today. So 4 teams: United TOC, Lena Bell in the Mandarin lettering, Fennis, and then FKOP also We'll be seeing that Fennis match and FKOP match in the upper bracket stages next. Leader Bell not out at all. The loser of the following match will go on to play them next, and that means we'll be seeing them again. But not the best of starts, it's got to be said.
Yeah, they definitely need to put that behind them. They can still make their comeback. We've seen literally, I think in Queso Cup, literally the other day, I know it was EU, but we've seen a really good run from Foot to take Queso Cup. So, you know, losers runs are definitely manageable. It's just whether you can put the bad games behind you and focus on the next. But it's going to be an interesting matchup. We've got Fennis versus FKOP, which I believe in eliminations a couple of weeks ago, Fennis did win 2-0. So for me, I don't know, like a 2-0 it seems convincing. Of course, if you didn't watch the VOD, that's going to seem like a complete whitewash like the other game as well. But it could be a lot closer. I'm scared. Fennis, I think, won the first monthly final as well. I feel like this is probably our strongest team here.
Yeah, I do feel like it could well be. I don't know if they've even dropped a single set, actually, looking back through their history. Obviously, the rulings were that teams were not allowed to kind of like continue to do a monthly final if they'd already locked themselves in for those knockout playoff stages. So we didn't really see any kind of like repetitions in terms of those monthly finals. Teams coming back to kind of gauge too much how they were faring on the longevity side of things. But certainly, you know, in that knockout phase, they didn't leave the upper bracket, and you know, that's a pretty powerful statement too. Definitely coming in as one of the favorites. I think for me, certainly Fennis and United Trick China are the kind of top two, it seems, at least from that kind of like knockout stage bracket, where there are actually no sets dropped throughout the entirety of any of the matches, and United and Fennis just really make a storm. But to be fair to the others, and Lena Bell and also FKOP, they did make it through that lower bracket stages, so definitely they're coming in for me as a solid 3 and 4 number seed. The stage is just taking a break for a couple of seconds before we line up our next match of the day, but it'll be Fennis versus FKOP in what is a double elimination today with 4 teams, 1 world's qualification spot on the line here for first place, and a last chance qualification spot on the line for second, and some prize money as well whistling down from there.
Yeah, I think there's only been a few teams that have confirmed the World Finals status. I think we have Zeta, and I can't remember the other team off the top of my head. I think there's one more team potentially that have already grasped the World Finals. So we've got to see one of the first teams basically guaranteed to World Finals at the end of today's stream. So I'm excited to see that. We can start seeing the World Final spots start to dwindle down. We can really see who is going to become victorious in the World Finals. But of course, that's a long time away. We still got to focus on what we have in hand today. And the winners of this round will be going through to the winners finals. So it's not the actual grand final. Yeah, that's not what I saw. I was looking. My camera didn't say anything. That's just my usual face. I'm just that blurry. As I mentioned, like we're going through to the winners final. So still, they've still got to win a game after that as well if they want to make it to the grand final. So we're set to see quite a grueling day today.
Yeah, match number 3 would be, I believe, the losers of match 1 and 2 in that lower bracket stage. So we'll get an elimination following that match. And then match number 4, I believe, should be the winners of match 1 and 2, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So we should be able to find out in match number 4 where we kind of stand a little bit more. But yeah, that team that's already qualified for the World Finals, FA Mini Peckers, I had to think about it because they were the former Zest squad from South America team. They have locked themselves in for Worlds confirmed, yeah. And a lot of others so close. I mean, this year's format for me is very interesting in that regard because it's going to come down to the absolute wire pretty much around the globe. There are teams that are literally just a couple of points away, maybe some that will lock themselves in off the back of just qualifying for the next monthly finals. I'm sure as well in EMEA with the Snapdragon Pro Series BSC points on the line there. That's going to change a lot coming into things, and some pressure, additional pressure for sure in the EMEA region. But on the stage, they're lining up things as we speak. I think the host is inviting the teams onto the stage now, so we might head over in just a second as well to see those teams as they join the stage. Again, I haven't really seen any signs of an audience just yet, but nonetheless, definitely for some of these players, a nerve-wracking experience to be on such a production as this. And let's head on over now to the stage and kind of see them as they join. If I've got this right in terms of timing, we shall see.
The one thing I actually really like about the China side of things, every single year I've watched it, I've always actually been kind of blown away by the production. I really like kind of how different it is in production. It's a lot more flashy. You saw in, I think, the pre-roll as well. Like, there's so much flashy things going on. I like it. I like it for sure. But the teams should be ready to go out in a second. And like you mentioned, especially for some of these players, it's probably going to be their first kind of experience, especially walking out on stage. It can be quite daunting. It depends what type of person you are. But for me, it really does set a tone for your first match as to like whether you can handle the pressure. And, you know, they need to win it, basically. No one really wants to go down to losers. Already losing that first life, it's not really the best. So we're looking, I'm not too sure who's going to come out first on stage. We didn't really get kind of told that, but it's either Fennis or FKOP.
Going back to being on stage, Spen, you know, obviously, you know, back in 2019, I think that's probably your second time on stage, was it not? If I'm not mistaken, Dortmund was probably your first, and then following that, well, finals in Boost career. Like, talk to the sort of audience through a little bit, you know, as to how that really felt, because it was a very different stage for starters, a different crowd, and very much a different production as well for those World Finals. You know, how did you kind of adapt to that kind of pressure when it came down to things, and like, you know, what was going through your mind in those moments?
For me, it was a little bit of a weird thing, because obviously everyone is in different stages in terms of their mental. Like, some people are really confident, some people are a little bit anxious. You know, I was a bit of a type where, for me, obviously, as a typical gamer, I was just sat in my bedroom every single day. So I was a little bit sheltered in that sense. Like, I didn't really experience the real world. So my first LAN event flying over as well, it was extremely scary. But I think once you get kind of your first thing over the way, you know, my personal opinion, it becomes a lot more easier, because then you can start to, you know, you realize what the experience is about. You can start doing some, for me, I did a lot of like, I don't know what it's like, comfortable things. Like, I made sure to get in a good routine, a good mind space, so everything in my mind is focused, so I can focus on the games. Like, for me, I just listen to music I like, make sure I'm drinking plenty of water. It sounds kind of idiotic, but it helps. It helped me focus. For me, it's all about getting into the zone, especially on the day of match day. That was one thing that I drilled into my team.
Yeah, it was a good time. I remember it fondly, and you know, it was great to see how you were a great example, actually, and the whole squad of like just how to really get into that zone. Because I mean, going back, you know, historically, you know, your confidence levels back then were definitely very much different from what they are today. I mean, Cerulean and Tom as well, very much so, very kind of introverted in that regard. But, you know, Brawl allowed you to come out of your shells, and that, you know, same idea. I want to see that from teams here today. You can kind of see as they approach the stage. Certainly a new experience for some, and kind of like looking around as to where they're supposed to be going next kind of rings a bell as well. But this next matchup, Fennis versus FKOP. Fennis, of course, probably the favorites. I mean, certainly from our side here on the casting desk for sure, being the monthly final champions back in April in this region. And we had 3 monthly finals kind of over the course of 2 days on each in this region from April through to June. For FKOP, they never actually won a monthly finals, but in this region, we would have like a double elimination knockout stage following those 3 monthly finals. And for FKOP, they went down to the lower bracket, but were able to persevere through, and did make it through along with Lena Bell, who we've already seen today. But as we did see in that previous matchup, Spen, Lena Bell coming up against United TOC earlier really didn't look a back and forth affair, let's say. It was very one-sided. Is this kind of what we're expecting for this next match as well?
Yeah, I mean, I won't want to kind of dumb down the opponents of FKOP, but it's just...
We want to see an upset, right?
Yeah, I want to see an upset. I want to see a close game. Obviously, we want to catch as many games as possible, in a sense. Like, we want those close games, but it's pretty hard to tell. I think we'll clearly see from the first set. That's normally a good indication in terms of the draft, in terms of how the kind of team chemistry is. I just noticed straight away in the first set of United Trick or China, I just noticed like the team synergy just seemed a little bit better in terms of like pinching, in terms of pushing together as a team, in terms of like who's going on the aggressive, who's kind of sitting back, and especially in the gem grab game as well. That was beautifully played. We'll see if that kind of correlates here and see who's got a kind of better team synergy, because of course you can't just look at brawlers and say, in a sense, like this team is better. For me, I kind of like to see how like aggressive they are in unison.
I'm kind of curious as to whether the brawler icons there are kind of to distinguish maybe like a favorite brawler or maybe like a most used brawler. Didn't really kind of reflect it too much in what we saw previously, but just kind of paying attention to what we can make out in terms of some of the information on screen. Maybe it's favorite brawlers and favorite game modes potentially, but definitely a challenging thing to say with a level of certainty. Maybe some chat can get involved in maybe anyone who speaks Mandarin might be able to definitely provide an insight. But it does feel like, at least from the last matchup, that the version of Brawl which the teams are running with is definitely a little bit dated. We've seen a lot of Hank bans, which would lead us to assume that Hank is definitely running rife in their meta. Probably a few updates behind in that regard. Their latest brawler is Macy as well. So that would also indicate that it could well be that that jungle theme for their seasons. So here's going to be our next maps and modes, going through the ordering. Of course, we won't be able to see visually what the names of the maps are, but I can tell you that it is a randomized map pool, so the players don't know necessarily what map they're going to be going to until these later stages of the production. But for Gem Grab, our map pool will be Hard Rock Mine, Gem Fort, and Double Swoosh. For Brawl Ball, Backyard Bowl, Pinhole Punt, and Sneaky Fields. For Bounty, Temple Ruins, Shooting Star, and Layer Cake. Hot Zone, Split, Ring of Fire, Dueling Beetles, Heist, Safe Zone, Bridge Too Far, and Pit Stop. And for Knockout, Golden Gulch, Bells Rock, and Out in the Open. Bands coming in for Hot Zone to either Split, Ring of Fire, or Dueling Beetles. Banning out the Grey, the Griff on the side. Again, it's hard to tell what side is which in terms of teams, but Rico ban could be then Split, maybe. Hank, Shelly, and Grey. So Hank ban yet again by pretty much every team so far. So we were kind of questioning as well earlier whether maybe Meg was in a very dominant place as well, because we saw a great amount of play with her as well. We've only had that one match today. This is our second match of the day, so definitely plenty of time for us to still kind of be exploring the mainland China meta.
I'm excited to explore it for sure. I mean, Hank clearly is pretty strong in nature and on their build for sure. I mean, he is a pretty overwhelming brawler. Like, when he was the best in the game in our build, like, this brawler was probably one of the most toxic I've ever seen. His bubble is the size of the map and can cause a lot of pressure. We see a Barley and a Stu on the side of red team, which is, I think, is it FK or Venice? I think I'm pretty blind. I think I need my glasses, but I mean, it's pretty decent. My guess would probably be Split or Dueling Beetles for sure. Surely it's not Ring of Fire going to Barley. That'll be pretty interesting. But they go with, well, they're thinking of the Squeak, right? Squeak is a top 3 brawler, I would say. I think it's pretty certain in the meta right now who's a S3 brawlers in the game. I think there's no debate there. Squeak, Shelly, and Cordelius. My guess as well that Cordelius probably isn't available in this build, else we probably will be seeing it every game, because no doubt in my mind that he's one of the best in the game for sure. And they go with the El Primos, so they might be doubling down with the wall breaks here. Maybe we see the swap to the Asteroid Belt gadget, but they go with the Janet, which I don't know. Like, it's a bit obvious that they like Janet in this region, but at the same time, I think it's too vulnerable. Like, it's got an okay matchup against Stu and Barley because they're quite squishy, right? But I don't really like him.
Yeah, we saw it as being one of the top pick brawlers in South America, of course, for EMEA. And, like, you know, when Janet did receive that kind of nerf, it did knock her kind of out of the competitive meta. And I'm pretty sure that happened kind of prior to Hank being as dominant as he was. So it kind of feels like that particular brawler has, I imagine, received that nerf already. And yeah, it just kind of feels like it's not really within the present moments and times. Like you say, quite possibly a brawler which is like one of those regional picks that kind of has remained within mainland China. And one of the reasons why, you know, it kind of helps when you're able to kind of scrim across seas and getting a bit more experience with those matchups in kind of a wider setting, and it helps to diversify things. But for sure, I mean, kind of we've seen some good things already today from United TOC. I'm looking very much forward to seeing the following match that they play and how that kind of puts them to the test. But FKOP in... they've got FN written on the head, so Fairness will be in the red, yeah. So, of course, the blue side FKOP, Fairness in the red.
like the break on the side of Del Primo. Definitely breaking up the map against the Barley is going to be good, but at the same time, breaking it up when there's a Stu in play isn't going to be the best. The Primo gets pinched out in the back. We see a Barley Super coming in, flushing out the Janet overall. Now Stu can start to push in, but he's only one shot. We see a drop base coming into play. That's going to be Stu taken down. Barley starting to go onto the roofs, trying to get the pinch, and they need to do it quickly. The Ems just gets a disgusting double kill on the right-hand side, and she's able to establish control pretty quickly. We see the matchup maybe changing here with El Primo going onto the Barley, I would say. But for me, it's still looking pretty easy for Venice to try and duke out this Primo Super. That's a really good Primo Super in the end. It's probably going to dwindle down, but it's a big lead on the side of Venice already.
Wow. A lot closer than we've seen in some of the previous games. As a last call goes out onto Aaron, who can also take the skies for sure. El Primo smash, but soaking up a lot of this M's damage, no doubt about it. Feeding Super quite quickly, but nonetheless, time spent on the zone, and actually a takedown. I wasn't quite expecting that. 31 HP surviving on the roughs, and now an ability to go more on the aggressive. It's left-hand side lane that's been won already by Venice. They're forcing the right-hand side, so I think for the most part, FKOP need to get on that, and they're not. That's some decision-making that's a bit questionable for me.
The final percent dwindling down, a 20% lead. I mean, all things considered, that's not like the biggest runaway game, but still some questionable plays on the side of FKOP. I think if they make this as messy as possible, especially with a Primo in play, and just try and go for the aggressive, they can definitely win a map like Split. But again, it's looking like Venice, you know, we said they were the favorites, and it looks like their kind of teamwork is definitely going to be favoring them so far. So we see the Gadget into play here, able to heal up his teammates, and Stu, he's going to dash straight into the Primo, but somehow able to survive it. I mean, that was a really risky play, but ended up working out in the end. Primo's got to surely be close to Super. See a pop off from the story right here. He's actually playing a really good Stu overall, trying to bait out the Primo, and it's looking disastrous on the side of FKOP. That was just domination on the Stu. Well,
Story on the right-hand side gets pinched in a nice manner by their FKOP. On the left-hand side, the asteroid's coming down as well, forcing the hand a little bit there of Venice players mid-gap, just keeping their back, the roughs, pretty nicely for the most part. Now on Super as well. That's going to be a fantastic takedown if he can secure it, which he will. Ooh, but always the tap from Aaron on the right-hand side pushes him down to 38 HP. But this right-hand side now is realistically all that Venice need to do is secure, and for FKOP, they've got to go a bit more aggressive this time in shaking them off.
Need to get him off his zone ASAP. With only 10% left. Stu is doing wonders on the zone. That's going to be the last takedown. That's going to be the final percentages going the way of Venice. So a lot more convincing that time around. It seems like they adapted their game plan pretty well, Venice. You know, it was only 20% lead in the first one. They adapted it pretty well, and were able to get a really good stronghold on the game. But that, in the end, that was pretty convincing. Set one going towards Venice, and I liked what I saw for the most part. Like the M's, you know, it's not traditionally used too much in terms of hot zone on Split, but it's still a good idea, especially because it's good against pretty much everything and against the Primo. But we see again 2-0 in the score in that set. I'm just hoping for at least one of these teams to pick up one game in a set, right? We can't just have sweeps across the board. And again, I like the Barley first pick. That is one thing I definitely kind of honed on to. You know, Split, Barley's starting to make such a big impact on the meta, and it seems like they've got a good grasp of it so far.
Yeah, I agree. We did see a lot of sweeps, actually, to be fair, in the Mainland China Monthly Finals, and we were kind of discussing coming to the stream whether we might see some today. And I'm with you. I'd like to see a bit more of a closer battle, but still just the first set in this particular series, at least. For those that are just joining the stream, this is the second match of the day. It's a double elimination bracket, of which we've already seen United Trick of China proceed forwards in the upper stages. A team called Lena Bell have gone down to the lower bracket, and this match is to determine who is going to be facing those teams in the next rounds. But Venice, of course, very similar to that of United Trick of China in the respect that they kind of were very dominant, winning monthly finals, which is very important because you didn't necessarily actually have to win even the monthly finals to get to this stage, of course. If you were in the semi-finals of the 3 months of April, May, or June, then you were able to then qualify for a group stage knockout, 4 groups of 3, and then the top 2 teams going forwards into a double elimination, and then the 4 teams out of that here today. Definitely a little bit of a different kind of format. There was also some prizing I saw as well in the original kind of outlier of things like, you know, giving away gems as well. In-game rewards was a big factor in terms of the competition as well. But of course, today, the big story is the World's Finals position, of course, for first place, for second place, a last chance qualification spot, and whistling down from there as well. Cash on the line too. There is actually a crowd. Okay, so they haven't really shown it. It's actually quite a lot of people as well. So no wonder the players were looking pretty shell-shocked on some of the sides, because there actually is a crowd that they haven't really been able to show too much of. And I was looking so much at the draft in previous shots, I didn't even notice there were people sitting there. Well, it's going to be knockout next, and of course the map pool going to be randomized, but it will be either Golden Gulch, Bells Rock, or out in the open. And yeah, bans coming in so far. So we get to play Guess the Map again, Ben.
Yeah, I think just in the camera shot, I swear I seen it was out of the open. So you know, correct me if I'm wrong. I think I saw it out in the open just before, but we don't normally typically see the map load up. So I was quite glad to see that. So out of the open, I mean, this isn't a map in the map pool at the moment, but we have saw it a lot. We see the Eve first pick, and that's something that I do like. And we can see the bans as well. Hank being banned again, Max, Brock, Piper, or, you know, these are brawlers that are quite typical for our knockout meta, to be honest. Maybe not Piper, but definitely the Eve. You know, you've got the water on the left-hand side, which I used to always love. It's just great against everything. And now in the open, you don't want to get spawn trap right. You either need a wall break to break open that mid and give yourself less choke points to get spawn trapped, or you can just pick a brawler like Eve, who's just able to float over the water easily. So we go with the Mandy, which is very interesting. Mandy can be a hot cold brawler. It can be a brawler that can absolutely pop off, especially on knockout. Probably a little bit easier to pop off because people tend to group up a lot more here. But it can be very cold as well. It can be like one of the worst brawlers in the game if you're not hitting those shots correctly. So I'm interested to see where the kind of draft goes from here.
It kind of feels a lot like we saw in like the South America region when Mandy was kind of relatively new coming into things, where teams were still experimenting, trying to figure out whether she was super strong or weaker. And like, again, just to be clear, we're relatively confident now that the build is behind that of the rest of the world, because they're banning Hank pretty much every single game so far. So I think they're kind of in that position of wondering, you know, whether Mandy's strong, or potentially maybe a lot of teams not really sure how to go about counterplaying that particular utility in terms of that devastating super. In knockout, for sure, we did see a lot of teams in the EMEA region as well kind of experimenting with Mandy in those early outset moments, but then it didn't take long for people to realize that it was kind of pretty good to avoid, and with communication, you know, and that kind of thing, able to work around the situation. But the Eve to tick Carl, really aggressive ideas that I really quite like actually here on the side of, I believe it was Venice, on the right side, the Shelly coming in, the Bell and the Mandy. I mean, Shelly here can definitely work her way forwards, and you've got to be very cautious around that, and really focus your full divided attention on taking her out. But in terms of the draft that you've seen, where's your kind of mind at?
My mind is looking pretty okay. I mean, like you mentioned with Mandy, they're probably in a state that, I mean, there was for some time where people thought Mandy was really good, but there was just some good counterplay on the side, like on our side of things, in terms of like, if you can be really aggressive, a couple of missed shots on the side of Mandy, you can just capitalize on it pretty easily. But we'll see the game loading in a second. I love the visual onto the trophy. That's of course what those players want. But the tick, I mean, I do like the tick. Tick can be pretty good on this map. We've seen in NA, they favor the throws a lot more on this map. But if that Shelly gets going, especially with the clay pigeons and whatever else, it's going to be pretty hard for them to really stop them. We see, I think that's reverse polarity, right, on the belt. That was a pretty insane gadget. We don't really see that too much, right? That's definitely a flare thing on the side of Fennec. But definitely liking how things are going at the moment, but Eve getting tapped up pretty easily. Mandy pushing it in, but gotta be a little bit careful because she is pretty weak, has to run back. And now FKOP can heal up, but looks a bit of a stalemate at the moment. Both teams are looking to try and get a super, but that's a bell mark landed on the side of Eve. That's going to be pretty bad for her. Shelly's pretty weak though. Can Aaron get the kill onto Shelly? Takes it looking for the pinch. Mandy misses a super in the end, but Eve gets tapped up, and the gas is closing in. The fluffy clouds consuming them, and Fennec in the end just able to win. I mean, it just looks so cute. It's not as scary in our build, right? Normally it's like green and it's closing down, but when it's pink, it's like, oh, that's cute.
It's very fitting that we've got Mandy on the map when the candy floss is invading the space, isn't it? So speaking of which, a very swift takedown on the side of that combination of Story and Doki Doki there, and that bell shots were landing. Oh, what a mark that was then just quickly followed up then by the Mandy's shot. And yeah, this is starting to look a lot more menacing, isn't it? Let's be honest, as it really does feel like Fairness are just getting themselves warmed up to things and not making it look too challenging, much kind of like what we saw in the previous series between United Trick of China there and Lena Bell. But I want to see a turnaround spin. I'm waiting for it. I feel like it's coming, but maybe it's not.
Yeah. I mean, it looked okay at the start of the first round, but Eve just getting tapped up too much. Maybe has to swap up the matchup, not give Mandy so much value, especially when she starts to focus up. But that's a couple of taps in from Mandy. Carl has to retreat already. Reverse polarity nearly hitting McCall. That'd have been disastrous on their side of things. I mean, Eve's going to be pretty hard to hit. Shelly, and we can see Bennett just able to just run into the grass and able to get a takedown already. Now it's a 3v2 scenario. They need to get a takedown pretty quickly here because the longer they wait, I mean, Eve's getting tapped up already. It doesn't even matter. It's a 3v1, and with a tick in this scenario, it's basically impossible. If I was to tick, I'll just be running straight into the gas, but Mandy is tapping. Definitely a high skill cap brawler, but they're making it work.
Yeah, you can't deny it. Absolutely not. And that's connected with the tick there as well, because it's healing off the back of the spawn. So definitely found that connection that they were looking for on that top left-hand side now. Story doing a good job and demonstrating the Mandy pick working quite well for this region. Ticket coming in now, but the support is certainly there. We'll break a little bit of bush though, and that's a concern for simply Venice. They look still quite comfortable even back in this spawn side area, but this is pretty good from FKOP, and it's going to be a decent sign as to how they are able to fare with it, because this is the best they've looked so far in terms of holding control and positioning. But again, it's kind of how you finalize things when you start off with that, and that will play the biggest role in this. Ooh, mid kept going down, I think, here. Just survives. Very close call, though.
It's looking a bit better on the side of FKOP, but now the Mandy super comes in, connects onto the tick, but now it's a 2v2. A call with a flying hook should be able to get the connection onto Mandy. Now it's a 2v1 scenario, a little bit of life on the side of FKOP here. They're able to confirm the final kill, and that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see these close games. Definitely liking it a lot more on the side of FKOP. But yeah, Mandy supers need to be connecting and getting kills confirmed, or else it's not looking the best. I mean, Eve goes back to the left matchup, even though it didn't really work out last time around. Shelly has like no ammo at the moment, so maybe they need to try and capitalize on this as quickly as possible whilst the enemy team are protecting her. But that's Mandy super going down. Another connection onto Eve, and I mean, I was trying to big them up, but in the end, it was just so quick. The aggression on the side of Fennec, and they're able to take a 2-0 lead. Very convincing in the end, literally just dropping one round.
Well, I did say that I felt like there was going to be a bit of a shift. We saw a game, or rather, not even that actually, around. But that's 50% of the way to a game. Definitely FKOP struggling a little bit, and you can just tell, though, with the mechanics of Fairness there, just like they really did seem much more comfortable with their sharpshooters. And, you know, again, with the Mandy pick, I'm always going to be skeptical of it. But, you know, it was played relatively well by Story. I'm not necessarily too sure whether that is more to his mechanics or kind of less in regards to kind of like how FKOP were dealing with it. But you could see time and time again, he was landing them. And that's what matters most in getting the sets that they need. And I think Shelly here as well. Definitely was the play, definitely was the call, and great to see that this region really do understand and respect as to how dominant she's in terms of her state. Wasn't just something which we witnessed from the perspective of our monthly finals in the West, but definitely they know Shelly.
Yeah, I'm glad they do, because if they don't know Shelly, it would be disastrous on a world stage, because this brawler is just so broken. But I liked it on the side of Fennec. I've seen some good pinching, especially with the sharpshooters. I think if you've got some good pinching mechanics, I think you've got potential to go a long way, because of course they're more harder brawlers to play, in my opinion. But for me, of course, I don't think I really like the composition, because they did lack the range a lot of times. I'm liking the fact that a lot of these teams, especially the so-called underdogs in these matchups, are going like Carl, for example, a good aggressive brawler. But especially if you're kind of nervous and you're not really feeling too confident, I think it's maybe a bit of a wasted pick, in my opinion. That's like one thing I want to mention, because you've got to be aggressive with Carl. You can't just sit back like a sniper. We can see here that pin or punt is the map, so at least we get to know the map this time around, and it'll be interesting. I mean, for sure, Hank's going to be banned, right? He's probably rushing over to the pink ban to get him out of there, because this is the one map where he's actually pretty strong on.
B, Surge, or Max and Surge on the side of I think it was Fennis on the left. Scouting around, Crow. Okay, well, Hank so far has always been on the red team side, actually, kind of just ironically. But for sure, definitely a brawl which we've seen banned consistently time and time again. I mean, I would like to kind of see some more aggressive plays. Oh, they're Hank on the red side, right? And the Shadow, which is good to see, and the Janet, which they do really highly value. Got to question a little bit again as to why they do so heavily, but we are working with a different build. M's going to be picked, and I do really like that idea coming in, but we haven't really seen much of Bonnie, to be fair, considering that we see it so much in other regions, especially even looking at the time of this build of the game, which obviously does not contain or spamming the squeak there. Maybe they changed their mind, or they're looking for it on the red side immediately. Going with Stu. Interesting decisions being changed around the way. Yeah, the mainland China build is certainly, it seems, from what we've witnessed, a bit behind in terms of the version. Considering that Hank is still really rife, it clearly seems. Put it this way, if it's the current build, then I'm very concerned for the amount of Hank bans, but I don't think it is. I think it makes a lot of sense to be a few builds back. They don't have either on the brawler side Cordelius. The latest brawler that they have is Macy, so I think it's that kind of like method that we had in the early stages of Jungle World, where Hank just kind of had just been released. Pretty sure that that's the case. Stu and B, really like that. I thought they actually banned the B on the side there of the blue team, but they didn't in the end, and that means that it's a great brawler to pick up, and definitely that M's kind of B mid matchup going to be going down.
I like the B for sure. That's always a brawler which Stu in particular really do enjoy. I think since B came out, Brawl was the one game mode where you can never go wrong. And of course now I think the Unbreakables should be going down in their build as well. That is one thing we need to see as well. But B is just able to pop off, of course, in overtime. Is always that one brawler I like to highlight all of the time, because she can just absolutely 1v3 once the walls goes down. Of course, you've got the scanning capabilities. I mean, it'd be interesting to see whether some of them equip the vision gear as well, which should be decent. We see the Nita and the Meg. So Meg matchup against B can be pretty rough sometimes if, of course, the B lands a few shots onto the Meg. But I like it. It's a lot more aggressive. I do like the Nita and the M's, but they're kind of doubling down on tank counters in that sense. I'd like to see maybe like a spike or something along those lines to counter the lanes of Nita and M's for sure, because then they won't be getting too much value. But they're going with a Carl, so yeah, I'm not really most ideal matchup for Carl, but I guess they just must be really feeling confident right now.
It's just a bit weird, kind of seeing like kind of players spamming the screen for a brawler which just doesn't avail to what their ideas are. It's just kind of strange. Definitely keen on the squeak there, and then it disappeared and went to something else. Yeah, I mean, you've got to remember as well, if this is going back to a previous build, then Meg is still strong. We can't forget that. Ultimately, like, Meg went through a multitude of nerfs along the way. Can't remember off the top of my head whether those nerfs kind of took place after Hank came into the mix. I know that they may have combined Hank's tweaks with Meg on some level, but did have a couple of reiterations along the way going in then. But like I say, the B is going to have a pretty decent matchup into it in terms of the tankiness. It can be whisked down faster, but Toolbox potentially. I think we saw the heal, though, coming through on their side of things. But we see a lot of Toolbox usage in terms of the gadgets to kind of, especially in those kind of B-Meg matchups.
Yeah, one thing I noted straight away, it's going to be a goal for Venice, by the way, but Meg actually has her older HP, so that is one thing we can confirm straight away. So that's going to be Meg in her previous form, which was completely overpowered. So it's going to be a good pick here for sure, but we see Venice just starting where they left off, able to get a quick goal and already control on their side of things. I'm loving the wiggles on the side of Venice, trying to get some good supers. The control again, always on the side of Venice. A good B slow, and that should be the teamwork going down for Meg. But Meg somehow survives it in the end. We see the star power coming into effect there. I think it's Heavy Metal able to interrupt the Call super, and nearly a goal opportunity on the side of FKOP. Maybe a bit of a miss pass because the opportunities seem to arise with the M's. A good flying hook there to get rid of the Meg for sure. I like it, and now control should slowly start coming for Venice, even though they're pushing forward quite heavily with this M super.
Good connections there from Aaron with the Bruce Bear, and a nice slow as well, which would surely see Doki Doki going down as well. This could well be in a goal scoring opportunity, but a bit of hesitation on the side of FKOP. I don't mind it necessarily if they can just kind of get these kills confirmed, but yeah, as quickly as that, Venice don't hesitate. They know they're in a bad spot. They all come together very swiftly to alleviate the issue. Bit of a miss super there though on the side of Doki Doki, which will push the ball forwards, and they'll have to earn it back yet again. And amplified shot missed again, so definitely a few mistakes showing on the side of Venice. Good slow though from the Honey Molasses now as Bruce goes down again, but still seeing FKOP struggle to land the mark and gain a goal on the ball. They've got some great takedowns, some good positioning as well along the way, but just not able to get a goal just yet.
With 25 seconds left, they need to go quickly, or else they're facing a match point scenario, a double match point scenario here. So they've got the pressure right here. 15 seconds, and M's got the ball. Meg with a lot of HP, M's with a lot of HP as well, but a good connection from the B. The call goes in with protected pirouette. The Bruce Bear is going to push back the Stu and the B. This is the perfect opportunity to go in, and now with the open goal, they're actually going to make it to overtime. So I like the patience there, definitely with the Bruce Bear coming into play. But we see the unbreakable walls still up in overtime.
Still up, yeah.
It's pretty funny to see, but I still favor to be in this scenario. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be tapping here. Stu, he's going to be chaining his supers now, just miss it. The 3K missing a couple of times there in the end, and now this you could start to see Meg push up with the brute HP. So much shots being connected on the side of FKOP here. But now Meg out of the Meg performance, not looking the best. Protected pirouette to hand. That's going to be 2 takedowns on the side of Venice. A super shot up to the call. A bit of a miss pass there. Maybe it could have been a better communication and a bit of an opportunity wasted there.
Yeah, he had flying hook as well on the side of Story, so there's definitely a chance to find an angle to go through. Has super, so it would have been a very stunning goal to land. But yeah, it's kind of in a way good to see the unbreakable wall staying in some level, because it's like the most visual sign that we've seen of an older build coming through. Story going through. Oh, there's a bit of a bait there, kind of spinning to say, like, you know, GG's, let's go around again. But then actually they're making an attempt for the ball. But we'll play that one out. FKOP definitely looked, I would argue, the best there that we've kind of seen them so far. Struggling to kind of really make much prior to that, but the question for me now is, have they left it too little too late? But we'll see when we go into the next game whether they can keep their confidence levels high, which definitely have been the issue so far. The aggressiveness and the aggression definitely much more on the side of Venice, but they definitely have been struggling a little bit on Brawl Ball compared to other modes. Bit of a missed super pass there from Doki Doki to mid-cap, didn't quite land the mark. Story staying in position though, that's going to be good for him. Healing up along the way as well. They could fight. Oh my word, this could be brilliant. Oh, but taking down, the pass should come through. And that's a bit of a misplay from Doki Doki, because that should have been a goal realistically.
Yeah, that was quite spicy. I like it.
What spicy?
Anything. Yeah, that wasn't anything I've even seen on our side of things. That was quite a good play in the end. And I'm liking the sliminess, by the way, from the Stu. He's got the wiggles, he's sliming, he's tapping on the super. Now the pressure is going on the side of FKOP. If they can build up their supers in time, it's going to be pretty hard. There's so much HP. There's surely a walk-in on the side of FKOP, and we're seeing some life, we're seeing some fight back, but they're still going to hold on for a minute 30 left. But it's what I like to see. They've got so much HP. If they can get behind the walls, I definitely fancy them scoring. But Stu's going to go in so aggro here. He's definitely annoyed by how things are going so far. The flying hook comes in, but it's going to get interrupted by the friend Zona, unfortunately for him. Stu comes down with a swift takedown, but you know, the clock is dwindling down with only 1 minute left. Venice need to come out with a reply here.
Yeah, they definitely do. And I kind of hope they don't, actually, just simply because then we can have a bit more back and forth. And I like that FKOP are starting to cook a little bit more. But the flair definitely still very much with Venice. The mechanics didn't quite land the goal, but nonetheless, the thought process, like we were saying, was definitely there. But that's a good pinch. M should be falling here. 270 HP, now healing up. In the meanwhile, to approach the 30-second mark, it's got to be a goal. And that means that mid-cap's got to stay alive here. Story going in as well. No M's gadgets are the perfect time for it, but Mech could be a time to really make this push happen in the next 20 seconds.
20 seconds left and need to make it happen right now. Need to going down. Meg going down. Now it's a 3v1 scenario. Just M's left. No friend zoner to hand. And now we need to get the ball in time, though. The spin was really not ending in time. And now 10 seconds left. Can he walk it? A great pass across, by the way. And that's going to be the equalizer. I love that pass. That was actually really hard to pull off. I didn't think he had the angle, but he was able to slot it. But now the Bruce Bear can come in, hopefully on the side, well, towards the B to waste some shots. But 3K is just going to destroy that Bruce Bear. But a lot of damage going inside on Mega. That's a great super fast forward and a great goal for FKOP. I love that team synergy. That was a beautiful goal arc.
I'm loving this set. I've got to be honest, this is probably my favorite set so far of the day, and it's certainly the closest that we've seen things as FKOP started to retaliate in a nice fashion. Some big flair, you got to admit, realistically, when it comes to those goal scoring opportunities on both sides. And yeah, I'm loving this. I'd love to see, again, biased caster here, but I'd love to see FKOP bring back a set here. The last series was a sweep. Would not like this one to go the same way, and I feel like it could definitely happen here. It's going to go one way or the other, that's for sure. Big taps, though, from mid-cap. Could be a pass-through here as the team wipe is there. And, oh, out of the line! Beautiful from FKOP, oh, but couldn't quite get the ball clear. That was the only thing there, and it will avail to a goal for Venice.
That was nearly disastrous, but a nice early goal is definitely what we want this time around. Stu's going to go in on the M to get the takedown. That was in a great position, a good team synergy overall. That's going to be the takedown for the Mega. That's going to be a pass across. And, you know, they were clearly angered by that last one. They didn't like what they saw. And I feel like that was definitely more so what we were expecting. I feel like that probably gave them a kick from behind to say, like, you know, we need to focus up here and not let things kind of get over us. Like, it's probably been a bit too cautious in a sense, like giving them too much respect. So I like it. One thing I was noticing as well was like the Carl was playing really well against the M's. He was kind of hugging the wall. Even if he got knocked back, it wouldn't have really affected him. So I'm definitely liking stuff from the side of Venice, but that's going to be some good takedowns. B's going to be really weak, but the Carl coming in clutch again with the protective pirouette. He's going to be able to get the trade at least, but pressure going on the side of Venice.
Yeah, it is definitely a good sign from FKOP that they are starting to hold their own a bit. But that last game, I mean, that was a retaliation and match point now, if I'm not mistaken, is the best of fives. The Mainland China Monthly Finals, however, and the knockout phase for the group stages were best of threes. So one thing just to mention, because players certainly might not be used to playing those best of five stages, and FKOP certainly could be something which they could use to their advantage. And you're right, it is heavy metal there on that Meg side of things. See the knockback there for the Carl. Quite interesting star power. Probably, I would say, the lesser of them to have their faces shown for the majority of regions. But good taps there on the Meg, getting straight back into Mecha, keeping the pressure on. As FKOP now pushing forwards in a nice fashion. They have struggled a bit more so and showed a bit more signs of nervousness when it comes to those goal scoring opportunities. Venice showing a lot more flair and confidence when it comes to them, and actually kind of like almost, you know, taking risks, which is kind of an interesting thing to see, and always leads to some great moments as well. But I want to see FKOP start to secure themselves a bit better when it comes to these goals.
Yeah, they had the pressure there, but just the taps coming in on the side of Cole, relieving a little bit of pressure on his side of things. He's looking for a good opportunity. He gets a lot of slices, and now he can look to try and make the play, but Meg gets the swipe in. Now Cole on 40 HP. Meg's going to try and make a play, but I think that's probably a bit too aggressive unless his teammates are going to back him up, which they eventually are. The 3K, you should be able to save him, but no! That's going to be the goal for FKOP, and with 30 seconds left, that is disastrous for Venice. They could be losing this set, and We know how momentum is in Brawl Stars, but that's going to be the flying hook in and the protective pirouette. Manages to get the takedown. Meg with a really important save right here. 15 seconds left. Fenix needs to go now.
Oh, that's a great takedown, but you're right. It was a fantastic defense. Mid-cap, though, may have just opened up some space if he can get the super shot through, but Story's getting aggressed heavily. So on that right-hand side, a nice Bruce Bear from Aaron will seal it, and that is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, a set going the way of FKOP, which, like I say, I'm absolutely loving, as that is the first back and forth that we've really had so far today. They'll be then taking it to a 2-1 at the very least, and you know, not necessarily sure, like in defense of there on the side of their opposition, whether they were kind of like, you know, just taking it a little bit too easy potentially there. Yeah, that will be a game going the way of FKOP. Fenix looked very confident, no doubt about it, but just maybe left a few too many opportunities wide open for FKOP there, and they were definitely a bit, you know, vulnerable to the mark, a little bit sluggish, no doubt about it, but they did pick up their confidence with some good defensive measures. They were able to pull up a game and a set, and I think that's a really commendable thing to do, because Fenix, in my opinion, are looking actually a bit stronger, if I'm not mistaken, on this opportunity here. Let's just watch this back. It's beautiful stuff there from Doki Doki, and if that had landed, that would have been unbelievable.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been really good. If anything, I just think they overcomplicated it. I feel like they didn't really need to do that. If they would have just kept to the basics, they probably would have just scored there. So for me, I just think confidence and probably underestimating the opponent a little bit probably comes into play here. But I also like how FKOP went about it. Like, of course, like in terms of compositions, I wouldn't have really liked theirs in a sense, but with unbreakable walls and the pressure that Nita and Ems can get behind a wall with so much HP, I liked it. Like, Stu was popping off in some ways, but, you know, once they pushed up, it's really hard for a Stu and a B to really get the good pinches in. So, if anything, I think it's good team play from FKOP as well. But, I don't know. I still feel like Fenix are going to close that in the next set just because of how convincing the other sets was. Maybe Brawl was just FKOP's best game. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I would be tending to agree with you for sure. I mean, it's kind of hard to assume anything else, to be completely honest. Just simply when you look back through the history of Fenix and kind of what they've achieved, and, you know, they just double checking, but they didn't drop a set to my knowledge in the monthly finals and the knockout group phase. Yeah, looking back through, they didn't lose a single set. You know, that's the first set that they've lost all season. I'm not necessarily too sure of their qualification kind of process to get to the monthly finals and how they operate, but certainly in like the places in the competition where it really matters, they haven't dropped a set. So for them, this is potentially one of those moments which could tarnish them a little bit, because they've never really been in this spot before. And FKOP, who didn't win a monthly final, but nonetheless did make it through the lower bracket stages of the group stage knockout phase. You know, they had a lot of pressure. I mean, they got swept by Fenix actually in that first upper bracket stage, going down to the lower bracket, but then they really came into their own and did get a 2-1 in the final stages of it, which could have been quite disastrous for them, but nonetheless, going into double switch, it seems then for Gem Grab up next. And again, the Edgar, the Tick, the Max, I'm just trying to make sense of kind of whether these are kind of used brawlers by the players, or favorite brawlers, or you know, or favorite game modes as well. We see a Brawl there, but everyone's got Gem Grab. So I mean, if this is if anyone obviously speaks Mandarin in the chat, feel free to share the knowledge and share the wealth with the viewers. But if this is, for example, just saying like, you know, their favorite mode, then we could be in for a spicy round of Gem Grab.
Yeah, I mean, if 5 out of 6 like Gem Grab, then surely it's going to be a close one, I'd imagine. But I don't really imagine seeing Edgar and Mortis come into play here.
No.
There's a lot of Edgar. I know Edgar is a popular brawler, I would say, on the less competitive side of Brawl Stars. So maybe a bit worrying if you're reading into that. And of course, he's only got 13,000 trophies, but I'm guessing, you know, Story probably is, in terms of when I'm like looking at each player, I think Story is my favorite player so far on the side of Fenix. Just his Cold Tech seems to be it, except for that one kind of flashy play. I think like he doesn't have 13,000 trophies unless he's doing a semantic where...
Give me the semantic, that's what came to my mind immediately.
Yeah, he could be doing a semantic where all his brawlers are like 0 trophies and he just wants to flex, but...
The man is a scrim warrior, you know?
Yeah, literally.
Well, you know, one thing I've got to feel is like that for the most part, like at least looking back into different versions of the game, which obviously, you know, mainland China are slightly behind on that front. They had a good knowledge of what was our kind of previous season's meta, and banning the right things. A lot of Shelly use, as we'd like to see as well. You know, even a couple of months ago, it's kind of weird to think back as to how long Shelly's been kind of in that state, for sure. Definitely a speed nerf would go a long way. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Superstar, if you're listening.
Wink, wink.
Yeah. But I think for me, though, so far, I think Venice have definitely displayed the most flair of any team that we've seen today. This is obviously just our second matchup, but there's only 4 teams that are going to be competing at this stage of the competition. In this double elimination bracket, first place will get a world spot. So I'm sure many teams around the world looking today to see kind of potentially their competition. Going back to that Mortis pick as well, and well, the Mortis icon that we saw against one of the players in Double Swoosh. I think it was actually Angel Woods did pick a Mortis the other day in the SPS on Double Swoosh, and it got some moments of flair, but didn't quite really get the consistency that was needed. But I'm just saying, I'm all down for a Mortis in Double Swoosh. That would be a great thing to see. But yeah, I think a Hank ban here is probably what we are going to see for sure. We've seen pretty much Hank banned in every map, and again, I'm sure many of the chat kind of wondering why that's the case, but going back to when Hank was first released into Brawl, that's basically where we're at in terms of this version. The indestructible walls in Brawl don't go down, and Hank being banned every map would lead me to believe that Hank's kind of like one of those brawlers that's just been out for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, the previous Hank, he's just playable everywhere. Even on Shooting Star, I've seen this guy being like the best brawler. So yeah, I can safely presume that he's probably in his previous state. But for me, in terms of what I've been noticing in terms of the meta, like of course it is the older meta, but I've obviously been seeing a lot of Meg, which is justified. Meg in her previous form was easily one of the best brawlers in the game for sure. And well, I'm just looking into my camera, I was like, wow.
Just keep it in your toes, man. Just keep it in your toes.
Don't worry, I'm on my toes. Don't you worry. But as I mentioned about Meg, like in her previous form, she was just so good into everything. Like as a mid in Brawl Ball, as a mid in Gem Grab, Double Swoosh probably not her biggest play field or playground, but definitely one that we could be seeing. But it's actually going to be Heist. So yeah, a little bit of a miss.
Bridge too far, by the way. I just caught it as it came on the clean feed. Bridge too far, and they are banning Hank there as well. So makes a lot of sense. I think Hank can have a lot of pushback potential, and getting into that mid, I think that when Hank was in his prime, I mean, it sounds weird to say he's only been out for a month and a bit, really. You know, double Hank bans. Not too surprised to see B as well as the Grom and the Colette as well as the Body. Kind of good bans for me, actually. Would quite like to potentially see an 8-bit coming into play here. Always was one of my favorite kind of brawlers to have, and the B ban very, very crucial. Max can have some great moments on this in terms of aggression. I think Wall Break as well going to come into play with Brock or something else. Piper's a bit of a riskier pick, one that I don't necessarily mind, but can really struggle on defense here, but also can pretty much just decimate the entirety of the mid. And yeah, Max is coming in, Brock already picked, so some good ideas already being displayed so far in this draft.
I like the Max idea. Like against Max in previous form, by the way, like Max was really strong, like top 5 brawlers. So, and especially against the Brock, I think they've got a good understanding of the meta. I think that is the one matchup, you know, in particular. Like if they go a Brock, I'd be looking to go a Max because, of course, you've got the extra movement speed, wiggling in and out of the Brock shots easily. It's a no-brainer, especially on a map like Bridge to Far. So it seems they've got a decent grasp of the meta. In terms of this map, I quickly forgot the bans emails just on my screen right there. But definitely, like you mentioned, Piper good. Meg would be insane on this map for sure.
Meg, yeah.
Colette is a brawler that's good on Heist. You know, it's a little bit weird on it. I mean, if we go to Piper, Colette is banned, so we don't even need to worry about that. But if we go to Piper, so Piper is, I would say, a bit stronger in the previous meta. I think Piper has definitely decreased in viability, in my opinion, but I'm all for it. On a map like Bridge to Fly, it's pretty easy to hit your Piper shot, especially if you're just going down the middle lane. like surely you can connect Piper shots pretty easily. And we see the Pam in retaliation to both the Piper and the Max, which I do like because there's so much HP. You know, Max can't really deal with a Pam too much if it's really aggressive. You know, if Piper misses a few shots, then a Pam can overwhelm for sure. And for me, they go over Lola. I was gonna say, like, but they've been liking Nicole recently. We could be seeing Nicole last pick, maybe even the side of FKOP.
Yeah, Carl or maybe Bell as well would cancel really nicely into the Lola and the Pam and the healing station as well. I think that so far I quite like the draft. I think 8-bit now's a bit off the cards with the Max pick, which is a solid first pick there to be seen. But you know, welcome to the other side, Spen. This is where, you know, we get to talk through having knowledge of previous meta drafts and get grilled by the Twitch chat, who's absolutely going to be telling us that we're wrong. But this is a former build of Brawl, guys. Pretty much when Hank came into the meta and was a real force to be reckoned with. Cold spicy. It's definitely spicy. I don't know whether it's good. It depends definitely as to whether it's in the right hands. That's the thing. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing it. I believe on the side of Venice that was on the left. And, you know, if they can line up shots, I mean, there's nothing greater to be seen than a Colt on a bridge too far. I mean, that's going to be... It'll be a testament to the mechanics and the skill of their team. And as FKOP have shown already today that they've got some resilience behind them, haven't they? They've been able to claim back a set, which was more than we could say for Lena Bell earlier today. But going into then this set, so who gets the early advantage?
Yeah, it's the Colt on the side of FKOP. Let's see if they can connect the shots onto the Pam. That's going to be a great homemade recipe onto Pam to get Pam pretty weak. Colt needs to hit the connections, and he does get the kill. Max on the other side of things getting some really good pressure. A few shots raining in on the safe, getting down 8%. A good Piper wall break as well. The more open it is, it's going to be easier for Piper to pinch on the right-hand lane. Colt goes in on the Pam, doesn't get the kill in time. A bit of a wasted gadget as well from the Piper. We see Lola win the Max matchup as well, and the shots are already raining in on the side of Venice with Lola. In a Max matchup, it's going to be pretty hard for a Max to really push back into that one. Brock with some all-important taps, and he can keep raining the damage in pretty safely. Uses the rocket laces to get away, get into that Pam turret. The Max actually winning a matchup on the left-hand lane. That is something I did not expect. He's looking to pinch onto the Pam right here, and now they're going for the base race on the left-hand side. Yeah,
I like it. I mean, one player goes down, but leaving still Aaron, as well as the Piper on the safe, connecting shots, but it's very, very close. And meanwhile, Doki Doki's been getting some good taps, and that Incinerary on the safe as well goes a long, long way. Mid-cap on the left-hand side, using the Eco as well, going to get some additional damage at the back of things. It's a big, meaty mid-push potential here for Venice. And I don't know whether... Oh, that's a nice homemade recipe just in the nick of time there for FKOP. Going in now, Team Wipe again, but they can't really get to the safe. Respawns in, are going to soak up a lot of the damage. This is a very aggressive phase shift that's not going to go too far. The Piper shots are going to be good, but they've got to hold this mid-control. It's going to be a tough thing to do.
Only 11% lead with 50 seconds left, and now the Lola Ego comes into play, trying to keep the enemy team at bay. The Pam turret coming to tank a lot of the shots. Probably a little bit wasted, and a good tap from Piper, but the Lola Ego is going to town right here. It's tanking so many Piper shots. The Colt's going pretty weak. The can't seem to finish off the kill, but it doesn't really matter. The damage is raining down. The Brock super to hand, and now this Max needs to defend the Brock, or else the game's going to be over. But the other side of things, the Colt is raining down the damage. Now 1% left, and they're able to take the game in the end. This is a lot spicier than I thought, Orc.
Oh, I like that. I love that. I mean, that was so close, wasn't it? Genuinely. I mean, I like the fact that we saw that ability to defend there, and the quick decision-making from that Max, because you really have to do that when you could you know, sort of think through, you know, what's the priority at hand, you know, and you can just see how close it was with the 3% left on the safe. Good decision making there from FKOP, but the lead up to it was definitely a scary one. But they are starting to whittle down Venice, and that's a scary prospect. Certainly, FKOP here are the underdogs, no doubt about it in my mind. But this resilience they started to show, you know, going in from that third set where it could have been all over for them, is looking great. One game away now from tying things up completely in the sets, which would be a huge result. But Venice are not going to give it to them easy, no doubt about it. And I think in terms of comp, slightly better, slightly more reliable, certainly. And if they can really then make that known, then definitely see a tie up in this set. But good take down there from Story on the right-hand side. Might get healing station as well, which will cause a problem. The Piper just kind of leaving the situation there. Healing station goes down. This will be a bad spot here for FKOP.
Yeah, I like how the Piper was just trying to ignore the situation, but he can't ignore it.
It wasn't going away.
Yeah, it wasn't going away. The big beefy Pam, you can't do anything about that. But now 50% coming down on the safe, 60%, 30% left. A lot of damage raining down for Venice, and FKOP just can't even get a sniff at the moment. They're all the way back into spawn, but we see a max speed come into play. Let's see if we can get some damage to hand, but it's definitely really good from Story here. He knows he's got the damage lead. The Pam turret going onto the safe with the damage gear activated as well. The damage is going to be raining in, and that's surely going to be Venice taking this high set. That is a lot more what I was expecting. Literally 1% dropped on their Heist safe. So now this is match point for Venice. So yeah, FKOP really need to win this one, or else they're going down to losers.
Yeah, that was a convincing turnaround, wasn't it? I mean, the first game, very back and forth, down to the wire, a couple of percent in it. Second game, just a lot more of a dominant and fairest. Venice learned so heavily from that loss, and clearly very competitively driven. You don't want to see it happening again. They know that it's about the early control, and they're doing a pretty decent job of establishing it. A few missed Piper shots here, though, and a couple into the wall. Some signs of nerves potentially here for FKOP. Story's going to be absolutely on this safe. Doki Doki is making a decision to go on the defense. I wouldn't have minded an offense there myself, but with that clear up there, and the second to follow from mid-cap, this is now looking like Venice might be in a position to even tie up right here, right now.
Yeah, they're looking for the damage right here. Pam was spawn trapping the Piper all the way in spawn, was just hilarious to me. And you did make some good points. In fact, that Brock should have probably just gone for the damage, but that's going to be the good pinch out. By the way, the Colt is using Slick Boost. I was just about to say, he's had some good jukes all game and just gets triple tapped by the Brock in the end. Max uses Super, trying to dodge a lot of his Pam shots. Does pretty well. Somehow doesn't get a kill with Piper with the returning fire. That's going to be 2 members down on the side of Venice. A great bullet storm on the side of the Colt. And he's been doing pretty decent. I've been seeing him kind of running into the face of the opposition and kind of auto-aiming them down. But if it works, right? Especially because Colt isn't really in the best of spots. But he's going to get pinched down pretty heavily. The Pam turret coming to help the Lola so far. Brock winning the max matchup, which you don't see too often. Now the Super is going to be raining onto the safe. The Ego as well. And is all but over because the spins are coming in. Lola on the safe. They're just prolonging things. And Venice, they're going to be making their way to the winners final. I mean, it wasn't as convincing, to be honest, as it seemed. Maybe confidence, like they was overconfident in the end. I liked what I saw from KOP. Definitely a lot closer in the first one. But Venice, they reign supreme as we probably presumed.
Yeah, I've got to say, you know, I mean, clearly Venice are a very competent team, great mechanics, and maybe in Brawl Ball they just kind of got a bit trigger happy on things and just left a few open opportunities. And then in Heist, we saw the resolve, didn't we, of FKOP in that first game, but it was a very, very close game following that, you know, not so much, and a good solid victory for Venice. The first set that we've seen dropped though by a team that came out on top today, and it was a much cleaner run of things there on the side of United at Trick of China. But again, the question there was, you know, pretty much like, will they put as much to the test? I would say that for me, FKOP looked a better opposition for Venice than we kind of saw from Lena Bell, who faced United Trick of China earlier today as well. I'll take a quick look at the next matchup as well as to what we've got in terms of the schedule. It's the match 1 loser versus match 2 loser as well. So that would be Lena Bell from match number 1, and of course FKOP from what we've just witnessed. So looking ahead and predicting from what you've seen so far, Sven, are we kind of in line in that thought process, or do you kind of see something in Lena Bell which you think might give them something to bring to the table here?
I know we didn't really got to see 3 sets. That's the thing that we've got to consider. Maybe they're better in some other game modes that we've not seen yet. That could be one thing that could be going Lena Bell's way. But in my opinion, from how I saw this going into the monthly final, and just also well, the actual grand final, and how things have played out, I thought Venice was the favorite out of everyone. And then for FKOP to put up a pretty decent fight, I would say, something I did not consider. I just see FKOP being a bit too strong for Lena Bell. But I think after this one, the loser will be going home, so pretty much everything to really play for here. They haven't got a chance to really think about what happened in the last games. It's like do or die right now.
Yeah, it really is. After this match that's coming up next between Lena Bell and FKOP in the lower bracket, we're going to be going over to United TOC and Venice to determine the first grand finalist. And of course, again, prize money's at stake, but the big bucks is really where the World Finals spot and the LCQ spot land, and that'll be going to first and second place in that grand final of the day. But certainly some great stuff, primarily from United TOC, and of course they're from my brain's going blank, from Venice. Sorry, we got up at 5 a.m. guys, just to kind of fill that one in. We might look wide awake with all the lights, but certainly our brains are we're still waking up. Yeah, for me, I think that's gonna be a banger matchup actually, United TOC versus Venice in that upper stages. But remember, one of them is gonna be going back down to the lower bracket again, so we are gonna see potentially even like a rematch happen later on in today, as we're going into a break on stream in, well, at least in the mainland China side of things. But up next, yeah, Lena Bell versus FKOP. You know, predictions wise, you know, put a number on it, Ben. Where's your kind of head at?
I would only really lean probably 60% in favor of FKOP.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, I'll probably, so far, I know we're literally basically seeing nothing of Lena OP in the first game, but I don't know, like maybe Tricochana could be a lot stronger than we're kind of putting out. Like, because Venice, they could nearly drop 2 sets. They could have dropped that heist set. I know Venice picked things up towards the second and third game of the heist, but the first game was quite alarming to me. I feel like, Lena Bell could be a lot stronger than we're kind of putting out. But again, it's one of those things where we kind of haven't got too much backstory on it, just the way the kind of things built up before this. There wasn't too many matches to really see the head-to-head. You know, typically in other regions you can see, oh, this team faced up against this team in 1 month, but after you reached the top 4 of 1 monthly final, you just automatically made it to the elimination stages. So there's not too much to really go off in terms of rivalry and how they faced up in previous matchups. But at least when we get to see the first set, I think normally I get a good idea of who is the favorite.
Yeah, I think those early moments do tend to say quite a lot, don't they? And kind of, you can just kind of see a little bit of an inkling at least, and then it comes down to the resolve. Looking back through the monthly finals that we did see actually in the grand finals, Lena Bell take on FKOP of day 2 of June, and it was Lena Bell that came out on top of a 2-0, so that kind of goes into a little bit as to what you were saying as well. But again, that was the best of 3. You know, I think that might play a big factor here, and for FKOP gaining that first set, you know, we didn't see it kind of follow into a second, but then nonetheless, we did see a bit of a lift, a bit more hope from their side of things. But certainly, I think this is going to be a very close matchup. I'm still going to side a little bit on the side of FKOP myself. I like the way that they kind of stood up to the might of Venice. Again, it's an early morning, guys. And I kind of feel like Venice looked a bit stronger to me than United TOC that match number 1. But like you said, in the early outsets, we'll kind of get a bit of an indication as well. And when you kind of seen so little of the teams, and sometimes, 2-0 scorelines don't necessarily say the full story as to what happened behind the scenes.
Yeah, best of 3s are a scary prospect a lot of times. I'm kind of glad that's kind of been removed in a sense from monthly finals, because it is scary. Because literally. Because 1 set, and then it's like, oh, well, we can't make any more mistakes because 2, and it's done. It's pretty simple, but best of 3s is pretty hard to make a comeback in that sense. So I like the best of 5 format for sure. And maybe this is where it favors FKOP, because we clearly saw, to be honest, like in the first set, I think it was very convincing, wasn't it, for Venice? And then FKOP slowly got into things in Brawl, in Heist. So maybe best of 5 does favor FKOP. And I was quite surprised that you mentioned it was 2-0 on the side of Bell. I mean, that was something I weren't really expecting in terms of behind the scenes. I would have probably expected FKOP to win that matchup in the past, but maybe they've improved since then. Maybe they've done their research, maybe they've done their draft analysis on all the other regions, and draft is still important, especially in China.
Absolutely so, and I've been quite impressed so far with the drafts that we've been seeing, pretty much. No doubt ridiculed in the chat, but for the reason of the fact that this is a different build of the game. I think if you go back a month and a bit, this is pretty much what we were seeing for the most part around the regions. Meg being Ray Rife, I mean, Hank being banned, although I think Hank kind of landed in a bit of a space between the time of early release and not being playable in the BSC and then kind of receiving that patch. So I feel like they're just getting towards that stage of those balancings coming into order. But a lot of Meg, a lot of B. This is kind of what we'd come to expect really of a meta of this time. Played out pretty well. Some aggressive brawlers as well. Max as well, really making a mark. And Stu coming in a great deal as well. looks like the players as well are already on the stage. They may have been getting involved when the advertisement break was there for mainland China. Coming in now, though. And yeah, let's kind of see whether we might be seeing a bit of an inkling as to what the map, or mode at least, for the first set might be.
Now, I would say that as well, momentum has to be on the side of FKOP in a sense that they got a bit more like, I felt that I was a lot more comfortable. They've got a set win, nearly got 2 set wins. So although they've just literally come on the back off their feet, I think momentum would favor them as well, in my opinion, just because they're probably feeling a lot more confident. On the side of things, we see Lena Bell also on the red side, I believe, which for me could definitely cause a ruckus here, just because of the previous 2-0. But I'm interested to see what map is actually first, because then we can get an idea of the meta. And like you mentioned, like I like the aggressive nature of this region for sure. Like they're going the max, they're going Cole, they're going aggressive brawlers. It's just not all control. We've seen some aggressive pan plays as well. I did like what I've seen so far, because you know, in previous years, especially when I was a pro trying to analyze the China meta and kind of a lot of uncertainty, they weren't really going the most meta picks. They weren't really going what I thought was meta. But right now they are pretty much. And as even Janet, like at the beginning, we were like, oh, Janet, she's been nerfed. But now we know that it's an older build. Janet in her previous form was like one of the best brawlers. So I think they're pretty in tune with the meta.
Yeah, I do as well. I really do. So this is going to be the rotation. So knockout, brawl ball, gem grab, and then we're going to be going into hot zone and heist. And again, the map pool is randomized, guys. So for knockout, the map pool for knockout is going to be Goldum Gulch, Bell's Rock, and Out in the Open. So one of those 3 maps, and then off to brawl ball, and then gem grab following that. For brawl ball, we got backyard ball, pinhole, punt, sneaky fields, and for gem grab, hard rock mine, gem grab, and double swoosh. And we'll see we get to the 4th and 5th set after that, as we go into our draft yet again. But yeah, I completely agree, honestly, Spen. Like, I think the draft has been pretty solid, and I think that that's a great sign for me. Kind of missed that. Was that Bell's Rock? I couldn't quite catch it. Bell's Rock. Yeah. Okay, going into that one then. And I think realistically here, probably going to see a Hank ban at some point. Tick obviously high up on the priority listings of side of blue, but no, I think wall break throwers as well here got to be considered quite heavily. And yeah, Brock going to be banned for that reason, which I really do quite like. Grey ban as well. These are really good decision makings that we're seeing on both sides of things. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a Macy pick here, because we saw it earlier today, but Hank, Tick, and Shelly ban on the other side of things. So Brock, RT, and Grey banned out on the side of blue, but we did see them hovering over Tick as well. So there's clearly some good communication going on there, because surely some of the team said, like, look, I mean, that's maybe a better pick to leave to that team. We've got this side of the coin toss. Makes a lot of sense. But still some throwers will be available. You know, Sprout certainly up there, and could be the idea for blue to consider that, considering that they're banning out the Brock. Brom going to be coming in first. It's a great thrower choice as well, which is a bit of a safer pair of hands than the Sprout. But certainly, I mean, doubling down could be terrible if they choose to get it or have the opportunity to get it in the eventuality of no wall break. But Bell, Jean potentially as well can have some good results with the healing puffs. You can see what they're thinking there already. Carl and Gus, good stuff. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Piper's definitely a bit risky though for me.
Yeah, Piper isn't what she used to be, even in the previous build of the game. I didn't really like the Piper pick. Only really a counter pick option for me. But we go with a Grom. I'm pretty sure they went Grom last time as well, so it's clearly a comfort pick. I mean, Grom probably is, I don't know, it's hard between him and Sprout, who is better. Normally it's just typically what you favor the most. I think Grom probably has potential to make the biggest impact on the game, but to go with a Bonnie return, which I really love on this map. Recently on Power League and just been watching competitive, Bonnie on Bell's Rock has been a menace. Like, even brawlers who I thought would typically counter her, you know, like the Bells, the Pipers that can somewhat counter her in the cannon form. I just think one good Sugar Rush, you can get so much pressure. So I'm looking for some good aggression on the side of FKOP if they want to make that Bonnie work, getting some good utility out of Sugar Rush. And probably, I would, safe to assume, yeah, Sprout. Literally, I was about to mention, safe to assume they're going to go a Sprout to pair with that, and they go with a Piper. This is looking pretty risky.
It is a bit. I mean, Sprout, Bonnie. I mean, Bonnie's a great pick here. Sprout certainly, but you've got Grom Bombs, you've got Piper Jumps. There's a lot that can break open the map. I mean, Piper immediately is going to just have a great time with things, and it's going to come down to that control that they're able to establish realistically, and over time as well, and knock out that, you know, the map's going to change a great deal into the later stages. So the early game is going to be so important here on the side of red. This battle coming in, yeah, good, nice to see. We have seen a little bit of reverse polarity coming in today, but I think I can see their nest egg being the gadget. But both are pretty decent, to be honest, on this map. I don't mind either or. I can get some good value. Third and final pick coming in, and I would like to see something a bit more control based for the side of red, just simply looking at the amount of range. Maybe Gene is what they're thinking, or B. But Nanny, okay, I don't mind it. It's certainly one of those brawlers that can get some good value, but again, the follow-up is always the key, and sometimes, you know, it makes Nanny look a little bit inferior on this particular map if you haven't got that that aggressiveness to follow up, get the kills, make it that 3 versus 2 or 2 versus 1. But the peep's got to land. It can also break though, which is a good thing to have, especially when you're up against your opposition side of things. If they're going to be opening the map to make their comp stronger, then you kind of want to utilize that better with the peeps to be able to have more maneuverability.
I like the Nanny pick. It's a pretty risky option, but you mentioned it perfectly. The fact that you need the follow-ups, but if anything, I kind of like the matchup, like against the Piper and the Bell. If you can connect those peeps at the right moment. Okay, Bell's not using the shield gears, so that could be one weakness that I'll definitely try and exploit if I was on the side of Bell Luna, sorry. But yeah, we see some taps coming in. The Grom already pushing it on back. We can see as well, like, taps coming in from Bonnie. It's definitely a matchup that I'm looking at. The gadget just goes straight into the wall though. Now we see the Sugar Rush being popped, getting the pressure onto the Piper in the corner. But that's a fantastic Grom takedown there with the gadget being popped, getting 3 swift shots. There's nothing he could do. And now in a 3v2 scenario, it's looking pretty likely to me that blue team are going to take this one.
Yep, KOP in the blue, looking in a very, very good spot for me. It comes fresh off the back of a game. Remember, Lena Bell with the first match of the day. Well, that's a nice little Grom bomb. And 2 versus 1 now. Could be winnable potentially here. I mean, Nanny's got so much damage output, but the Piper Jump, it's hard to see how they can realistically do much. So weird seeing the pink gas. All for it, though. Definitely a bit of a different thing to the eye of what I'm used to. But yeah, that is going to be the whistling down of that Nanny. FKOP will get the first round. And good way to start. Got the Piper Jump to hand as well now, and can start to open things up more. If Aaron gets in, Peep going to go down the left-hand side lane. Coming back around now. Only going to serve to break, and that's actually only going to help FKOP.
Yeah. If anything, well, we see the reverse polarity actually come into play as well. They're liking it. They're like,
yeah,
I mean,
they do.
But I don't know if it's the most valuable in a sense. Like, just seeing it kind of wasted there. But we see again the reverse
wasted twice.
I don't know. They're just trying the maths, but it's just not mathing at the moment. It's just go into space every single time. You see the taps coming in. Bonnie's getting pretty weak so far. Nanny's trying to get that peep, especially if they're looking to take the second and the third game as well. Brom trying to get some shots in, trying to build up his super. We see the Belmont go onto a Nanny. That could be influential for the final battle for sure, because Nanny's going to be very weak to any shot that comes her way. The Sprout will come into play, which isn't really going to do the most in terms of blocking off, because, you know, Grom's anyways going to have the ability to shoot over the wall. We see the takedown onto Bonnie, though. The Piper jump into the face of Sprout, which I kind of like. Ooh. It's a little bit weird to see, but liking the Sprout wall actually nearly helping him in the end. But FKOP managed to clutch things up. That was a spicy play. At first, I was about to scream, like, what was he doing? But then I thought, you know what? That's actually kind of big brain.
Interesting stuff. As I think it's FKOP taking the first game, if I'm not mistaken. Again, it's very early here, guys, for us. But yeah, I've been looking forward to today for quite a while to see kind of like how mainland China have been faring, and for the most part, honestly, I'm pretty impressed as to their sort of ability to draft and knowledge of the meta. Again, this is a different version of Brawl in terms of updates. They're definitely behind a couple, as we've seen noticeably in some of the choices with that draft, but consistent choices, and also things like the walls not going down in Brawl Ball, on the indestructible walls not going down in Brawl Ball. Let's take down there. Makes it 2 versus 2 now. Connections from the Grom, though, has to swap away. Might have been better to stay with the Bonnie, but Aaron could choose to break. I think better to go down here, maybe not try and feed, go to the gas. Yeah, I think that's what he's thinking, just trying to keep his distance with that Bonnie. Doesn't want to give any utility over. So, yeah, good decision making there for me, and they'll go back into this next round and try to make it a bit fresher.
That's what I'd like to see. Not feeding those supers. I was kind of worried about he would feed supers, and wow, Bell just surviving on 336 HP. The Nanny people literally charged that super for an extra second. That would have been the kill, and especially without that shield gear. See the Piper jumping into this route. Okay, that is very questionable, but somehow it's paying off. What on earth is going on? He's able to get the kill and survive. I mean, maybe this is some Piper tech that we're kind of missing out on. The radio check coming in, unfortunately missing out on the Grom. He's probably going to go down to Sprout, but Nanny Peep missing, but Piper's going to be able to get the kill onto Sprout. Now it's a 2v1 scenario. This is one of the messiest games of Knockout, and we see the reverse polarity. Probably a bit of a wasted gadget, in my opinion. 2v1 scenario shouldn't really be looking to utilize any gadgets, in my opinion, but they get the round win in the end, and that's all that matters.
I'm going on the aggressive as Piper. You love to see it, just going straight into the action without caring the world. But comes out on top. I mean, that's the thing you can't deny. I mean, it's kind of difficult, I guess, when you're a Sprout and those close ranged scenarios to really come out on top. Definitely a risky play. I think that's what I'm seeing with FKOP. They are certainly more aggressive, sometimes a little bit outlandish in their approach, but if it works, it works. Pop in the gadget then on the side of the body. Missed mark as well on the side of FKOP. And Aaron just hinting towards super there, just as to whether he wants to use it or not. I think pretty much just to have as a bit of a bait. There's a nice pickup there as well, though, onto the Sprout to make things a little bit easier to handle. Good taps continue on the left-hand side, and the Grom bomb goes out. Radio check does secure it from the Grom. And then it's a 3 versus 1. So FKP, if I'm not mistaken, should be taking a set.
Yeah, I mean, that was what we kind of could, right? Just by seeing the gameplay. I know in the previous head-to-head that Dina Bell actually ended up winning 2-0, but I mean, from what we've saw with our own eyes, I can quite clearly see that FKOP probably the more favorable of the teams. Of course, that doesn't really correlate to always winning the sets, but I like what I'm seeing so far. The Piper jumps, I don't know, it's quite funny to me. Those are the type of Piper jumps I tend to do just if I'm kind of trolling or messing around. But you did make a good point. The fact that, like, the Sprout isn't the best in the close range. You know, if someone's weak, it's good to follow up with a kill. But more often than not, I just feel like it's too risky to jump in as a Piper. I've had too many bad Piper jumps to really want to really try it out on a big stage. But I'm all for it. I'm all for it for sure. But I love the Grom. By the way, definitely some good important kills with the radio check and also the Grom bomb following it in there. But from what I'm seeing, my eyes are quite pleased. I'm liking the meta and the gameplay so far.
Yeah, just a reminder, the loser of this match will be going home. It is the lower bracket round stages of today, and FKOP taking the loss as well as Lena Bell means that only one can realistically continue forwards to play the loser of our upper bracket match between United TOC as well as Fennis, our two favorites. We're not really too surprised to see them there, in all honesty, but I'm enjoying what I'm seeing between these two teams. Definitely a close battle, and again, some good choices being made when it comes to these drafts. You know, I didn't expect to see as much of an aggressiveness as we're seeing so far today on the side of Mainland China. I thought they'd be more control-based, so that's quite pleasing for me, because, I mean, aggressiveness is always fun to watch in Brawl and brings some good brawlers out of the woodwork as we go into our second set in this series. What was it from memory? It was either Brawl Ball or Gem Grab. I think I want to say it was Brawl Ball up next, which would be Backyard Bowl, Pinhole Punt, or Sneaky Fields. If it is Gem Grab, it's Hard Rock Mine, Gem Fort, or Double Swoosh. The maps are randomized in this competition, so players find out in the, well, I assume when they just arrive on stage pretty much, or whether that's just for the viewers, I'm not too sure, but they are playing in front of a crowd. So some nerves certainly have been spotted already today, some signs of hesitation. Okay, Brawl Ball it is. So Sneaky Fields will be the map. So draft coming in, and it looks like then, I believe blue side, if I'm not mistaken, was FKOP, so they got the first pick.
Sneaky Fields it's going to be a fun one. I like seeing this, and if I'm not mistaken, last time we kind of watched the VODs together, I think we've seen, yeah, we're going for the Janet band. Literally, it was the brawler I was going to pinpoint. Like, Janet is a brawler which is very control-based. Don't really see too much in our region at the moment. Of course, they're on an older build. I still didn't really see Janet too much in the old build on Sneaker Fields, but I guess they kind of appreciate the vision that she can put out on the field, especially with Drop the Base. We go to Barley and the Bee. So again, I've seen Barley on this map before by this region, which it can be strong in the right hands. But of course, I'm looking for that Ems or Nita, something like that. Tara probably isn't the best in the old build considering the damage, but Ems is definitely a brawler who I would be looking to pick up early on because she's really good with the speed. We saw already that was it FKOP? Yeah, FKOP really liked the Ems and pinhole punt last time around. So I guess then they're really liking that kind of aggressive high HP brawler that's good for presence and good behind walls.
Okay, well, yeah, and I like the fact that it's spoiler alerts from Spen. We VOD review together here. Kids on the same page, but yeah, it was a surprise, wasn't it, to kind of see the Janet. That's when we kind of first questioned, like, whether it was a different version of the game. So coming in, we sort of established that pretty quickly. And again, good to see the Shelly ban, the Hank ban. Tara's yet to be buffed as well, so if it's kind of where I think the Chinese build is in terms of the versions, Tara's the most recent buff, but maybe some of the gears might have been around. It's definitely tough to say. I would like to see it myself if it has got the pet power gear already in game, as it just brought Tara to life, and Sneaky Fields can just be a very solid map for it. But I feel like that Janet ban very warranted. The amount of value that she can provide within the bush can go a long way. But I'd like to kind of see a bit more of the shot of the draft, actually. There it comes back. Bo, bit weird for me. Nita, I quite like, actually. I think Spike is a relatively safe pick. It feels like, to me, on the side of Lena Bell, they're just kind of playing it very safe. I mean, the bear one's sure, the gadget pop can simply just eradicate walls very quickly, but, I mean, on the side of FKOP, very aggressive ideas, very suppressive ideas. Gus would be a great choice of mid as well, I feel. In the eventuality of that B ban. Max, even more aggressive. I love this. I think FKOP have got a great draft.
Yeah, the Max synergy with Nita and with Ems. They picked up Nita and Ems last time around in Brawl, so they clearly like those brawlers, and Max is a perfect synergy brawler. Also, in the old build, Max was one of the best brawlers in the game. So for me, it's a no-brainer. So on the side of Lena Bell, I don't know who they can really last pick into this, if I'm completely honest. Last time around, we've seen Venice pick a Carl into this, which really didn't work out. They picked the Stu. So, I mean, Stu can be good against Max, but not really the best in terms of getting mid-control. Not really the best with dealing with Bruce Bears. I didn't really like that. And also the bow. Like, again, I've seen this region go bow quite a few times on Sneaker Fields before in the past, and for me it's just never been my cup of tea in any build of Brawl Stars, even when bow was really meta. So definitely favor the FK OP, a lot more aggression, a lot more presence in the grass, and that's what you need on Sneaker Fields.
Yeah, Speed Zone, I guess, can bring something to the table. I feel like there's definitely more aggressive ideas. It feels like in that respect, Lena Bell are a little bit passive in their approach, and FKOP certainly taking more of a riskier approach, which I kind of respect. Let's see how they fare. I mean, the spike is good to have on the side of Lena Bell. If you're going to have a Stu, just kind of lock that one in early. Makes a lot of sense to me, but I feel like once this max speed comes into play, the spike shots are certainly going to have to land, and Stu might struggle a little bit against that Bruce Bear. That's my concern, and feeding a few shots into Aaron won't help on that front. But Gasser Hill in play as the star power choice for Lena Bell there as the mines go down, which will open up the mid quite considerably.
Yeah, but now see Aaron pushing to the left-hand side with Nita. Kind of falls back. I would like to see a bit more aggression. Max going down in the end, a great pinch from the bow and the Stu. And I kind of like it so far. I didn't really like the composition from Lena Bell, but breaking open the map could be the way to victory right here. Great Stu takedown as well. Unfortunately, does get phase shifted out by the Max, and now the pressure coming in with a solos max speed, which don't normally typically agree with, but I guess it's just trying to get as much pressure as possible. Another phase shifter coming in, so only one left for the late game. We see a takedown to the M's as well. When the more the map opens up, it definitely favor the red team for sure. Max speed going in, which isn't really going to get the most value. Bowmine's pretty much confirmed the kill. That's a full takedown with just one member left on the side of FKOP, and the Mine's looking to come in. Can Spike walk this one in? Opting not to go for it just yet, but the ball is in such a precarious position.
Yeah, the Mines as well. Really tough to work around there, and I think the Max was trying to see whether they could trigger it through the wall, but not going to happen. Quite a good play. Nice super as well over the top. Aaron going to go down, and that should be a goal scoring opportunity. Oh, that was a bit of an error, but nonetheless, Stu is there to back things up. Yeah, that was almost a bit of a throw there, to be honest, on the side of Lena Bell. Definitely some nerves coming into play, but nonetheless, they get the goal, and that's what's important. And with 25 seconds on the clock, FKOP are going to need some max speed to be able to push this ball forwards quickly.
They need better synergy with the M's for sure. M's has been doing nothing pretty much. Spike's been keeping her in the pocket whole game. The Bowmine's going to go down, and he's actually not using the stun stop power, but that's going to be a missed opportunity for FKOP. The ball's going into the corner, so learning off SK Gaming, absolutely beautiful gameplay right there, but they're able to get the round in the end, and I'm very surprised how dominant that actually looked. Like, I thought for me it was a no-brainer that the max composition is going to be better in terms of the synergy, in terms of pushing up the map. But, you know, Spike had M's on lock. Stu got a breakthrough on that wall, which made it pretty hard for Nita to push through. For me, I think we need to look for this Max to make like a breakaway play, especially on this bow, for any of his lanes to really get any sort of pressure. But you can see here, he's trying his hardest to get Spike up, but both members are pretty low right here. M's trying to sit behind the wall, but a good Spike super to flush her away. That's going to be Nita low. It's going to be M's low as well. That's going to be 3 members down for FKOP. It's looking disastrous, but they're looking to keep control. I'd have honestly would have hoped for a more aggressive nature there, because they got a score.
Yeah, looking back at the goal as well, or the missed opportunity rather for FKOP, I would like to have seen the Max just kind of pass the ball to the wall, use super, and just try to utilize a bit more of that just ability to bait some shots, to try to push the ball through. I can't remember whether they had the phase shift to hand or not, but nonetheless, Lena Bell looking much better in Brawl rather, as the team wipe is there. And now they're going to break the wall before the goal, because that would be a great idea to do. Oh, okay. Or just pass to the M's and allow it to be defended. Not sure on that, Lena Bell. I think that was a huge miss, and you know it.
Yeah, the M's ran through the Bowmine with max speed and still got hit. That is quite funny to see. But now we see FKOP maybe getting some momentum on their side of things. When a big mistake like that happens, typically the other team tend to score next. Just that's how fate kind of works in Brawl Stars for sure. But now we see an M super finally. Maybe she can use this to her advantage. Gets pretty much deleted from that Spike. Max speed to hand. Nita gets pinched out. Unfortunate for her. The Bowmines are coming in. A great max speed and a phase shifter, but probably a little bit too early for me. Now the M super comes into play, but just not the synergy we're really looking for. Pressure is definitely on FKOP here. Finally, they've got some map control.
Yeah, maybe FKOP there just getting a little bit ahead of themselves, a little bit frustrated just to not get anything in goal here, and would like to have seen a bit more of that aggressiveness in the final seconds of the last game, when it was not really going to matter either way. If they lose, they were always going to. And here we go now as a push coming from Lena Bell. Spike super then could lock down this mid. Bowmine's already out. Aaron just able to get away from that slow in time. Obviously would have been definitely falling victim to some of those mines. I don't think we've seen any sign of the gadget ready to instantly stun some of these mines yet. So that's just interesting to note, as that is a team wipe and surely going to be a goal now for Lena Bell. They won't mess this one up. And with 10 seconds on the clock, no time for FKOP to respond.
I'm really surprised by that one. Like, FKOP, they took Brawl last time around. I thought that was going to be somewhat of their best game mode, and that was just so dominant. They didn't really create a single opportunity. There was a few kind of chances, I would say half chances, to create a goal, but to be honest, that was perfectly played from Lena Bell in the end. And for me, I mean, they definitely made me eat my words, because I wasn't expecting the bow Stu to kind of work. Obviously, this is something in their meta which is just really strong, especially with the synergy breaking open a wall. I liked it in the end. They definitely played it well. A few questionable mistakes still, though. And like you mentioned with the gadget, Like, I was thinking the whole time they could have just pressed the gadget button, because I didn't really see the totem. They must have been using a totem gadget, right? Because there was so many opportunities to just break open the goal and score, and they were just waiting. And it literally messed them up in the end, because they passed to the M's and the M's cleared it up. But in the end, I felt like the matchups maybe were a bit too strong for Lina Bell, especially the Spike against like Nita and M's. Like, I know Nita and M's can be good on some maps with a lot of walls, but the only thing is, if there's no aggression to counter, like both Nita and M's counter tanks heavily, right? If they go with a Spike, for example, Spike's just going to shut down either lanes. So maybe a bit of drafting to kind of polish up on the side of FKOP.
Yeah, I was just so surprised to not see any tripwire on Bo. Like, I mean, there was, like you say, some perfect moments to do so, and they just didn't really kind of happen. And I didn't see any sign of Super Totem either, so just kind of a bit of a weird one. Now, this is Gem Grab, if my memory serves correct. Again, we started about 5 a.m. Here in the UK, so if it is, then we've got a good sign on our hands. It means that I have not lost it, and it is. Double swoosh, then it seems to be, and in the pool for Gem Grab, we've also got Gem 4 and Hard Rock Mine potentially on the cards today. And we were kind of speculating earlier whether these icons next to the players kind of indicate their map or mode rather of choice here. If so, 4 out of the 6 do prefer it. And yeah, again, with the brawler icons, not sure that that's like a preferred brawler or like just a brawler which they like. But either way, we tend to see Mortis being shown a great deal when Devil Switch comes up, Sven, but we haven't seen it once yet so far. We haven't really seen it banned out or anything kind of weird to necessarily assume that. Just kind of trying to read between the lines wherever we can. But certainly, this matchup being as tied up as it is, as Lina Bell really making a good stand in Brawl Ball and bringing things back under pressure. And they do have the coin toss here. It seems the draft coming in. Quick, swift ban there. Shelly, no thought process needed, was there? And Hank to follow up, and Crow. Again, if you are just joining us, welcome, of course. Today we'll be determining the World's Finals spot for Mainland China, as well as the last chance qualifying spot for second place, and the version of the game being a couple of updates back, as Hank very much a necessary ban, as much so as Shelly. Cordelius not yet in game. The most recent brawler is going to be Macy. We haven't seen her played out yet, which would indicate as well that in terms of her strength just prior to that buff. Crow, Carl, and Shelly banned on the right side of things as well. Crow being highly valued here. There's a great deal of brawler spend we can likely see here, especially with that double Crow and Shelly ban.
Yeah, I'm looking to see the likes of potentially B-Lane, Jean in the middle. Have they kind of grasped on... Yeah, I was going to say Penny was pretty good in the old meta.
Yes.
We have, like I was trying to mention, Mr. P, like, is starting to become meta in our region. Maybe they can value it here. Bo, I know you like it as well. Like, I remember a few casts where you really vouched for the Bow on this map. If it is double swoosh, it is really good. It's good at countering a lot of different meta mids, in my opinion, because the bow mines would, of course, destroy the grass for brawlers like Jean, so they can't sneak in the grass. And, you know, with brawlers with good turrets like Penny and Mr. P, it's going to destroy their walls, so they're not going to be able to get value out of it. So I like the bow, and also it can tank a Jean pool. So I think it's pretty much one of the best mids on this map for sure. One thing that I've noted as well in the back of my mind, I know it's probably, you don't really typically see too many tanks on this map, but I'm just yet to really see any tanks. I think I've seen like one El Primo, but that's maybe something that's just not really a part of their meta.
Because we could see Ash certainly on the side of Lina Bell, despite winning the set. But I mean, their final draft of the Stew, I mean, it wasn't the greatest in Brawl Ball, to be fair, against going into that Nita pick. And certainly there were other brawlers potentially available on the Takey side, but we haven't really seen any of that. A bit of a primo pick earlier in Split for Hot Zone. But I do love this bow into the Jean. You're absolutely right. I mean, just being able to just keep the Jean more at bay and keeping the positioning further away from the magic hand. I mean, I wonder whether Amber would be a good solid choice here to have.
Yeah.
Wow, the timing. Because now I wonder whether the mythic gear has still got that. Is it 20%? Was it back in the day? It was 10% than it is now of the mythic gear slow. Not too sure, but either way, I mean, a very, very solid pair of hands on this particular map always, and it's just going to eradicate more and more of that bush. But yeah, we are missing some aggressive ideas. You know, for the most part, we've seen Carl being banned out, which I thoroughly agree with. But I would like to see some some other brawlers coming into play here, which kind of, are, a bit more aggressive in nature, a bit more overthrowing and dominant when it comes to that position.
Yeah, one thing I'm considering is Janet Band. I think Janet is a good option on this map.
Yeah.
Previous meta, so sure it's good in their build. Squeak last pick could be okay into that. I mean, Otis isn't really... Otis is okay on double swoosh, but he hasn't got any tanks to go up against. I'm go with his Squeak, so I imagine this is actually pre-buff as well. So probably last time around I seen a Squeak, they actually used super sticky instead of chain reaction. But, Squeak was still a solid last pick, I would say. Like, he was still in the last pick kind of meta previously. So I consider both teams have a decent draft. I kind of favor the Bow Amber more just because of the fact that you've got double eradication, right? You've got the bone mines to destroy the grass and walls. You've got Amber to destroy any grass as well. And that map can be really overpowering, but it's all down to those gene pools, in my opinion, whether it can actually connect onto any of them. I'm interested to see how this one goes.
Yeah, I mean, Squeak has always been present, like you say, but I really do miss the super sticky. I mean, don't get me wrong, chain reaction now is in a very good place. I mean, it's pretty much the go-to, preferred by a lot of players and teams, but I still feel like the other side can just get a lot of value. An early sticky residue there on the right side for FKOP, and we'll go down there and leave a little bit of space for the Otis to maneuver, though, and that's not great. Aaron, though, is going to be tough here. Pinch between both the Amber and the Bow, and with no bush there either. Nowhere for realistically him to go, as the Gems are doing a pretty decent job of going to the pocket there of the Gene. But once these bow mines are able to be earned and then landed into that space, center mid, it's going to be very difficult unless we see a magic hand. There we go. So this is the chance realistically now for Lena Bell to bring this back. Aaron's low here. I mean, realistically, the Amber can go in a bit more aggressive than they are on that, but she's not to.
Squeak picks up the kill onto Bow as well, but I would like to see a lane swap because Ems, she's at least surviving, but not really doing too much. And somehow the Gems on the side of FKOP. I think all the aggression surely is on the side of Lena Bell. Oh, Gene Pool comes into play right there. That completely took me off guard right there. It was just so calm and collected, and then just across the map he's able to get the takedown, and just one more gem is all that's needed for this countdown in the end. It's so messy, but now the 10th gem going the side of FKOP. The countdown has started. Aaron's doing a really good job of just being aggressive and making sure he gets that cycle death in time, but 9 seconds left. They need to make it happen now. The Amber Fire going down, not going to connect onto anyone, and there's just too much HP protecting FKOP in the end. And that was actually, like, in my mind, I was thinking, well, surely Lena Bell are going to be able to get a good stronghold on the game, but probably a mistimed gadget there, maybe nerves coming into play. I feel like he had enough time to react to that one.
I'm kind of surprised because Lena Bell had some great positioning control elements to that game and just left very late to go on the aggressive. They seem to be more, I would say, out of the 4 teams today, the most passive of the teams, whereas FKOP, as we've seen time and time again already, just really do like to go on their aggressive ideas the majority of the time. But I think you've got to, especially on a map like Double Swoosh, just be a bit more assertive in your approach. And we saw that early bush break from Lena Bell on that left hand side. Aaron was pretty much redundant the majority of the game, but not able to make it count. That's kind of a battle that's won and lost in the mid for the most part, as the Gene will pick up the right hand side. Otis, he can land a pull here in the dark, finds with the vision gear, the Bow. Not going for the pull though. I would have gone for the pull there. I think there's enough HP with a lamp blowout certainly to survive that interaction, but playing it safe, as again, nerves on the stage. Ooh, yeah, well, as I'm saying it, that's not the greatest of pulls. You wanted to bring back the player, not the super totem.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really early super totem. Some of them really, maybe he had a bit of brain lag or something, but it doesn't really matter because they only need one more gem to secure things. That's going to be, I think, the last fat splatter on the side of Otis. Bo's being really aggressive. He has to pick up that gem, which I really do like, but they've got a big deficit to overcome. They need to get some lane takedowns, and quickly. Otis is going to be really weak in the end. Some good squeak connections. He can make sure that there's no one sneaking up, and now finally they should be able to start the countdown, because in a 3v2 scenario looking pretty good. They need this reset now with 15 seconds left, or else FKOP are going to be winning this set overall. And it's looking just really calm and collected for FKOP. They're literally sitting in the middle and just waiting things out. does connect the Amber Fire, which in the end, really close. I thought it was probably testing his luck a little bit in the end, but FKOP managed to claim the second set. Overall, pretty happy with their performance, but I feel like it's a missed opportunity for Lena Bell for sure.
They just weren't aggressive enough, you know, and didn't really make the most of those early game moments, except for the first one, which is why I was so surprised that they just didn't really, you know, just ensure more team wipes, because as soon as you get the side lanes taken care of, the Gene has to come back. And that's kind of, for me, where the battle was lost on the side of Lena Bell, because they've been more assertive and a bit more aggressive. You know, sure, they may have gone down a little bit here and there, and maybe they were worried about having to retake, but ultimately, you know, that's what you need to prioritize, really. The lanes in that map is where you've got to focus your attention first. And you know, I was surprised the comp wasn't a bad one at all, not at all for Lena Bell. And that, to me, is a good sign for me that they are still drafting very, very well under pressure. But in this knockout stage of the lower bracket, time is moving on for them. And with FKOP now 2 sets ahead to the one of them, could be the last set that we see from them today. As, yeah, in the lower bracket stages, you've got that last tournament live, but that is all. And I would say for the most part, this pool was, yeah. I don't know quite yet how they didn't see that was in line. I don't think it was the plan. I think they've already intended to get the player there, but yeah, it didn't look much better watching it back in the replay.
It wasn't flattering at all. I mean, that was probably a type of pull I would do nowadays. Like,
yeah,
definitely.
I will vouch.
I mean, maybe in my prime, I was a bit better than that, but that was disastrous.
No,
that's typically
just as bad then.
Okay, I can't even get a bit of flattery here. Come on. There's one brawler I can play. But like you mentioned about the lanes, like, I felt like when I look back at it, Amber had so much control. I think Ems was weak or pretty much one shot for nearly like a minute of that first game of that set. I just felt like Amber should have just gone forward. Like, maybe she's risking her life, but pressure is the name of the game in Gem Grab. Like, it's really underrated, as you mentioned. The lanes getting the pressure on a map like Double Swoosh, allowing the gem carrier to, of course, pick up those all-important gems. It was just a bit too passive. The Otis was doing his thing on the other side of things, getting good pressure with Squeak. Wasn't really getting the most takedowns, but he was definitely getting the pressure. But for me, Amber just way too passive. Maybe that's where kind of confidence and, of course, maybe being a first LAN experience might come into play. But, you know, like you said, you haven't got any time to ponder about things. And now we're jumping straight into Ring of Fire. And Ring of Fire can be, I'd say, more favored towards a weaker side, in my opinion, because you can definitely go with some spammier things, in a sense. Like, you could go like Bo, Penny, like these really toxic brawlers, and end up getting a lot of percentage. But I think this region definitely likes their Bo and Lou, from what I've seen before.
Yeah, Bo, Lou, and there's also a lot of Stu as well. They just like, it's probably the most aggressive brawler, the one that we've seen like the most frequently. In terms of mids, I think B certainly here has a great time of things. Bell as well, being banned out here. I think good reason there on the side of FKOP. Lou as well on the side of Lena Bell there, and the Shelly and the Carl as well. So yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing there. Certainly Squeak though on the side lanes could have a good run. He's not banned out in this instance. And Max as well was always a very good mid on Ring of Fire, especially in this version of the balancings. Again, if you are just joining, welcome, of course. This version of Brawl being around the time that Hank was not nerfed, basically, to put it in a nutshell. So everything that you've learned, post that time is no longer the case in this competitive circumstance. And I mean, it makes sense. I mean, if Mainland China are a little bit behind, everyone's under the same competitive circumstances, and that's what matters most. We are seeing some little hidden gems coming back in terms of their meta, which is quite nice to see. Yeah, Squeak first pick on the side of Lena Bell, so I like that for them. And Janet, as we were discussing earlier, being, I think, considered here, changed out to Spike. Oh. I actually don't like that. I think Janet was a better pick, and like they're tapping it now, almost realizing for themselves. Maybe they're going to be communicating it, changing some of the gears around. But I think because of how strong Janet used to be on Hot Zone and on Ring of Fire, that was a bit of a misclick for me.
I just don't like the Spike in this map. It can be good maybe if you're looking to counter, I don't know, if they're going like a Crow or even a Stu, maybe pretty strong. Yeah, Stu. But into a Squeak. That is probably one of the toughest matchups you could get as a Spike. Like, you've got a lot of HP for Squeak. Squeak can pretty much 2-3 tap a Spike from a safe corner. I don't know, not really the best. But we'll go to Bow in Retaliation, which clearly has been working before in this region. But this is the one probably map I would say, you know what, you can go a Bow. I kind of like it, only because of the fact that, of course, it's just so kind of funneled on this map. You don't have much space to move, so the bow mines are always going to get some pressure and some value. So we retaliate with a B, which personally I don't really like against a bow. Maybe if you're the much stronger player, then B's going to win that. But in, say, if both players were of equal level, I think bow would actually have the better matchup, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a real tough one, isn't it? I mean, max into the mines would have probably been better, to be able to sort of dance around them, trigger them, and just continue on the aggressive. Phase shift potentially as well out of harm's way, or Bell, I think, would have a better matchup. I'm with you for sure. Obviously, Super Totem probably going to be the preferred gadget of choice for the bow under that circumstance, to tank amplified shot and ensure that survivability onto the mid. But certainly there's a lot of aggressive ideas being lacked here. Penny going to be considered here. Ruffs, I like that though. At least the Bell, at least the B will pack more of a punch with that idea in mind, and certainly Squeak will have a much better run of things when amplified up in that supply drop. But again, gotta reiterate what we were discussing earlier as to how unusual it is. Abin's getting another screenshot, I guess. I'm not really sure why they're taking a screenshot, actually, to be honest, because ultimately the players can't change brawlers going into the match, right? So they can't be checking to make sure the draft was maintained. But nonetheless, still good to see competitive integrity is being held in some manner. But yeah, I've got to bring back around the conversation to the fact that we've seen so little tankier options, you know? I mean, we saw Otis being picked in double swoosh for that deterrent factor. I'm not sure that that's what they were picking the Spike for then. They were definitely hesitant around the Janet for whatever reason. There was a final panic pick, wasn't it, that they had changed their minds to. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem to sort of have translated. And Ash, in this period of time, was running riot. Sam as well was having a good time of things, but Ash was certainly a very high-picked brawler that we're just not seeing much of today.
Not really seeing it at all. That's one brawler, like you said, a lot of regions did lean upon, and this is where things can get dangerous in a spawn trap on Ring of Fire. With the air support coming in from roofs, it's just going to be a dangerous spawn trap. I don't even like the spike into a roofs, to be honest, especially if you know how to dodge the curveball. CP with a great slow onto bow so far. That's going to be a supply drop, breaking the walls as well, which is going to be even better from, of course, breaking the map open with a B, and also just to defeat the penny turrets if they do, of course, go around there. But still, 40% lead. Overall, looking pretty good on the side of the Bell for sure. Spike's going to be able, Squeak's going to be able to get Penny pretty weak, 240 HP. She's having to back away and heal up. We're going to see the super connection to Squeak bombs actually land, and the slow as well can get the final touch onto Bow. Unfortunately, cannot, but still, just so much zone time. FKOP need to get someone on that zone ASAP.
I'm really enjoying this rough side lane, actually using the water bank shots nicely and the air support coming in time and time again to keep the Spike back. It's working out pretty well, but now with the bow on the mid for FKOP, some signs towards evening things out a little bit. Be very low here, but we'll actually win the trade though, and that's most important. He gets the double kill as well before going down themselves, and that stun on the Squeak will slow the advance of getting back onto the zone. But some very important taps there from that B player as well. I've got to say, definitely did land the delay of time which they had to. Oh, what a tapper yet again. The life plant just keeping them alive there. I mean, barely enough time to get the second down, but whew, close calls. Now we're all pretty much even up. Very close game of Hot Zone.
Slowly, FKOB have been getting back into the game, and they managed to get the B pretty low here. This will be a very important kill if we can get rid of that supply drop on the B. Squeak does manage to get the salty barrel down, but I mean, Penny's pushing up, getting a lot of pressure, and the zone time is slowly trickling up for FKOP. The tournament life's on at stake here for Lena Bell, and they need to definitely do something. Now they're able to push back into things with so much HP on the side of B now. 25 seconds left. Is looking to go the whole distance. B with some missed 3k opportunities. She is using insta-below, but she can get more 3ks to hand, maybe even 4ks with a supply drop. And now with 4% in it, 15 seconds left. FKOP need to get into the zone. There's going to be a 1v1 in the center. B's going to be pretty weak. Spike's going to be weak as well. But still, Lena Bell's going to be able to claim a lot of percentage. 91% to 92, 93. And Lena Bell, in the end, able to win that one. It was going back and forth. I never normally see Ring of Fire go the distance, but that was really exciting towards the end.
I've got to say, that was very fun to watch. The B player was really popping off, I've got to say. I mean, that pick, as we said, coming into the match, could be a troublesome one to really actually have the matchup. But, I mean, they were making it work time and time again, and a lot of respect for that resolve, because, again, for Lena Bell, they are behind. We've yet to see a match go to the 5th and final set today. I think that this could be one of them.
I'm hoping so. I want to see some 5th set action for sure, but Lena Bell will need to win another one if that is to happen. We've seen a lot of pressure on the side of Ruff so early game last time around, and we're seeing it yet again, especially with the air support being able to get so much pressure. We see some amazing taps from the Ruffs. He's able to get another supply drop, breaking open the map, which is exactly what you want. Penny going down as well. We're seeing the same thing again, where there's so much early pressure, even though FKOP brought it back. They just can't afford to lose so much percentage so early on. But Bo managing to catch B off guard, and this is what I'm talking about in terms of the mid-range engagement. Bo can do a fantastic job. The Bo mines, I don't really necessarily agree with, though. Down the lane, it's a bit wasted. Ruff's going to be able to dodge a few of them. Would have definitely preferred that in the middle, just to prevent B pushing forward, because now with the insta-B load, she's able just to run straight on in residue. The final one is going in on the middle. The final air support as well. So a lot of kind of utility being utilized by both teams so far, but still, FK Luna, sorry, no, FK Luna, I just mixed up both names then. Lena Bell is able to get a big lead.
Again, we were up since 5s, man. It's okay for a region that we've seen nothing of all year long, let's be honest, but they have been doing regular monthly finals, at least from the months of April, May, and June. 3 monthly finals in total, with qualifying stages over the course of what was the 2-day monthly final, actually. And both of these two teams didn't actually manage to win. Lena Bell definitely made it to the grand final of, I think it was June from memory. But certainly the favorites today so far have been United, TOC, and Fairness. But this match is so very close. Obviously, FK, OP down a game here. If Lena Bell can just tie this one up, they will be tied up in the sets, and they do not want to be going home. This is the lower bracket stage of the competition, so the loser will be. And now with FKOP getting the bow onto the mid, finally a bit more map control and pressure, evading the sweep shots really nicely so as well. Being under a lot of scrutiny there. Dodges the mines, but nonetheless, this is good time spent for FKOP on the zone.
Only 5 seconds left. Penny turret going into play, but that's probably going to get destroyed anyways. But FKOP, they're slowly dwindling down the clock. They need to get this B kill, but B manages to stay alive on 300 HP. This could be the comeback for Lena Bell. Penny's just going to be running in mid, which I actually really like, to try and get some extra percentage, but there's about 20% left in it for Lena Bell. They need to go now. They need to get this percent. I don't know if they have enough time. It's going to be very close in the end. Just a few more percentage points needed for FKOP to actually win this game overall, and they're able to get in the zone in the end. That was looking really, really dicey. I thought that was going to be able to make that comeback, but FKOP proving what I thought at the beginning. I thought even with the squeak against the Penny, and even with the bow, I just think they've got so many ways to get zone time. I think it definitely favors them here, but it is match point, and Lena Bell need to do something now.
Tough spot to be in, but they have got the confidence of knowing that they've been able to win a game before. Really early residue into the mid there from the Squeak player. You swap lanes now. Go with the Spike matchup, which makes a lot of sense. Ruff's going to the right hand side, but nonetheless, in game number 1, if I'm not mistaken, the Ruffs was having the better matchup against the Spike. So, and now Aaron goes through. They should probably swap lanes and reconsider themselves now. That residue's not in a great spot, I'll be honest. I mean, you can basically still stand in the zone as long as you're on the outskirts and capture objective. But they are taking some shots, a few spins. Some confidence being displayed, it seems, from FKOP early on. But, yeah, Lena Bell, though, approaching now 50% mark, have got to start to turn things around swiftly, or they will be going home.
I'm a bit disappointed to see the lane swap, to be honest, because Ruffs was having a field day on the Spike every single time, and they swap it, and look what happens. It's like a 70% deficit, only 30% left. Lena Bell, they've got the tournament There's literally match point here. 20% left. The spins are coming in. It's looking absolutely horrendous for them. There's just no way that they're going to be coming back. 10% left. And Lena Bell are going to be exiting already. And FKOP definitely putting things behind them in the end. Getting a 3-1 win in the end. To be honest, it's not as convincing as I probably would have hoped for. But still 3-1 in the end. That's all that matters. And they're going to be advancing to the next stage of the losers bracket.
Solid stuff from FKOP. I did kind of mention before coming in that they seem to be today the team that were the most aggressive and were the most daring on a couple of occasions. But I think a solid performance though from Lena Bell. I wasn't necessarily expecting them to get to only one game away from evening up the sets, if I'm honest. I mean, they did win the monthly finals of June, so they've got that experience behind them of actually being out there on top. FKOP had a fantastic run through the lower bracket stages of the knockout phase, but yeah, for Hotzone, I thoroughly agree. Like the first game was just very much all about that rough left-hand side lane against the spike. As I pointed out, the S support just time and time again meant that the positioning had to be much more defensive, and then when they had that space, they were able to focus a lot of their attention to the mid as well and support there. The B had a great more amount of opportunities as well, but the B is definitely supported a great deal by where those side lanes are won and lost. So I feel like if Lena Bell had just maybe gone back to that mindset and that strategy that they implemented in that first game, may have been going to the fifth and final, but just a little bit too much for them today. FKOP looking very, very good for me, and they will play the loser rather of the next matchup of the day. Lena Bell, of course, go home there. But the upper bracket continues on. The next matchup will be that matchup in the upper bracket stages. The winner will proceed to, I believe, the grand final, right? Which is kind of crazy that we're already there. It'll be United TOC up against Fennis. And that will be, yeah, the winner in the grand finals. Guaranteed then a last chance qualification spot or a world's spot. One of the two, of course. First place today will lock in Worlds. Second place will lock in LCQ. So this is a massively important matchup. One of these two teams has an amazing opportunity now, and it's a tough one to call, Spen. I'm going to come back to see your lovely face and put you on the spot as to who you're going to put your money on this one, because this is going to be a very, very tough one to call.
I don't know. So I'm trying to work out the maths here. So I think Fennis probably have the better of the chances here because, of course, FKOP came victorious in that game. I think that Fennis probably just a little bit favorable, in my opinion. But, you know, we're going to see it pretty soon. And as he mentioned, one thing that I was straight away, like, putting in my mind is that whoever wins this one is essentially guaranteed a LAN. Like, we've got last chance qualifiers, all world finals. Of course, you want the world finals, but if you get yourself into winners finals, you know, of course, if you lose or win, you guaranteed yourself a big opportunity. So for me, this is probably one of the most biggest wins, in my opinion, because still from last chance qualifiers, you can make your way to Worlds and essentially even get 2 lands. So that could be an either sweeter surprise. But this is, of course, what everyone has been waiting for, the winners final. And I'm excited to see it because, you know, so far there's been a little bit of mismatches in terms of the first 2 games of the day, but the winners coming together. Now we're about to truly see the strength of this region.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things. Double down on your air miles. You know, get an LCQ, get a world spot at the same time, right? But I'm kind of with you. I mean, United TOC and Fennis certainly, looking back through the months, you know, were favourites, no doubt about it. TOC winning back in May and Fennis in April. But, you know, I think what's impressive to me was that Fennis, you know, didn't drop a set. Today they dropped their first set, but they still were then able to bring things back around. And I would say that Fennis were tested a bit more, from what it seemed at least, by FKOP earlier today in that 3-1. But we can't deny the most convincing scoreline of the day was that United TOC match against Lena Bell, who have just exited the competition. So it's a tough one. It's a tough one. But the most important match for what is not even debatable in this region all year long. United TOC or Fennis, one of these two teams will be locking themselves in for at least an LCQ spot, maybe a world final spot if they continue on today to win the whole thing outright. The loser, of course, will go down back to the lower bracket. Or not back to the lower bracket. They've been pretty consistent today at staying in the upper bracket, but go into the lower bracket to face off FKOP, who did also face earlier today Fairness. So we could see a grudge match, or we could see them go up against United TOC in a match that we've not seen yet today. So a lot of potentials on the line here, but no doubt, I mean, the nerves of this next match, spent on that stage against the crowd. We've already seen some sheepishly looking players today and some much looking down, introverted sort of like characteristics. This is going to be one of these matchups where that's going to be put aside and just focusing entirely on the prize at hand.
Yeah, I'm interested how it goes because, you know, Venice, they looked, if anything, overconfident, but maybe we were just saying that overconfident. Maybe they're actually nervous because mistakes happen when, of course, people are nervous. Maybe nerves came into play into it. But just from my eyes, I've really liked kind of the movements from Carl. He seemed like he had the tech on lockdown. We've seen some really good Stu plays as well. I just think Venice probably have the mechanics over TOC in the end. But one thing we didn't actually mention as well, that I'm pretty certain, I didn't want to say it, but I think OU is obviously a lot of people know him from the China side of things. He should have got World Finals last time around. Unfortunately, I think there's some visa issues. He was on Nova, so we have got at least one player that knows how it is around here. He's been in the big leagues for a while, so maybe this can be, I'd say, something that can give him an upper hand in this matchup.
Yeah, with that in mind, you know, I want to bring that back around because, like, are you surprised to see like the lack of friendly faces that we kind of all have been sort of known over the years to? Because, like, you know, I mean, you know, Goodnight, White, I mean, the TOC, Reconic, there's a lot of players that, like, kind of, I'm not really too sure, like, kind of what's happened to them down the line. Obviously, we can see quite clearly with some of the organizations. Nova Esports, of course, haven't been competing in monthly finals. TOG Origin as well. But the players themselves, I kind of expected a bit more of them to kind of like continue on through their journey. But it seems that we've had a great deal of shifting in this region since previous years of the BSC. As the players are taking to the stage, actually. So we'll continue on talking over the clean feed. But yeah, give me your thoughts on that. Because I mean, as a player now, you know, from the past, now taking to a position in casting, how challenging is it realistically to keep up the extent of what is needed to be a pro player? I mean, obviously it's very different across regions, and mainland China surely will be at a bit more of a disadvantage than most in that respect. But you know, is it tough to be able to be, you know, consistently in that competitive circuit?
Yeah, it can be, especially if you're a long-term player like myself. It can be hard sometimes, like if results aren't going your way. You know, for example, if they had a few visa issues, you know, obviously they can't help it, but, you know, that could be some really frustrating things that might, of course, impact their kind of career, you know, their decisions. And for me, you know, it can just come down to you know, a bunch of different things in terms of actually what players like in game. Again, you've got to be a very motivated individual to play Brawl Stars every single, or just anything every single day, right? And if you're not feeling the motivation once, like you did once, like 2-3 years ago, it's pretty hard to keep up with the competition, because weirdly enough, the players in this position, like, it could even become their jobs in some cases. Like Brawl Stars and most games, you don't typically play the game straight away as a job, right? You know, you play it for fun, you make sure that, well, you eventually become good at the game, and then it starts to become like a job. So sometimes there's that fine line between it being a job and being fun still. So that's probably just one reason anyway. I'm waffling on, but that's probably why we've seen a lot of new faces, which I like, because clearly the competition is there in the China region.
Been pretty impressed today. Here's the rotations, of course, coming through, and Heist, Hot Zone, Brawl Ball, Gem Grab, and Bounty if we get to those later stages. But for Heist, from memory, it's Safe Zone, Bridge Too Far, and Pit Stop. We haven't seen any Pit Stop yet, though, today. So maybe... Nope, I'm not going to be getting any. It seems that Safe Zone is going to be coming in. And again, this is going to be a very close matchup, I feel. Two of the favorites, certainly going head-to-head. And again, the winner will be going to the grand final of today, guaranteeing themselves at least an LCQ spot. So a great amount of nerves, tension, all that stuff on the line here to go into our first draft. Let's see. I mean, certainly the long-range affair, so important to be able to lock down early on. And Hank, I imagine, yeah, there it is, straight to it. Not even that it's probably one of the worst maps to even make Hank work well on. I mean, I guess you can just kind of sit back over the lake and just hold it into the mid, which can be really annoying to deal with. But with some wall breaks, some long range, I don't think it's the worst thing to handle. Nonetheless, bans coming in, and yeah, it feels like the coin toss there determined the change of going from Hank, yeah, because it has to be from the red team, right? So that was a good change when you've got the coin toss to do that. They obviously wanted to play it. Shelly, Hank, and Colette banned. Grom, Buzz, and Colette banned.
Bonnie is a good pick on this map for sure. You can see they're definitely in tune with the meta. I would have definitely gone with something like a Bonnie, pretty much good against everything. And I just love Bonnie on Heist in particular because she serves multiple purposes, right? You can even throw a mid if needed. The Sugar Rush is going to be able to get a lot of pressure, and also the super onto the safe. You know, you can get it from a safe distance as well. So I do like it. I do like it for sure. We go with a Brock as well in retaliation, which is pretty safe pick on safe zone. You know, literally fits in with the map name. And we go with RT. So that is something that I've seen EU go. Me personally, I've never really liked RT on Heist, in my opinion. I'd much rather even like a Piper, for example. I'd much rather a Piper because at least you can switch gadgets maybe with the Piper. You can actually get a lot more damage onto the safe with Piper. I feel like RT is a bit too defensive for my liking.
Yeah, it's a tough one. We saw RT played out a fair amount across the regions during this stage of the versions. We're not fully up to date in the updates of the mainland China build. Just a little bit further back towards the time when Hank was very rife. But RT just doesn't get the value that it needs to be able to obtain with super. I mean, and ultimately sometimes you can pop super and then find yourself unable to get out of it. Without a def, you're just a loose pair of hands. Nothing can really be done to help your team under those circumstances. So the amplified shots can do some good work. Can just be overridden a little bit with some of the more aggressive ideas, which, let's be honest, a lot of them have been a bit lacking today in this region. I mean, because Daryl wouldn't be the worst idea here, let's be honest, but against the Bell, probably maybe some things to reconsider. Even though Bell and Bonnie, I think, is a great comp, by the way. I'm much more siding on the side of blue. Carl are going to come in with the aggressiveness, which, yeah, I'm not too opposed to at all. I think that Carl here can work out really, really well and bring back the flow of action big time. But again, I'm definitely more on the blue side of this draft. Ben, what about yourself? Go backstage.
Yeah, we're going backstage. I mean, we're getting behind the scenes there. I was like, where's this going to? But I like both compositions, but I would say I favor the Eve and the Bonnie for sure. I really like the synergy going on. I love Eve on this map in particular, just because she's good against everything, especially even if they go like an aggro pick like they did Carl. You know, Eve is a lot easier to pinch out and snuff out that kind of aggressiveness in that left bottom pocket. We're about to go into the first game here. So this is the well, not the grand final, sorry, the winner's final. And the winner of this can guarantee themselves either LCQ or grand final, or world finals. So it'll be interesting to see how these two teams face off. This is definitely the banger of the match that we've all been waiting for. So RT getting some good important taps to Sugar Rush already being popped. Looks a little bit weird on the Chinese version for sure. Going to yellow, I mean, that is definitely something we're not used to seeing ourselves. But some good important bell taps onto the RT. And about 30 seconds left. No one has even sniffed the save.
100% to 100% as we are seeing a little bit of a move forwards the right side. Swiftly taken down though by Story. Some incendiary damage will go to the 5% mark on the safe, and Carl pickaxe swings will follow up as far as that's concerned. But very back and forth as we kind of expected. Two of the favorites, certainly two of the highest in terms of their seed. And yeah, I mean, in terms of drafting, very much on point. Look at this. I mean, it's a base race. There's someone on the other side of things as well. 24% is a bit more in favor of Venice so far, but that could change very easily. So yeah, Carl left on the safe down the bottom. I think this should go the way at Venice, the way it's going, but now it's slowing down as both sides realizing that defense maybe is on the cards. Rocket Rain over the top will land on the side of United TOC, but they can't follow up with much more. If this Carl goes down as well, it could be disastrous, and surely Doki Doki and Midgap will finish it, and they do. Venice get one on the board early on.
I was on the edge of my seat there. I was like, is Cole going to be able to finish this one? It was a little bit risky, to be honest, leaving a Cole all the way on the enemy safe. He can get a lot of damage if left alone. But the thing is, Bonnie was caught, I think, in her Clyde form, well, in smaller form anyway. And she was just in a really tough situation. So that allowed Fennis to just get so much damage onto the enemy safe. Again, it's a little bit unfortunate for Tok, just because they've only got, well, they've got Brock and Cole that can deal damage, but RT can't really rain damage on a safe like a Bell can, especially with the ricocheting shots. You see already the Brock looking to get the taps onto Eve. Some good jukes from Doki. Doki's able to get into Brock's face, which is definitely the way to counter him. Some good taps from mid-gap overall. Places a nest egg as well in case he does go down. Some good taps from OU. And it's looking like a great goal but in the end able to get the kill onto Bell. And now the damage is going to start raining in hopefully soon.
What a Carl play there, honestly. Surviving on 6 HP. It just opened up so much space. The flying hook goes in. He's not done yet either. Going in for more taps on the story. Survives on 298 this time and is still marked up. I mean, that is exactly what you need to have on your team to open up for that mid. As now the Brock landing some good shots as well onto the safe. 73% now remaining. That was a good opening stand from United TFC, who did lose the last game. So they want to make a mark on this one and tie up this set. Rocket Rain, no, they're not going to connect. Not going to break either on that front. Mark on the side of mid-cap was good as well onto the RT. And nest egg into the mid for insurance policy too. The flying hook comes in. Jumps away from the body. Mid-cap is low here. With the support there of the Brock, they might be able to make a play here. They get the Bell taken care of. Jump over from the got to go on the even. Big Rocket Rain. This is some huge damage from United TFC raining in here.
A lot of damage coming in, and Carl is still alive in the pocket. Bonnie is also still alive on the Tok safe as well, which she's been doing a little bit of damage, but still it's like a 30% lead. Midgap gets the important pinch takedown and also a takedown onto Brock as well. Now with 35 seconds left, the damage is still going to start raining on the side of Fennis. Carl has no more flying hooks to hand. Finally, the Bonnie is pinched out as well, but only a 20% deficit is all they need to get this set under their hands. And we also see the, not even quadruplets, just the pets just coming in here. But now with 20 seconds left, they're looking to try and make this deficit one of their own.
I was saying that RT gets no value with super on this map, but you can see now the struggle, though, with being in, that form. To be able to close the gap here, you are just able to be seen coming a mile away. But nonetheless, will they get the damage that they need on the other side of things? No, they won't. You have to tier C get theirs, and that's going to be tied up in this set. That's the response we were looking to see, and the response that we got.
We like it. We like close games here. We don't want any more sweeps. We want a set 5 thriller, and it's definitely planning out to be that way for sure. The call in the pocket is just so annoying to face off against, right? You're consistently looking to pinch him out. So much pressure. For me, they need to get the pinches on a lot more, a lot better, because you just can't let it happen. You've got no wall breaks. The only way you can really get the call out quickly is for a Bonnie super. So they just can't let that happen again. And obviously got to try and make him waste those flying hooks. But some good early pressure on the side of Fennis so far. Sugar Rush popped pretty early, not really getting the most value, but still some good taps from mid-gap. He's able to survive somehow. I thought I was over-aggressive. The gotta go from the Eve. Actually going to get rocket fueled out of there, which, a good tap as well again from the Brock. And now pressure definitely going to the side of Tok with that flying hook. He's able to get into the pocket, and damage surely is going to start raining down.
Good opening hands from both sides. But I like this position here for the Carl. Bonnie jump is good, it seems. Gets to take down the RT. Now moving forwards, duking the shots to the Rocket Rain. Damage gear as well, raining down. On the left-hand side from Story, mid-cap as well. Doki Doki staying alive. The ricochet and the Bell was great there. Got to take down of the Brock, and now consecutive shots landing still from mid-cap. But I've got to hand it to this Carl player, honestly, just continuously finding himself in this left-hand side pocket. A good pinch, got to be said, though, from Venice. They do clear up finally, but time and time again, he does find that place, and when he is there, he's got to be dealt with.
Things basically tied up, 1 minute left on the clock. These Bell traps in the middle are going to be pretty hard for the RT to really kind of move around, right? There's literally no space to move around for those nest eggs. So they need to probably get away from them as quickly as possible, or else they're not going to be able to mount an attack. But now both teams are probably sweating right here with 40 seconds left. No team really wants to make their play, even though, you know, Trick or China surely have to make the play pretty soon. Some good RT taps in the end. It's going to pop the Hack's gadget and get both of them pretty low. And this is where Brock can start to get some damage in. A Bonnie jump is able to deal with a Brock for now, but now Carl can start getting into the pocket. RT really needs to get some defensive kills here to stop this attack coming in, but the damage is raining in, and this could go to either way.
Some beautiful taps from Midcap, honestly, but will he be able to do much here? He's got some great chances to ricochet some shots, but he's going to need some help, and they're going to get some damage in 10 seconds as well. Midcap staying alive here. Will he be able to make back this deficit? Not with this car respawn. Surely not. Doki Doki going to try his best as well, but that surely will be then United TOC that will take this set as we were tied up going into it. What a back and forth match. So much action. The most we've seen, honestly, between two teams. So closely matched all day long. And what a great time for it. Again, this is the upper bracket winners final. The team that win will proceed to the grand final, where that world's final spot is the prize at hand. But by winning this match, one of these two teams will lock themselves in for a last chance qualification position. At best, at least they'll be able to secure that, and then maybe later on today even more. In our lower bracket, we've got FKOP still waiting for the outcome of this game to see who their opposition will be in the lower bracket finals. But this is by far the most strenuous matchup that either of these two teams have played all year long. With so much on the line, it's going to be a close one, no doubt about it.
That Carl is the player I'm focusing on the most, because especially with so little time left in that third game, he was obviously able to overcome the deficit and get so much damage for his team. For me, it just felt like Fennis didn't really have any type of counter to it. A lot of the times he just left the Carl in the pocket, but you should know by now, Carl does so much damage on the safe if left alone. Just his pickaxe being able to return so quickly against a wall. Not only that, if he has his super, he's able to get a lot of damage, and that's actually a Bonnie jump that maybe I wouldn't have liked to see. He tried to get the takedown onto Brock quickly, but I guess with so little time left, you kind of have to panic a little. But I'd have liked for him to wait for that Bonnie jump. There was still like 10 seconds left. He probably would have got some extra damage. I don't know if that was enough, but that was just me, just kind of waffling on the side of
I agree. I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, there's definitely a tough balance to find, isn't there? When you're like, again, you can't necessarily see too much in the shots, but there's a pretty big crowd in front of these players as well, and that's never an easy thing. I mean, all year long, mainland China, I mean, let's be honest, they're very rarely used to an audience. They haven't been able to make a lot of the world finals. I think we've only really seen one singular player for the region, and that was from Reconic Esports, wasn't it, last year up against SK Gaming. And I'm sure that one of the players, the player with the glasses there on well, that's OU on the right hand side, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think the player in the middle as well was for Reconic Esports last year against SK Gaming. I know the roster off the top of my head, but I can't remember the player specifically, but it was either TOC Goodnight or Imp. But certainly there's two familiar faces there, which is hard to tell from our perspective, by the way, guys, as casters, because the player roster is all entirely in Mandarin, so it's definitely a challenging thing to spot. But as we go into Hot Zone, I missed the map, Sven, but Hank, Shirley Bands, I mean, not really going to give me much more of an indication as to what the map was either, because they're pretty much necessities in what is a build in terms of Brawl updates that goes back a month and a half or so ago. Chinese build is behind the rest of the West in that regard. So if you're wondering why we're seeing a lot of these go-to bans for Hank, that's the reason why. Bans Penny, Sprout, and Grey on the other side of things. Did you catch the map at all, Ben?
I think it was Julian Beatles, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, it does make sense in terms of what they banned out. And for me, Julian Beatles, again, can be a bit of an interesting one. Hot Zone typically, again, favors, I would say, the weaker team. If you can get some spammier brawlers. You've seen already, they went, one of the teams went Bo and Penny. A lot of spam trying to get that zone time. Julian Beatles definitely favors that, in my opinion. We see the Bonnie and the Stu as well. So I like Bonnie on this map for sure, especially in retaliation to a Stu, because Stu doesn't really have the DPS to take down a Bonnie. And I just really like a brawler like Bonnie or Janet on this map, especially Janet, seeing as she's in her form or glory. She could be pretty good here because it gives you that kind of return factor. And Julian Beatles, it can be really scary proposition if you lose control and they get a spawn trap. If you've got no wall break, if you've got no thrower or any type of jump or something, that you're just going to get spawn trapped essentially. So that's why I like Bonnie, is just getting out of spawn trap, getting some positioning on the map, and they go with the roofs, which I don't typically see on this map, but at least it's a somewhat good counter to Stu.
Yeah, I think it's a good. I mean, it's always going to be pretty viable, pretty versatile on this kind of map. Stu is first picked a lot on Julie Beetles. It's one of those things where I chat to pros a lot, and they say like getting Stu on this map is just such a great thing to have. But Stu first pick is always a little bit tough, simply because you can run into a lot of counters along the way, which can leave you a little bit more redundant. But Russ, Brock, I mean, this kind of open map idea, Lou locked in as well, and the Gus. I really do love this comp on the red side of things, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, should be fairness. But you can see there as well, Macy is the brawler which they've got as the latest to the Brawl edition in their build of the game. So Cordelia's not actually even got to the point of being released yet. Gives you some idea as to what the meta is that they're working to. Vision gear popped onto the bell there, as you can see. The damage and the shield for the Bonnie. So really utilizing those two players to show where that mark is going to be for the Bonnie to get the assassination attempt, and certainly a very important step for both sides here now, as it's getting down to the wire, really, isn't it?
This set could decide a lot, to be honest, because if Tricochana go 2 sets up, they're looking pretty strong, right? It's very rare we see really reverse sweeps. I mean, I like to see them, but we don't really see them too often, because you only need to pick up one of the last 3 to really go through. So it's kind of one of the most important. The second set can really set a stone for how the game is going. In terms of compositions, I definitely like Tricochana's a lot more. You know, Roofs is a little bit of a tricky one to kind of make happen, but then again, they've got the Bell, which Bell is a fantastic option to have. You see Duke's already coming in the speed zone as well, giving a lot of utility, and Stu's able to get his first super already. Does actually miss a couple of shots though, but he's getting some good zonage for sure. He'll have the Gasser heal to keep him topped up as well. Gus is able to get the Cookie Popper as well. Absolutely beautiful pinch play right there. Now the synergy between Stu and Gus should be able to happen pretty soon. Once, yeah, I was about to say, as long as the Stu doesn't dash and avoid the shield, it should be good to go. With so much tankiness here, he's able just to stay alive, get so much percentage. A really bad Bonnie jump in the end. Does actually get the trade out, but with all things underway, a great Cookie Popper again, and a 30% lead going away to Tricochana.
That's a very dominant start, let's be honest. The Lewis marks, so that's the saving grace of sorts, but with no super to hand for Story, you can't really begin to even think about it. And surely, is he... I was going to say, is he moving? There's the Sugar Rush popped again, and that color, like you mentioned earlier, just stands out, doesn't it? 75% though, it looks like a dominant game for sure for United TOC. I don't think that this is out of the question for Venice by any means, but certainly by losing that control, it's proved costly for them. Not really been able to get back into the game since, and a swift game going the way then of United TOC.
I was very convincing, almost too convincing. That could maybe just set a stone for how the series is going to go. Hopefully not. We want to see a close fight. Maybe they got some different game plans and just couldn't gain back control once, and it was pretty much over. But yeah, I would like to see probably the Bonnie jump reserved in that case. I've seen too often in many competitive cases where people use a Bonnie jump when they're about to die. I would rather just pretty much die, save the Bonnie jump, and then return with it and gain back some pressure overall. So you're back in full HP. So that might be where they can kind of adjust things here. But you see a lot of pressure going the side of mid gap. They're able to push straight into their spawn, which I definitely like. They need some aggression. They need someone to start making those plays to then get that extra zone time. So again, mid gap's going to push forward. But now the loose super comes in. This is where I might start to see Stu start to get a lot of percentage. But so far, Venice is doing a great job of keeping him back. A great Cookie Popper, able to keep the Bonnie alive. Mid gap is 59 HP. He's super weak, has to retreat with a supply drop. And now the zone time is coming the way of Tricochana.
Yeah, that was a key moment in time there for United. TOC is now back in that same spot where Venice struggled to regain control in the previous game. Ricocheting shots though from these great connections from Doki Doki there, and that is what has opened things up massively so now. Very little in the score, but again, the Venice comp struggles when pushed out of this position more so than the other way around. The loop pick there for that reason, such a good one. You can see there, the zone nicely shut down. Just leaving nowhere for Venice to land. It's really good to see those kind of connections being made on the super side, as you've got to really make sure that you do. Speed from the Stu as well, going to be juking around things. Mid-cap will be just surviving on here. Still staying alive. It's beautiful to watch. Honestly, the Gassy Hill going to go a long way. And the speed zone there behind and gets the kill. That's some convincing stuff from United TSC.
Oh, I like this Stu. He's very slimy. Somehow,
so good.
A kooky popper as well, managing to get a double connection right there. I started to think there that the complacency was going to hurt Trick or China there, but in the end, we're able to get a lot of pressure. Good supply drop. Able to get the pinch with Bell as well. But still, the zone time has been slowly going away of TOC. A good shield in the end, able to tank a lot from Ruffs, but they need to make something happen now, Venice, or else they're facing a 2 sets to the deficit, but now 7% left. They need to get in now. We get one takedown onto the Gus, but the Gassy keeping Stu alive for a long time. Now 99%. Can they make this remarkable comeback? It's a big ask.
It is. I'd love to see it, though. That's a good start. Story goes in. That super kind of wasted a little bit, allowing Midcap and Doki Doki on the left-hand side to stay in position. But again, this Stu player being so slimy, like you rightly say, and that is going to be able to seal it. What a showing, honestly. Oh, my word. The Stu plays are just so enjoyable to watch. And if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be a set going the way of, was it United TSC? My brain is honestly still waking up. So 2 sets up.
Yeah. And I think it was good in the end. Like, I thought, what I was trying to say is that the first set, like, they were so dominant, but then it started spinning, and I always tried to tell, well, I used to say to my teammates, like, only spin when the game is over, right? Because you don't want any back karma. Some people think it doesn't exist, but it nearly did exist in that format there. That was a very close game in the end, but 2-0 so far. If it's going to be a sweep, this could be a telling story even for the grand final, right? Because it's probably likely that these teams might face off again in the rematch in the actual grand final. So, you know, Venice need to start doing things now, at least picking up a set right to at least give himself some sort of motivation.
Yeah, it's slowly slipping a little bit. And in these stages of the competition, you don't want to find yourself falling behind. I mean, it's a tough ask now to be able to bring back 3 consecutive sets, but certainly from what we've seen, I mean, in terms of draft, in terms of mechanics, can certainly be done. I guess for fairness, they've got the luxury of knowing that if they do lose, I mean, they are going to face FKOP for the 2nd time today, and they did get the 3-1 scoreline in their favor earlier today as our 2nd matchup, so that will be a little bit of a cushioning for them, but they'd much prefer to be able to go the distance in this particular matchup. There's a pretty decent chance that if they do, they might be facing them again in that grand finals. Going into Brawl then, and again, very, very important set, more so on the side of fairness here, but for Brawl, pinhole punt, definitely some mid ideas here. Max got to be shut down again. This is a prior version of the updated game, so Hank, Shelly, immediately banned. Cordelia's not in the build for the mainland China region, and balancing is of course going to be looking back a little bit here. Janet will probably come out of the woodwork as well, I imagine, for this particular map, just because she used to be in the regular spot. Pro banned out, it seems already prioritized, but no Hank or Shelly, which is kind of interesting to me. Penny, Artie, and Crow. Okay, well, Penny I can understand. Change to Meg. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense to me. Meg was obviously, of course, in the jungle theme season, a lot more fierce when it comes to that kind of suppressiveness, but swapping around, a lot of swapping actually in mainland China, right? Shelly, Hank, and Crow to the Stu, Artie, and Crow. But I didn't mind some of their ideas that they were thinking.
Yeah, I think it's quite evident. Like that first bit there, that's probably why they didn't ban Hank. But I just see Hank banned out over time. I see Shelly pretty much banned over time. So those are pretty close to the top 2 brawlers in the meta, in my opinion, especially in this build. So for pinhole punt last time around, we've seen, I'm trying to think what brawlers I saw last time. I think the Stu on the side of Venice, which was decent in the end, but they actually ended up losing. We saw the B as well, which was good in some cases. I think one set in particular, it was pretty bad in terms of the tats. We'll see the draft coming in the end. So Janet, literally, as you mentioned, pretty strong in this. build because she wasn't heavily nerfed. Like, she's been literally killed in our build, but she's really strong here. We see the Meg as well, Otis and M. So we're kind of doubling down Trigger China on the tank counters. Spike would have a really good matchup. I do like the Spike on the side of Venice for sure. Spike pretty good into Otis, good into M's. Be good into both of these lanes. So, same with Janet as well. To be honest, the draft is definitely favoring Venice.
Yeah, I'm liking it, and for their sake, it's couldn't come at a better time. They are behind, and third and final pick coming in still on the side of Venice. They've got the luxury of seeing the full scope of things, the full comp to face into, but still no kind of big tankier ideas. They got the Otis. They could probably double down with an Ashe to really just overthrow the Nita, and I mean, gonna go Carl. I mean, it's still safe, no doubt about it. Swapping a few around on the player sides, but yeah, certainly the jungle theme there, you can clearly tell from the skin just about at least where they're up to. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, from what you can see, like, is there any reason that you can kind of evaluate to why we're not seeing kind of those similar tanky ideas that we did see in pretty much every other region in the West, really? Just doesn't seem to be the mainland China playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, in Brawl, I've seen typically they just, if anything, bring too many tank counters. Like Otis and Ems, that's probably a bit overkill in my thinking anyway. Maybe it is strong and we're just seeing so many counters to it that they can't bring it out. But at least Carl is kind of like a semi-tank in my mind. Like, he's got the aggression nature. Of course, he's not tank in the fact that, you know, he hasn't got short range, but he's got a lot of HP and he can make those plays. But already, Meg looking to, well, he doesn't even connect the swipe in the end. But I like the side of Trigger China. We've got two brawlers that are really good at wall peeking, good at staying behind the walls. But the mid controller is going the way of Venice so far, with Meg with so much HP in the middle. She's able to stay alive. A fat splatter goes down. A good super from the call. He's able to get a lot of control. Now this is where the synergy might start to come in with the pass over to the M's, and that's going to be an easy goal for Trigger China.
Tough there for Doki. Couldn't really body block it either. You can see that the HP just was not going to be a situation that would have led to very much either. But now the Bruce Bear coming in, and the Bofur coming out as well. Got swiftly taken care of, though, to the credit of United TOC, who were just looking that one step above the cut of Venice. Doki, though, going to be swiping very swiftly there, but immediately out of mech. And again, like that star power on the side of the Meg, showing its face yet again today. We've seen it a couple of times now, as opposed to Force Field, Heavy Metal, and a goal there as well for United TOC. Looking very, very strong at the moment. And yeah, I don't know whether maybe it's a bit too late to assume that we might see a turnaround.
Yeah, I don't really fancy a turnaround in this position. I'm all for it. The full reverse sweep, it can happen. It has happened. Well, again, I'm just watching the call. The call in this region just seems to pop off so many times. And he wasn't even using Flying Hook too much. He was just straight up using his protective pirouette against the Nita and just destroying us. So I think it's some good plays. I think he's kind of waiting for the Nita to be nowhere close to Ben again. He's just using his super to just destroy it every single time. He's clearly loving this matchup overall. Good kill onto Janet, but now Meg can super pass the ball away. I kind of like it to buy a little bit of time, but still at the same time, maybe have just used his super to try and kill the M's. But now the early pressure going the side of Tok here. They're able to get an M super, which is going to have a lot of pressure into this. Janet is able to connect it onto Janet, take her down so quickly. And now the pass up with the Flying Hook as well, able to get a lot of pressure. Gets deleted pretty instantly. Otis with a really good mute. And now it is essentially goal point, a match point for the top.
What a place to find themselves. United TSC 1 goal away from landing themselves in today's grand final, guaranteeing themselves a LCQ spot in the process, and who knows, maybe even the world's spot too if they continue this kind of dominance ahead. Now ball potentially passed through to the Evs, low HP on all sides of things. The Janet bombs are not going to be enough. It is going to be a goal. United TOC do the unthinkable. They are in the grand finals, locking themselves in for the LCQ as a bare minimum. Fantastic stuff, and they looked the most convincing we've seen them today, landing the mark and certainly leaving a few scratched heads on the side of Venice, who go down to the lower bracket. Not out today by any means, but they still have another chance in the lower bracket finals, where they will face FKOP later on today. But that is the result that every team dreams of. United TOC have given themselves a massive cushioning in this year's competition in the BSC now. They will at least be going to the last chance qualifiers, and that is already a big result.
Absolutely huge on the side of TOC. And that looked like a big mismatch. I don't know if it was composition. I don't know if it's just straight up confidence. It didn't look like those teams were in the winners final in a sense. Like, I thought it was going to be a lot closer. Trick of China, they're looking pretty good, right? Because again, you know, it's very likely that Venice will probably end up winning the losers game. They're going to face Venice probably again in the grand finals. So world spot is looking pretty tasty for them. Or maybe Venice or FKOP are able to recollect themselves and maybe get a better opportunity. But you know, Venice was pretty convincing in the first time around, and we can see the bracket play out here. Talk already solidifying the LCQ and potentially the world finals with the way things went. I'm just blown away by that sweep.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because in the nature of the format leading up to today, just to give the viewers at home a little bit of a recap, we basically had an instance of 3 monthly finals, and that meant that teams that were making the semi-finals of those monthly finals, I'm going to bring it back around to us whilst the commentators just finalize out things. I believe we're going to be going to a little bit of a break in just a moment, but so the monthly finals in mainland China worked through going from April, May to June. 3 monthly finals, and each one over the course of 2 days in a elimination bracket. If you kind of got to the semi-finals of a monthly final, those 4 teams would lock themselves in for a knockout phase, which was a group stage into a double elimination bracket. So, you know, Venice qualified in the early stages. I believe it was the very first month back in April, and they were then not in a position to really face against TOC from that point on. In the bracket stage of the double elimination, you know, following from the group stages, they were in the upper bracket, both on opposite ends, and they were able to maintain within the upper brackets. They never actually even faced off. That was the first time that we've ever seen them have a matchup. But again, United TOC today looking like definitely the favorites to potentially take the whole thing. Great stuff from them. I think the stage now going to be reset as the timer on the clock is for 20 minutes of a break. Up next, we're going to have the lower bracket finals between FK, OP, and there, as we just saw as well, Venice. So FK, OP, and Venice having, I believe, a grudge match, yeah, from earlier on today. Do stick around for that. We'll be coming back around to that matchup in about 20 minutes time. Me and Spen are going to just have a cup of tea real quick. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. And again, that grand final still to come. It's going to be United TOC versus the winner of this next matchup to determine who is going to Worlds and who is going to LCQ. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the jump. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We are in the mainland China region today, approaching the end, actually, of the competition. Now moving down to the lower bracket grand finals. We've got a banger matchup lined on our hands, Ben.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be a rematch of what we already saw earlier today. But again, for both of these teams, it is do or die at the moment. And again, it's actually a situation where whoever wins this matchup will actually guarantee themselves LCQ, at least minimum. So it is pretty interesting. So even for FKOP, who pretty much the underdogs in this, lost against Fennis last time around, and you just saw Fennis get sweeps pretty hard by Tok as well. So even if FKOP can cause an upset, at least they can guarantee themselves an LCQ spot.
Yeah, for Fennis, it's a great position to be in, isn't it? I was put the names on the screen there. You know, it's the best position you can be in. You were in the spot in the previous game to qualify with LCQ. Now you got a second shot at it. I mean, and also in a matchup which you've already come out on top against FKOP in. I think this is definitely a second chance at grace for them. Absolutely so. But nonetheless, you got to be a little bit concerned as well that if FKOP have been getting better as the days gone on, and you know, they have been showing good signs of promise, you know, maybe this could be that moment where if Fennis get this wrong, they can look back upon things and really kind of be kicking themselves. The players as well, now on the stage as well. Let's head over to the clean feed to see how things are progressing in that regard. But certainly, Fennis can't afford to get this wrong. You know, they've had a great deal of opportunities now to get themselves out ahead of things. Couldn't quite get the win against United TOC in the last matchup. United TOC locking themselves in for that LCQ spot as a guarantee at the very least, and then await in today's grand finals, which will be our last match following this. And I've got to be honest though, United TOC looking so fierce. Whoever wins this, I don't envy them, but I've got to place my predictions a little bit here on Fennis. I mean, it'd be kind of rude not to. They didn't look like they just were a cut above United TOC, but earlier today they looked a cut above FKOP. And it really does come down to whether FKOP have learnt from some of their previous dealings, as in the format being the way it was, we didn't see many of these clashes actually occur. Here's the rotation: Gem Grab, Heist, Knockout, and then Hot Zone and Brawl Ball. So for Gem Grab, we have Hard Rock Mine, Gem Fort, and Double Swoosh. And it's going to be Hard Rock Mine of which we are going. And I keep mentioning it every time, but I'm not sure if the icons against these player names indicate their game mode of choice. But if it's Gem Grab, we've got 5 out of 6 men, which is a good sign for me.
We've got some aggros as well. I want to see some tanks if it's Hard Rock Mine. This is a map where tanks can be really good, especially towards the latter end of the draft. You know, Ash, we keep trying to talk about it because Ash in the previous meta was actually an insane brawler. You know, he's okay in this meta for us, but they're on a previous meta build, so Ash can be a really dangerous last pick. I'm interested to see whether they opt with the standard kind of Rico. You know, Rico isn't really used too often anymore on our side of things, but it definitely can work in terms of their meta just straight away. That is me and Power League. That actually is me and Power League. I'm like, I don't even care. I'm just spamming that Shelly ban button. You don't want to see anything like that, especially if the enemies have that first pick. But it's going to be pretty hard for FKOP for sure, because not only did they lose to them earlier today, they also lost against them in the eliminations 2 weeks ago. So that is a 0-2 in head-to-head. But we did see a little bit of saving grace in the match today. But can they go one further? It's going to be tough arc for sure.
Hands are in. Hank, Ruffs, and Shelly, Janet, Stu, and RT, and Gus first pick there on the side of red. And I think I don't mind the ban so far. I mean, like you say, I'd like to kind of see some aggressive ideas. I think mid for sure is going to be an interesting one. I'd like to see 8-bit. 8-bit hasn't really been adopted so far, at least today, by the mainland China region. I think this is the best place for him. Could have been used in Bridge Too Far for Heist earlier today, a map that's not really in the map pool for the majority of the West, but we'll be going with Penny, which is going to struggle against the Gus a little bit here, I feel. Bell might be, are they thinking Penny Lane, maybe? Pipe. These are wild ideas. I mean, I'm not too sure that you need to double down with the Bell and the Piper, and the Penny, rather. Certainly prefer the Bell over the Piper, though. I mean, it's it's not the worst of mids. We see it a great deal of course in North America, but they play it so well. I really can't complain when I see it in North America. It actually just excites me to see Piper on a map like this. But Bell's certainly safer, no doubt about it. But Gene very much available there as well. Surprising to not really see those kind of ideas come to the surface. But gem carrier in Hard Rock Mine is essential to get right, honestly. I do prefer 8-bit myself, but it's a bit riskier. Carl for lane aggression, love that as well, and that's something that needs to be matched. I mean, sure, Penny's got the knockback, with the turret, which is a great thing, and Salty Barrel as well, which may have been actually in a stronger place in this version of the build. Again, we are working in the mainland China region with a build of Brawl which goes back a couple of months. It's the point in time where you can just see there that Macy is the most recent brawler. Hank in the meta was rife, and we haven't got Cordelius to worry about here. But yeah, certainly I think that aggressive brawlers in nature, they've really only been okay. Well, that's a new one. I'm glad to see Fang actually. Simply, I don't think it's going to work out well, don't get me right, but I think in terms of aggression, we've seen what Stu and Carl really hold the mantle when it comes to that. Fang going to come in, but this ain't the place for it, Spen. I'm just going to go out there and say it.
Yeah, Fang on this map, maybe if he just literally only goes for his matchup, but you don't really get value out of Fang. Like, normally you want to connect multiple rulers in a row to then get the bounce. It's just a very defined map in Hard Rock Mine, but I'm all for it. I'm all for trying something. They need to try something quite spontaneous if they want to win this one, of course, but maybe a bit too spontaneous for me. But I definitely like what you were saying about how 8-bit would have been a little bit better. Gene, you've got Max, probably a little bit better than the Bell, but maybe again a bit of a comfort pick. We've seen already Doki Doki play a pretty good Bell in my opinion. But we see, I mean, the Carl matchup's going to be good for the Fang because the Carl can't super at all. You've got the roundhouse kick that can just stun him every single time. But we see the swap of the matchups right here. I don't think Squeak's much better of a matchup, but at least the Carl could then push forward onto the Penny, and that's exactly what you're seeing this time around. But Gems definitely kind of spanning out evenly on both sides of things. Cookie Popper could have been used right there to get the Bell pretty weak. Actually saves it, I'm not too sure why he's really saving it, and instead just gets tapped like crazy. We see the Squeak super come into play. Fang's looking for an opportunity with his super, but looking pretty messy so far. Fang not really doing too much.
Comes in now though, does get the gems taken care of, but can't really be collected just yet. However, the Squeak and the Carl very low here. Mid-cap gonna go in for it, and baits out the flying hook a little bit because he may have been foreseeing the path thing going through the mid, and it wasn't to be. On the top right, however, will he still be around? He is, I think, but there's a respawn coming in as well. He's got to still be there. The turret as well will go down, but I think now, yeah, respawning back in, so those gems safe for the most part. 10 now on countdown, marked up there. Wasn't even needed, to be fair, from the side of Doki Doki, but no real sign of a reset coming in anytime soon from FKAP, and pretty much just going to be safe and sound. I mean, the Fang was definitely an aggressive brawler to add to this kind of mix, which I don't mind. I mean, they had a lot of range already, so, I mean, it kind of did the job. I still don't think it's necessarily the strongest of aggressors that you can potentially go for as a pick on Hard Rock Mine, but nonetheless, it's always exciting to see a bit of variation in the mainland China region.
Yeah, I had that pop-off moment, which ultimately won them the game. But I just think Carl does what Fang can do a bit better. So, yeah, in my opinion, we need to see FKOP utilize that Carl a little bit more. Fang's going aggressive on their mid. We need to see Carl going aggressive on the Venice mid for sure. But it was quite interesting. One thing that kind of resonated with me was the Penny kind of choice. She didn't opt to go for the gems and just ended up in their spawn. In my opinion, I know they won the game, but I'd have just liked her to pick up the gems and just run back anyways, but it seemed to work. But we see the matchup swapping a lot of the times here. It's quite evident that the Fang really wants that Carl matchup. Even though the Squeak's going to have a good matchup against the Penny, for sure. We see a lot of aggression on the side of Fang. This is what we like to see. He does get taken down immediately, but it doesn't really matter because a few gems do go the way of Venice. But now the aggression can come in from FKOP. We've got Carl with super, potentially with the flying hook. He can get that Bell down if needed. But Fang is sniffing it out pretty nicely. He knows he can defend the Bell pretty well. And that's going to be all things tied up.
Much closer matchup for the most part. Gus creeping forwards, got shield, but still being very reluctant to use it, and almost the Bell shots ricocheting between both himself and Aaron, and that could have been very, very costly And again, a nice seek out of the squeak on the left-hand side. But all three members got super here. It's a great time for Aaron to go in and utilize it. The slow though, just on point. The knockback too. Still surviving on. But now Story coming in for the gems just to secure them on the side of Venice. But that was a great aggressive push from FKOP. Just didn't quite, though, cut the mustard.
It looked to be spectacular, but on the other side of things, they're able to take down a gem carrier of FKOP. And now, well, the Bell's actually really weak here. Actually just go down. That was a bit of a overstep in my opinion. And now Fang is pretty weak as well. Flying hook to get out. Potentially, he's so weak, but he should be able to get it out with the help of his teammates. A good shield coming in. And now he should be able to, Penny's no way we're going to be able to take down the call. And he's able to steal the gems. That was daylight robbery. Literally in broad daylight. I can't believe I just witnessed that, and that is maybe the start of a little bit of momentum going aside of FKOP. I just saw it coming. I don't know why the Bell just didn't retreat. She was one shot. I thought the game was basically won, and she just overstayed her welcome. And this is one thing we started to see in the last matchup, a bit of complacency on the side of Venice. They can't afford to throw a set here.
It really was not going the way there of Venice towards the end, but they left the door open. You know, they did allow it to happen. The aggressiveness of FKOP, as we've seen today, is definitely their strongest attribute. And I like the patience of getting the car back out of things. It looked a little bit hesitant, looked a little bit shaky, but nonetheless, the thought process was there. And I think the wise call just to utilize the gust shield, ensure it, and take their time, because you know, some of those Bell shots coming in were likely to land if they'd been rushing things and just being too predictable in their nature. But now 5 gems in the pocket for Doki Doki, and the Gus is marked up here as well, which is definitely a concerning thing to see. Gus shield again for safekeeping and measure. Aaron going to get found on the right hand side by Midcap, and that's a good clear up. But nonetheless, only 2 gems, potentially 3, but dropped. Midcap follows up with the shots, and now coming through with the help of Doki Doki. I mean, that's really big mistakes on the side there of FKOP.
Yeah, I'm not liking his goal so far. Story's able to get a kill in hand, but every single time I'm seeing FKOP in a decent position, the Gus just ends up dying out of nowhere. Just gets some couple of quick taps. Just see here again, 2 taps from Bell, able to get a lot of pressure. Now just 2 gems is all that Venice need. With a Fang super, able to get aggression. Well, just 1 gem now, actually. They can surely get this next one, which will spawn in a second's time. Cole needs to go on the aggressive, but Penny Turret is there to defend herself for now. The Fang's going in with a triple super and is nearly able to get a full team wipe, but isn't able to get the gem just yet. We see the knockback from the Penny Turret. Carl was able to get the gems in the end, but I think actually flying hook out. Will he be able to survive in time? He somehow actually survives that. I thought there was no way he was going to be able to survive it. And, you know, 8-7 is actually an even playing field now.
7 gems with Aaron. He's got flying hook, but you don't want to be going aggressive as a Carl, and that's where Carl really can thrive. Great mark, and the follow-up shots almost taking care of the Gus, and that would have been another disastrous thing to see, as the gems are currently split on the side of FKOP, and that is going to be countdown for them. Penny Turret down, but taken down equally as quickly. It can be reset from the mid here, and FKP have gone back a bit too deep for my liking. They've got to stay pretty firm in the mid. They don't want to allow just the Carl to be left alone. He's got a fly hook away. Gems dropped again, and it's a bit all over the place.
I didn't really like that play. Like, he didn't really need that gem, absolutely. And instead, he's just completely thrown the entire gems on the way. Can they get that last gem in time? Actually, somehow. Wow. It's just crazy. It's going back and forth. It looks like Venice should be able to have complete control. And then just 1 death, it flips the tide. But now countdown going the side of Venice right here. But Carl with all the gems, again, it's not what they really want. Fang has super here. All things tied up. 12 gems apiece. A great squeak super, able to get the Penny down. Squeak's able to survive. Story's going in here on the Fang, able to get the kill onto Gus, but Cole cleans things up. The Bell goes down as well. And now 15 gems on the way of FKOP. They've got all the gems they need with 10 seconds left. Venice in spawn. Surely they need a reset, they need a kill. But with 5 seconds left, there's not enough time for them to go up the map. And the Cole is definitely the MVP in this scenario. He was able just to clean up so much of the mess when his teammates were just dropping gems left, right, and center. Carl definitely the MVP, and FKOP actually take a set here.
I mean, it certainly was not the cleanest of things to witness. I mean, the gem carriers are meant to land on their feet a bit more frequently than we saw there, but definitely in desperate times, call for desperate measures, and that's kind of what we saw in a nutshell. But, yeah, I mean, it genuinely, the way that the gems are being dropped so much on both sides, would love to have seen that stat, by the way. It could have gone either way. It really could have done. It's a tough thing, though, at this stage of the competition where, again, the lower bracket finals, one of these two teams going home on the cusp of greatness, being able to lock in, at the very least, an LCQ spot if they win. So to come this far in the competition and then to throw it all away would be a terrible thing to see, honestly. But for FKOP, they get it set on the board, and in the previous matchup between these very two teams earlier today in the bracket, it was only one set that FKOP were able to obtain against their oppositions of Venice. Now they might be in a much better spot for it. I mean, I didn't mind the Fang's place, actually, despite being not really a brawler of my choice for, drafting on this particular map. And it was quite fun to see Mainland trying to go a bit more on the aggressive for a change.
It was, but like we mentioned, we both agreed on it at the start, is that Fang is good. It's a good counter to Cole, but Cole just does what Fang does a little bit better. And we've seen the adaptations. The first game, it was all Fang. And, we spoke about how we wanted Cole to be a lot more aggressive. He was definitely aggressive. We see him trying to steal a gem there, which to me just didn't really make sense. But still, with all the chaos, they were able to clutch a lot of things. That Squeak Super, by the way, was definitely the clutch in the end. I don't know. Okay, it was a Squeak again. I mean, we spoke about Cole making all the plays, but Squeak got a really clutch super and then got the kill onto Bell, which ultimately kind of won them the game. A bit underrated in that sense. But as you mentioned, it was a 3-1 scoreline earlier today, but FKOP able to get a set really early on, and it's a scary proposition. The mechanics, I feel like, are clearly there on Venice, but I don't think the composure is really there.
This is the thing that worries me a little bit, is the noticeable shift with FKOP to kind of just get a bit better throughout the day and learn from some of those mistakes. It's like Safe Zone and Heist will be up next. And yeah, none of the icons have changed. So I'm going to go out there and assume that it's either a statistic about their gem carrying abilities or whether it's maps and modes that they favor. But I think that the brawler pictures are just for show, really, because we haven't seen really any Edgar today, despite it being seen a lot in the icons as well as the mortars. But certainly, if you're just joining the stream, a warm welcome to you. We are now in the lower bracket finals, where one of these two teams will be exiting the competition. The winner locking themselves in, at the very least, an LCQ spot by moving forwards to today's grand finals, where United TOC await them. And it's on a knife's edge now between Venice and FKOP as we go into yet another draft for the day. But the build as well for Brawl is a bit dated in terms of updates. We're looking around the time of Hank being very, very strong in the meta, and therefore, if you can think back to that time of what the other brawlers were like as well, you see a little bit of a shifting up of the meta. Pretty much Shelly, though, always insta-banned along with the Hank, and brawlers like B would probably have had those original situations where I think was it 3 shots to super instead of the 4, and others like that. Meg was in a better place for sure. I kind of feel like she sits between the middle of the two nerfs that really hit her hard somewhere, because we've seen her a bit, but not as much as she was when she was first kind of semi-broken. Okay, so bans in, but B, Buzz, and Colette to the Hank, Shelly, and Brock. It's the same thing. If you have the coin toss, you leave open Hank and Shelly. If you don't, you ban them and then go from there.
Yeah, I guess at least they've got that kind of cemented in their drafting skills. Yeah. At least they know to ban the best brawlers at start. That would be very worrying if they didn't. But did you catch the map on this, by the way? Or?
I think Safe Zone for Heist, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense with a Bonnie pick for sure. So we've seen Bonnie early today. I don't think it did win on Safe Zone because, again, the call, this call in this region is just absurd. I feel like every single time I watch a call, other than maybe one set in Brawl Ball, I've seen him win pretty much all of the time, especially getting in that pocket. So again, we see the Bell. It seems to be a safe brawler for a lot of these people in this region. I know it's really solid in Safe Zone anyway, but we're just seeing it pretty much everywhere at the moment. You can see here trying to figure out what they can go in retaliation to the next preferred pick here from AD. Trying to think of what other options you can really go on Safe Zone. Again, there's no Colette, so we'll go with the 8-bit, we'll go with the Eve, which is going to be just good against everything. Again, pretty safe pick. I like it. I'm like what I've seen so far. There's no kind of Brock, there's no Colette, so 8-bit would be very good for damage.
It's a weird one because we haven't seen any of it today, and like the maps we've got actually catered to it a fair amount. got Hard Rock Mine. You got this. Bridge too far as well. We've seen earlier today. Still no pit stop. What's with that, by the way? We got like a bit of a randomized map pool, by the way, if you are just joining us, where the maps are kind of kept from the players until the first moment. RT seems to be preferred to it, and I still think the 8-bit here would be a great thing to consider, really. But you know, we've seen RT plenty of times now on Safe Zone, despite it being one of these brawlers that can really struggle to get any value from Super, really. And definitely Janet now seems to have definitely been coming back into the thick of things. Penny was in a better place as well in this version of the build, so makes some sense as to why they've gone with that idea. But still, I think 8-bit would have been great, and in many a time today would have been probably a better draft than some of the ones they are landing on those final picks.
I think it's too control based this time around. They went to the Penny last pick. I mean, Penny's probably a bit better in this build, but the thing is, like, I'd like to see a bit of aggression. You know, the Darryls, the Coles, especially on Safe Zone, it can win you so many games. And Cole would have had a really good matchup because there's just so control based on one side of things with Bonnie, Ruffs, and I've got the third pick, but it was just so control based that an aggro last pick would have been beautiful to see. But we can see how things will play out in this set. So in terms of the mid matchup, I think RT can have a good job against Bell if you get a couple of taps in. But then again, it is pretty hard to tap with RT. He already uses the hack gadget pretty early, I would say so. Normally you want to tap that towards the end when they're about one shot. We can see here Bonnie already using the Sugar Rush. Just get a few important taps onto even getting a lot of pressure overall, but you can't really reach the safe from that position overall. And with 30 seconds left, it's just both teams kind of sniffing out and waiting for that first opportunity.
The Jukes from Doki Doki, which is probably my favorite name actually in the mainland China region, gotta be honest. Marked up now as well. It's a good level of accuracy being displayed on the side of FKOP. Aaron on the right hand side, just using that shield gear as well, so juking his way forwards to be a tankier threat. Lands onto Story. Salty Barrel goes down as well, but eventually the pinch is just too strong and he will whistle down. Sandbags out for mid cap as the hatchlings will come in. Quadruplets now as the quadruplet gear coming in for them, which I think does provide a great deal of push potential actually for FKOP if they time those wisely and players on the side of Fennis aren't really ready for it. That's the time which they can really go to town on things and try to get this damage, but still no sign of it on either side of the field. 100% on both safes, but Aaron now got turret. Gonna place it there. Probably would have gone for the sort of far right hand side pocket myself, but it is not being tapped up too much. Now it's got the angle from Story exactly, so yeah, probably would have been better served from the right.
Yeah, that was a wasted turret, but a good jump from Bonnie, able to get into the pocket. But then again, bit of a wasted super in some senses. I like it normally saved to just jump straight directly onto the safe, but just get a little bit of chip shot damage. And of course, they now have to pinch him out. But with 30 seconds left, only 9% damage dealt to the safe. And now Penny's looking to sneak in behind. Not really much damage or kind of threat here. LT does drop the legs, which is a little bit interesting. I thought a little bit of a waste because now he's really vulnerable and FKOP can start to rain a little bit of damage on the safe. They've got a rough in the pocket though with sandbags, not looking the greatest for them. 15 seconds left with a 10% lead. Venice really need to do some, actually no, they're in a big lead, so FKOP need to do something to get back this lead, but a lot of damage raining down with 4 seconds left. Can they get enough in time? 2 seconds left. They need a bit of a deficit, and just 4% is all that's in it. In the end, it was pretty hard to see what was kind of going on the other side of things. That's why I was a bit hesitant, reluctant, but you get to see that split cam. But in the end, Fennis just being able to sneak that one with Ruffs, able to chip shot his way. I just felt like they didn't really seize the opportunity quickly enough. Just maybe a couple of extra seconds and they would have actually took that game there.
Yeah, I'd love to see it back as well to see whether, I think it was Aaron on the penny, whether he was able to line up Doki Doki to get the like amplified ending of the shots. I think he may have been just ahead of him, but if he maybe was able to do so, it might have been enough damage. But it's hard to really say. Nonetheless, a very, very close ending to that last game, as could have gone genuinely either way. But it's kind of hard to keep track on the games actually when they're not showing it in the scoreboard. But if I'm not mistaken, a good advantage position now for Venice to get a set back of their own, right?
Yeah, they took the first one. It's a little bit confusing on the overlay sometimes, but We see Bonnie already pushing forward on the Bell. If Artie can get one tap on the Bell, he can just click that green button and get the kill with the hacks gadget. A good tank from the Salty Barrel so far. This time around, Fennis are looking to go a lot more aggressive, which I like. They've got the Bonnie pick, which does form that aggression. A good super onto the safe, able to get a 20% lead already, which I really like. But the quadruplets are coming in here. Artie is extremely weak. Ruffs definitely needs to help with a pinch, but now you can see how the quadruplets help with the control, but not too much damage. It's just a lot of control on the side of FKOP. They haven't really got brawlers that can correlate a push into a lot of damage unless they get that penny turret, but looks like Story's going to be pinched down in the end. Bell pretty weak overall. They need this penny turret down in a safer spot to get this damage in.
Good taps by mid-cap there as well. He's been playing a very good game all day today, let's be honest. Jumping from Story, gets the takedown onto Aaron there as well. Gonna just play it slow and steady. Oh, nice returns, but Bell will be traded out as the hatchlings come in. Waste the turret. See, these questionable turrets on the side of Aaron. You know, he gets the taps, probably one away or two away from Super to be able to place it again, but there's better ways, I think, to utilize it. I think he got a little bit lucky in that regard, but I think, yeah, I'd like to see just a bit more turret value. Yeah, one away now from Super surely, and the Salty Barrel goes down for good measure. There it is. And placing it slap bang in the middle. I mean, again, like, is that going to help much?
Tanks a little bit, but Bonnie Jump's going to jump in with 12 seconds left. The damage is now raining in. Penny, there was no Salty Barrels left to actually really get a ton of damage. There's just a couple of percentage points in it. It's going back and forth, 4% left, but Penny just doesn't have the DPS to really claw back the lead. And Fennis are able to win in the end with Bonnie with the damage gear activated. Was just too much to handle. And it's where, you know, we were pointing out quite clearly there was probably penny barrels that were wasted. There was supers that are wasted. I feel like it was just too rash in the decision making, especially with the turrets. You didn't see once where the turret was alive for longer than like 5 seconds. They could have easily put it down the right hand side on the unbreakable wall. And then again at the end, if it's maybe, I know that might be unfortunate. Maybe there could have been ways he could have saved a gadget, but that could have been so much damage on the safe with a Salty Barrel to hand. So a little bit unfortunate for FKOP, but Venice, they're going to take that one.
Yeah, not a single time to my recollection was a single like turret placed in that really right-hand side pocket next to the indestructible walls, where realistically, sure, Body can get the angle on if they really, you know, find it, and the RT as well. But like that's where you can go on the aggressive and just force their hand, and then once the incinerate starts to rain down, they've got nowhere to, or limited places that they can realistically dodge, and that's where you can really turn up the pressure in those scenarios. But it was used in very weird places for the most part for me. Especially as a pretty decent pick. Remember, back in this sort of time for the build that we're working with, the updates were very favorable for Penny for a long time. Pretty much the brawler which the majority of the pros were pleading about time and time again to be nerfed. But the value of it there just really didn't show through. And despite the scorelines being very close time and time again, possibly a costly set there for Fairness. But like, let's see going into our next map, which is gonna be Knockout as well. Golem Gulch, I believe that's the correct one from the top of my head. Yeah, and then tied up in terms of the sets, so that's where things now start to get a bit more interesting. But a little bit disappointed from that last set. I want to see a bit more of a turnaround. FKOP now tied 1-1 with Fairness.
I think FKOP, I don't want to call it now, but I think they're going to live to regret that set. A lot of plays that could have gone their way. Even in the draft, they could have drafted a little bit different. Penny didn't get any value. Maybe they could have gone with a Cole and made a lot more aggressive plays. I felt they could easily have won that Heist set. And you don't want to give a team like Fennis any momentum. Of course, they literally won the first monthly final. So just presuming of that, you know, they've got to be one of the strongest teams around if they're winning the first month final, one of the first teams to put themselves into the eliminations a couple of weeks ago. But here you go, draft straight away in. And we see, of course, the Shelly and the Hank automatically banned every single time. And we see the Mr. P ban, which I'd say is actually pretty good on this map. Even in all regions, it's pretty good. But maybe they're looking to go something like a Gene. It's not typically banned out all the time. And we see the Sprout, Bonnie, and Grey banned as well. So good bans from both teams. I like what I'm seeing. But I think Tick is available, so I'll definitely be drafting that Tick. Very strong on Knockout.
Yeah, I think one of the best strengths actually to the mainland China region today has been certainly an awareness to draft, you know, and pretty much similar ideas that we see in some of the most successful regions around the world. Hank banned out on the Shelliers again. You know, Hank was pretty broken at this stage of the game. Cordelius won't be coming to the mainland China region for a while yet. They're a little bit behind. Brock, first pick, always a safe one. Ability to break quickly and with the tick on the other side of things. They want to be able to pressurize that as quickly as they can. But like I say, I like the idea of the Gene with the tick. That would be a good shout, but something aggressive to add to it on the right-hand side. But RT, which I'm not really too convinced is the best follow-up brawler to have here. I think brawlers like Pam here can still have a pretty solid place on this particular map for longevity. And Sprout ban, pretty decent body. Certainly was one of my favorite bans actually in the grey. But yeah, RT, I'm not overly convinced. I would like to see something which has more value when it comes to that super. I think RT is just a bit risky. Sure, in the late stages, when the gas comes in, it can have its moments, but it is just a bit tough to really have much more than that.
Yeah, it can be decent in knockout. It depends what they go as a last pick. I guess they might have drafted RT in a sense, like, you know, they've got last pick, maybe they can go something a little bit more aggressive, but we see the Piper come in to somewhat counter a Brock. I would say they go with a bow as well, which normally I would say isn't the best, but we did see bow on Gold Arm Gulch in NA, I believe. I think Luminosity, LG, they went the bow, which was really strong. So, you know, I can't really knock it, to be honest. It's going to be decent against RT. It's going to be good to just keep the opponents back. And thinking about, well, they just go for the Mandy. Wow, that is pretty brave, if I'm honest. I mean, Mandy can somewhat counter a Piper if you get your taps in. I kind of like it as well against the tick because you can pretty much one-shot it. Of course, actually, no, he'll use the shield gear, but it's definitely a risk they're willing to take. But they need to be connecting these Mandy supers or else they've got nothing to really fall back on.
It reminds me very much today with the time where around the world players were experimenting with Mandy and very quickly realizing that she got no value. But in mainland China, I mean, we have seen value being obtained with Mandy. But whether that's just like a lack of communication or some nerves on the stage today, I'm not too sure. But certainly, I mean, I would like to have seen the Gene come through realistically here. I think Piper's great, but very daring for sure. I've always been a big bow advocate, honestly. I think that it's one of the most versatile and underrated brawlers, just able to really, like, just be viable in most scenarios. And I don't mind it here for that reason, for sure. But when we're all tied up, I kind of favor the comp here, actually, of FKOP. Mandy's a nice call. If Story can land the shots, then all the more power to him. But I didn't like it then. I don't think I like it now.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, especially if you get pushed back into these bushes where you can't get into that focus mode. It's going to be pretty hard to really get much value out of it. We already see RT pushed all the way up. Just actually missed the gadget. Nearly gets the double tap onto the tick, which is definitely something Tick's got to be careful of, those two taps. Not actually running the shield gear as well, which is definitely a bad thing. Should be running that, but the tap's coming in with both Mandy low. Does get the tap on, doesn't get the super out in time, and now he should be able to get this pinch onto mid gap. I don't know why Aaron isn't really shooting there, probably letting his teammates build up the super, to be fair to him. Really cool and calculated, and that could be a really big turning point. Like the Mandy super didn't even come out, so now you have to wait another 5 shots to get super. This is surely gonna go the way of FKOP.
It's looking much better for them. If they were able to gain a set off the back of this set, by the way, I mean, it's be the first time that they've had the lead against Venice in the entire tournament, isn't it? Because they only really faced off in the final monthly finals, in the bracket stages. It was the knockout stages of the double elimination bracket to get to the final 4, wasn't it, for today? But have never got the win. So let's see as this pinch coming in. Tick head closes down. Great taps. Oh, but mid cap actually, the help of Doki Doki, managed to secure it, making it that 3 versus 2. And this would be a really decisive moment, because if somehow Aaron can pop off, bow stun might help. Homing recipe, is it there? It didn't seem to come out. It would have been a prime time for it and punished regardless. Got to question that lack of gadget or potentially using another. Didn't quite spot it, but nonetheless, there could have been a chance there to make it a 2 versus 2, I feel.
Yeah, they definitely missed the opportunity right then. Also, the bow going down he overstayed his welcome a little bit too much, but now the pinch is going in on the bow. Great rocket raid and a Mandy super to hand. And now quickly a 3v3 turns into a 3v1 with just a Piper left. And with so much HP in a 3v1 scenario, there's basically no way. It's probably like 99.9% on the way of Venice. There's just no way Piper can really do too much there. And wow. I would honestly say FKOP kind of choked that one. I think personally, they had everything going their way. Mandy wasted super in the first round. We also had a lot of pressure in the second round where they were starting to kind of push them back into the corner. They should have just held their ground, but with some quick taps and good communication with the RT and the Brock, they're able to turn things around quickly. And this could be now scary because I feel like that Venice might have the better composition now that this tick doesn't have the shield gear.
Yeah, I'm siding with them just because I want to see them iron out some of these mistakes. And there were, like you say, big mistakes there. But already, Aaron are out of position, and you can't really be in that position and not be aware that your opposition can come from an angle that you're not expecting. Doki Doki comes out on top as well, just about with 90 HP. And now, probably leaving it for Story to try to get super here, maybe. Definitely taking the time for it. He gets the last tap, and that'll be Venice with a game and a round. So one more and they'll be able to take the lead over FKOP. But for what started as a pretty respectful kind of round for FKOP, or game rather, it's sort of like not really keeping the pace. They've got to start to slow things down a little bit here. They're giving way too many opportunities over to Venice and leading into their trap a little bit here. Look at this pinch. Yeah, Cap was waiting for it. Disconnection from Story though, and that could prove a moment of grace for FKOP here. And what is now 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2 now, as Doki Doki gets the pickup. Oh, huge slow. Rocket right at the top. Yeah, that's going to be surely the set going their way. 2 versus 1 as the tick. I wouldn't like that matchup.
I'm literally shaking my head. I'm really shaking my head. They literally got the 3v2 scenario. And then again, I think it was Aaron out of position with the Piper. Just gets caught out and things just quickly unravel. And FKOP, I don't know. It felt like that their kind of mental state there just completely got destroyed when they lost that other round, because like the first round of that the first round of that second game, they just lost so quickly. So it's quite evident to me that they were just tilted and just kind of threw away games where necessarily I thought that they could have definitely won that knockout game. Some missed Mandy supers, and also overall I just don't even think Venice played it that cleanly, to be honest. It was there for the taking, but a few mistakes, and you can't really make mistakes at this level of gameplay, especially at this time in the competition, because now they are one set losing away from being eliminated and not getting a chance of a land. So big pressure situations, they need to turn things around.
I think they've got some good drafting ideas to be able to do it, but it's now that ability to stay composed under pressure that FKOP is struggling with the most. We've had some good plays today, no doubt about it, but this might be one of those battles that just proves a little bit too much, and especially when you consider the past scoreline looming over them a little bit, not just today, but in the knockout stages of the qualifiers that led to this point in time. It could be a mountain too steep to climb, but they're going to try to climb it regardless. And we'll see going into our next set whether they can just bring things back. I don't think we've been to the fifth final set a single time today, have we, if I'm not mistaken? So it'll be the first, but be a good time for it, no doubt. But the way that Venice have been playing, going into our next map for Hot Zone Ring of Fire, this could be where things are sealed. And again, so much on the line here, guaranteeing a place for one of these two teams into today's grand final. First place out of that will lock in their spot for the World Finals. Second place, the LCQ. Those two spots up for grabs. Prize money as well. I believe around $5,000, and then staggered down from there for first. But it really is all about the world spot, the LCQ spot. These are the prizes that just money cannot put any point on. The ability to stand out on a stage in front of the world and express what you're able to achieve and do is really what it's all about in Brawl.
I agree so much with that point. Like, the money is nice, but the the global setting of an LCQ or World Finals is definitely where my mind would be at for sure. And for a team like FKOP, well, both teams, you can't miss this opportunity. You might not ever get a moment like this again. So they need to put everything into this moment, because you never know what is around the corner, right? You might just become washed like myself, or...
Wow! That's quite a self-roast, this, man.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good self-roast. So, you know, props to myself there. The bans are coming in swiftly, and Shelly is got to be the fastest ban brawler out of everything. They actually banned Shelly quicker than Hank. That is a quick side note. People just don't like Shelly ahead of Hank, but also the Ruff's ban as well, which I definitely respect. It was really strong in the last Ring of Fire set. Oh, actually, no, we're going to swap it. They keep swapping. It's really throwing me off, but the Ruff's was really strong last time we watched Ring of Fire, and then the swap lanes, so that's where it went wrong last time, so I can definitely see why it's banned out.
It's interesting, isn't it, when you watch this region, as to how sometimes indecisive they are. I'm not sure whether they forget about the coin toss and what side it's on, and they get reminded by a teammate or what, but they definitely sort of like seem to be locked in, and then they change their minds a great deal. But Gray, Stu, and Lou, Ruffs, Shelly, and Hank then. Again, Side Lane Aggressors really ruled out. Squeak first pick, love that. Tara not going to be seen realistically here. She didn't necessarily come into the meta, or at least be aware to the meta, following the back of her gears that came into the mix. So I don't think we'd see any of that side lane from her, but Ruffs, I think, quite a key one here to be banned out as well. We've seen Spike come into play a little bit here today, but I'd like to see something firmer in the mid than we've seen so far. A really solidifying Bell or B would go a long way. Pam even's not the worst to picks, depending upon what brawlers come out of the woodwork, but certainly the side lane aggression is what's needed. We haven't seen any sign of Ash today. Carl looks like it could be on the cards, and it is going to be a Bell mid, so I do like that on the left side of things. But, you know, where are all the tanks at? Come on. I miss them.
Yeah, I think we're just too accustomed to seeing tanks in NA, tanks in EU. Maybe it's not correlating just yet. Maybe, you know, it's their first LAN experience. You know, me personally, I kind of try and stay away from the tanks a lot of the time, because they do get heavily countered, and in a high stressful situation, it's pretty hard to pull it off. If I'm honest, like a Buzz, like a Sam, can be pretty risky, but I'll go with a Meg, which is definitely going to be very good in this type of meta. 6,000 HP in the Chinese build. Of course, it's a little bit nerfed in our build by about 500 HP, so that's going to really help in Ring of Fire. And Ring of Fire is the one map which you can never go wrong with Meg. Even in her weaker form right now, she's just got so much HP. She can just keep running in on her zone time and time again, getting percentage. That's definitely what you need. And they go with a Colette. So Colette is a bit of a weird one. I've seen it time to time in EU, but I think the main reason why we're going Colette, because it's actually one of the best counters to Meg, and also it's a really good counter to Cole. So I kind of like it, but at the same time, the enemies have last picking, and they go with Amber, who is able to get a lot of pressure and a lot of value out of the super. I don't know who to really side here. I feel like the Colette could be pretty rough if she doesn't get the Cole matchup every time.
Colette's a tough one to make work as well, just simply to try to line up those supers and get the value for them. We see it from time to time in EMEA, for sure. And, you know, when it's played at that kind of level, it's normally landing the mark, but it's definitely a bit more of the high-risk approach, as far as I'm concerned, at least. But great to see the Amber coming out, by the way. Get to a point now where I tend to not even mention it, because it's kind of rare to see a little bit more than it used to be on Ring of Fire here, but I do always love it when it comes out. We're going to get a good matchup onto that Meg and keep the pressure on, but it's Doki Doki that needs to kind of get that mark quickly and secure it onto that Meg. It's going to be a bit of a real problem. Oh, great gotcha gadget value there. Aaron comes out on top, but that's a follow-up tap that's needed. Now he can focus his time directly onto the mid and getting this Meg out the way, because that's definitely, I feel, in this version of the build, a brawler that could have been worthy of a ban.
Good residue down from the Squeak, able to get even more percentage. Another jolting bolts popped as well to keep the Meg topped up. We see the Colette go in here and using a push it stop power as well to even further hard counter the Cole. Cole just can't use super at any time. Colette getting a lot of value here, and FKOP are starting to extend their lead a lot. Some good pinches down to finally eventually get Meg down. A flying hook, which I think was a little bit wasted. The Meg was pretty much dead anyways, but now they can start to get a little bit more percentage. Another flying hook straight away, able to get it straight onto the squeak. A really good opportunity there from Story overall. And now Venice is starting to make a little bit of a comeback. They need some more zonage here, though. They need like an Amber Super or something to keep the Meg back. Trying to pop the gadget to stay alive. Eventually get Super now. And the lead is slowly going down for FK here.
Yeah, some great time spent. Story under pressure, comes back now, though. Good connection, though, on the right-hand side from the squeak, and Doki Doki will fall. That's pretty disastrous for the side of Venice, as now 70% on the clock, and Aaron might pop a gadget here, but juking patiently so, and despite... Oh, wow, that was beautiful. Oh, it gets a bit punished on the way back, though, but I did like the way that he was so patient to even go for that heal off the back of things, because most players will just simply just pop it out of necessity, and sometimes in this position of the game, it's not a bad shout to just save a couple along the way. But 10% now, as Venice do start to regain some composure onto the mid, but that squeak super should secure it. Still, though, this could be turned around, and there's desperation. You can see there with the flying hook coming in and supers all round. Can FKOP do something about this situation?
Wow. That was... I was just watching it go down. That was insane towards the end, and now they're looking pretty strong. I like the Colette plays for sure. Definitely getting a lot of value out of Colette so far. I felt like the call again just wasn't really getting the most value. I guess the Colette was just playing that well to keep the call at bay a lot of the times, but I'm a little bit surprised to see did you just see that Amber shoot backwards to destroy a little bit of fight? That was a bit of a weird play. I don't know if that was a mishap. It actually happened in the first game as well. I don't know what that strategy is about, by the way, but we see Doki Doki go down with the Bell. Meg's just getting so much zone time, so much HP. It's really annoying for Venice to keep trying to deal with this one. Amber getting pretty weak here, but now Super going a lot more aggro, does actually get a connection onto the grass instead here, which is going to be pretty decent. The residue goes down as well. The flying hook has been popped, goes in pretty aggro here. Meg manages to get into Meg form pretty okay here, but now the knockback goes into play, and still the percentage lead going to FKOP.
Yeah, it's a much better start for Fairness now, as they can go on the aggressive. Story cycling there as well, can now focus his attention onto the Meg, who's not really landing the taps onto Doki Doki. He's going to be able to stay alive, actually. He's the best person to do so as well, as now he'll be able to come in and start to land some shots into Aaron. Good progress, 50% on the clock now, and Aaron is marked up, goes down immediately. This is a much better game, and could result at this rate to a potential match point scenario for Venice, but nest egg pops. That's going to be a lot of shots conceded onto the Meg. Time, though, has been bought. For how long? They
need to get this call out ASAP, and Colette's just going to get pinched down in the end. Cole in the pocket, Amber in the pocket. Cole just supers in on the Meg, which is going to get Meg really low HP. Just pop out that Meg form. Amber trying to get a lot of damage in here. And now FKOP really needs to start raining some damage on this Bell. Bell getting some important taps. Now two of them kind of in the pocket right here. Bell goes down, a flying hook onto the Colette. A lot of value out of the gotcha gadget right here. They need to try and get this call down as soon as possible. Amber doing a really good job of getting some zone time. Oh, that was so close from the Colette, nearly able to get it. But in the end, Venice are now on match point, set point, match point, and potentially a ticket to a LAN or even a world finals. FKOP, they've got a lot on the line. They need to win this one.
Yeah, there's no more second chances now for FKOP. This is now do or die. And like I say, one game away now are Venice from that LCQ guaranteed spot. And with a good performance in the grand finals where United TOC await, they're able to do the unthinkable there again. A wild spot. Good positioning, though, from FKOP this time round, going back to their roots potentially here. As we saw in the first game, they had a much better run of things. Midcap, though, going to be gaining a nice burn off the back of that connection, and Gadget now for the speed to move into position. He's doing a great job on this right-hand side lane. So much utility used, but a lot of value gained. Now finally taken care of by the squeak, but these shots from Doki Doki are going to be what's landing the takedowns to start to get something on the board, and finally Venice take them in.
Yeah, it takes a long time to kind of wait for Meg to use all of her gadgets to get that position, but finally they're in the zone. A great Squeak super here, able to get the connection, but Amber's just going to slowly get the time, and this is where it went wrong for FKOP last time around. They didn't deal with the constant zonage from Amber and the Bell just constantly cycling over and over again. They need to get this Carl out of the pocket, but Colette actually loses the matchup again to the Carl. That is a 0-2 for Colette in that matchup, which you should be winning every single time. An important takedown from mid gap there on the Meg. To Squeak is in the pocket, but they're kind of just ignoring it. You know, Squeak is just going to tickle you. It will annoy you with the shots, but it's not going to deal with the damage that you need. Carl gets another kill onto Colette and another kill onto the Meg, and this is basically confirming pretty much a lot of zone time here for Venice.
Finally, they take care of Story. My word, I wish the camera was higher, honestly, because he just was unshakable from that top left-hand side the entire time. And it's just incredible to me that FKOP just let that happen. And now finally back where it matters. But if Story moves forward, he's got, I think, one more lot of flying hooks still left to go. And why not? Why not to stay on the Colette matchup? It's worked out well so far. Sure, it will cancel him out if he gets too overzealous, but nonetheless, 80% now as Venice take the lead. FKOP have got to shut this down, or again, they will be out 90% now. It's getting too close, Ben.
9% is all they need. Meg is going to go in, but Story again with the flying hook, and also just get cancelled out in the end. But Doki Doki is going to be able to get a little bit of percentage. And now this could be very dangerous, but the Nest Egg is able to get onto the Meg, the flying hook to confirm the extra percentage, and Squeak just can't deal enough damage to take them down in time. And Venice are going to book themselves a spot in the grand finals, where they've secured themselves at least a last chance qualification spot, and potentially the world finals, where Trick or China are waiting for them. In the end, commiserations to FKOP. I felt like in terms of mechanics, you know, we did say Venice did seem pretty strong, but FKOP put up a very, very valiant fight. I feel like there was just a few mishaps in terms of communication, strategy, and in the end, Venice come off victorious. But they've got a really hard matchup now, considering they got 3-0 swept last time around.
Yeah, they've certainly been back and forth with United TOC enough to know where they stand on this fight. But what a story of resolve it would say if they were able to turn the scoreline back into their favor, because it hasn't happened yet. United TOC, I think from memory, just dropping that one set early. Actually, no, looking back, it doesn't seem it was. There was sweeps all round for them. And I think they haven't dropped a set this entire competition so far. It looks like it could well be a world spot for them if they continue that kind of level of consistency. But for me, Venice are that kind of underdog story now. You know, they really lost earlier today against them, but now have a chance to turn things around in their favor. It's gonna be a tough ride, but both of these two teams are guaranteed for something. For Venice, for United Trick or China, it's the case of both able to be potentially at LCQ. But who is going to be at the World Finals? That's what I want to know. And that's what the whole world watching wants to know, because many of the teams today around the world weighing up their competition and, yeah, absolutely judging what they see.
I think the key to success, honestly, for Venice has to be Story on the call. In that game, he was putting in so much work, even against the Colette matchup. I've seen, I think, like 3 or 4 times, maybe even one game, he got a kill onto the Colette, which is pretty much unheard of, because Colette's just got such an easy matchup against Carl. I just hardly ever see a Carl win it. So definitely some really good plays on the side of Story, and you can see here in the grand finals where they'll meet again in the winners final. It didn't really go the way of Venice, 3-0, but we've seen reverse sweeps happen as well, and I believe as well, I'm pretty sure even if Venice win, I think they have to win 2 times, right? Because they came from losers.
That is a really good question, actually. Yeah, I would need to get some confirmation on that from the side of the admin team, but for now, we'll be loading up the match. But yeah, I mean, it's a definite thing to put out there for sure, because normally in those low bracket stages, you come through it, you got to do it twice. I'm sure the confetti doesn't go off on stages. The trophy is there to be lifted, I imagine, here today. We'll soon know. But up next, yeah, United TOC versus Venice. We are now at the grand finals of today. 4 teams have been whittled down just to 2. And I think we've got the correct 2 as far as the action that I've witnessed so far today. I think these are the 2 teams that looked the top 1 and 2 seed. And I think my money would be with United TOC in this regard. just because they've been so consistent and very unfazed by a lot of what teams have had to throw at them. For Venice, though, I mean, they've definitely been put through the runs, you know, today in terms of like having to keep up battle after battle, and they've been more warmed up to the table, and that's maybe a scary prospect from how well United TSC have handled things, but also I think not a bad thing when you're Venice to be able to be getting more accustomed to being on stage, being put under that kind of pressure, and getting some good results today for sure.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that, because in other esports, we're not really typically seeing it too much in Brawl Stars because there's not really too much double elim to kind of go off. But in other esports, it can be scary. If a team is coming from the loser side of things, yeah, they've obviously lost a game. They're not really favorable, but they've just literally played. So they could be hot off the victory, and sometimes that can really build up a momentum. If they can get this first set going their way, then they can start to build the momentum. But I'm pretty sure, I checked the schedule, I'm pretty sure if Venice do win, we'll get another best of 5. So I mean, they've got to do it twice, it seems, to take down Trick or China, which they didn't manage to do the first time around. Could be too much to kind of ask for, but I've seen it before, and I'm all for it. I'm all for the storyline.
I'm all for it. I'm a biased caster for today for the mainland China region, for sure. It's a tough ask, you know, for the way simply that United have been playing today, but nonetheless, I mean, if it happens, I'm all for it. I mean, it'd be a great thing to see Venice not only do it once but twice to make it. I think though that from again what we've seen today, we've got to remember that it is an older version of the game, a bit of an older version build, but for that same reason, you know, we've got a bit of a way ahead to be able to judge the drafts even a little bit more so as to what they were when we were in that stage of the game and where we're up to now as well. And I'm pretty impressed, I'll be honest. I mean, definitely I think the signs of nerves are a bit more noticeable with mainland China, because again, this is a region that majority of the time will have less competition, less sort of advantages there in terms of experience on LAN settings on a stage. And you know, I think a lot of introverted characters as well in this particular region, so I think a lot of the misplays may be more of a sign of nerves actually than anything else mechanically. There's some great signs of flair being displayed. I mean, they clearly are adapting to their call a lot, and like I say, story in particular in that last set really did pop off and display it to its full advantage. But I'd expect to see a bit more sign of Max actually myself here today. I feel like she's one of those that's kind of escaped a little bit more in terms of that draft stage, but we are gearing up, stages being set as United TSC and Venice shortly coming your way.
It's going to be a banger. I'm excited to see this one because they literally get to go to World Finals. So I don't know if we're stressed it enough, but it's such a huge feat to even qualify for the World Finals. It is so hard as a pro player. You don't realize the amount of people that try and become these pro players, right? There's thousands and thousands that fail. So for them to even qualify for World Finals is just such a huge achievement, and one of these teams will do so. It's definitely going to be a little bit easier for Trick or China. They just got to win one best of 5, and they've already done it 3-0. So like you said, if they just do what they did before, you know, that's the maths. They should be able to win this one, but that's just not how it always goes in esports, right? There's a lot of well, especially in a game like Brawl Stars, quick games, you know, just one mistake can literally lose you a game, lose you a set. And as I mentioned, momentum is a huge thing that I really do like about Brawl Esports, is especially at the back of the losers run, you know, they could start to build up a lot of momentum. But I still just look at that 3-0 and think how they gonna overcome that one, because it just looked like Trick or China were in their zone. Like, they were even spinning on them, and they only won, I think it was like the second set, the first game, and they were spinning. So it was like, it was clear to me that they were just so overconfident at that stage that they were the better team.
Yeah, there's definitely that sign there, isn't there, for sure, to their advantage, as United TOC now in the red. My favorites for this one, but nonetheless, don't count out Venice. We've seen some great plays from them, and I think some of their best plays actually to the later stages of the competition, which is really promising to see. But this first draft is going to be an important one. The maps and modes, well, the maps rather, are a bit randomly distributed today, so we didn't know what they were going to be in advance, nor did the players. But we'll find out shortly what the mode are. So Gem Grab up first, followed by Bounty, and then Knockout. Heist and Brawl Ball as our 4th and 5th. So for Gem Grab, the pool will be Hard Rock Mine, Gem Fort, and Double Swoosh. For Bounty, Temple Ruins, we haven't seen once yet today, actually, though. Shooting Star and Layer Cake. For Knockout, Goldom Gulch, Val's Rock out in the open. And it's going to be Gem 4 up first for Gem Grab. Still questioning these icons. It seems like normally 5 out of 6 are Gem Grab. And whether that's favorites, I'm assuming so. But nonetheless, quite an important map for draft, and whether you want to kind of go in with a wall break approach. Personally, I really do love roughs here for that reason, just simply because it can really help out so much to alleviate these kind of center spawn trap ideas around the gem mine. But it's quite a tough map to retake control unless you've got something along those lines. Cases are lots of those aggressive brawlers, but none of which we've really kind of seen today. Fang once in, of all places, I think it was it Hard Rock Mine? Bit of a weird one. I'd like to see some tanky brawlers come in to the mix, but like you said earlier, maybe some signs of nerves, maybe wanting just to assure a guaranteed kind of result in that regard. But what are your thoughts?
I want to see, I mean, on this map, it's like a perfect map for some aggression, right? A lot of grass, a lot of sneakiness. We've seen last time, I think, when they played, I think it was like the first game we casted. I think they banned out like a Jackie and something else kind of stupid. But, well, it's stupid to us, but it might not be to them. But you get what I mean. Like, Jackie's like one of the worst brawlers in the game. But they obviously favor the tanks on this map. So I'm hoping to see some of those strategies hopefully come to play here. I think this is definitely, you mentioned earlier, Max, we're not really seeing it too much. I think it's definitely like a Max type of map because the synergy you can get with a lot of different brawlers, it can be really overwhelming, but it's a very grassy map. You definitely want some brawlers that can scout the grass easily. You mentioned Ruffs with a vision gun and breaking open the map. It can be pretty decent. I've seen Amber used a fair amount of time. I don't think you've really, I think, Tara too much here because this was in the old build. I'd have liked to seen it, but you might see the Meg as well in the middle, but this will be interesting. I hope there's not really going to be a sweep.
Well, again, players just getting themselves ready to draft. This is the most important game of the entire year in this region, so we can give them a little bit of grace for taking their time on this one and getting themselves geared up and ready. An LCQ spot already guaranteed for one of these two teams, but it is that world spot where I really want to know where things lie. Looks like players on the stage having a bit of an issue, so we'll come back around to our lovely faces, but do not worry, I'm keeping an eye on things as to when we do go in to the stage, but looks like there might be a few technical issues on that front. But yeah, I can't imagine what the players are going through at the minute. It must be incredibly nerve-wracking for them, and if the game or something isn't quite to their liking, then obviously we've got to check it out.
Yeah, the downtime can be unfortunate sometimes on LAN, but of course you've got to get all of those technical issues sorted, and we're quite thankful right now that there's not really been any issues. I think we had the first set, but it was only a bit of lag, but yeah, it's probably expected. Of course, with so much on the line, you don't want anything to be wrong with your game. You don't want even the smallest of things. You know, I would be definitely the one to complain a lot of the time. So got a little bit of a downtime to really kind of speak about this matchup. We've already spoke about it enough, but these teams, there's just so much on the line that it's really hype to see. And I hope you guys in chat as well are really enjoying this one because it's been definitely interesting. There's not really a lot of opportunities to really see the kind of meta and how things are done over in China, but now we get to see it in its full glory. And you know, I wish I got to see it a lot more because I'm honestly enjoying it a lot more than other years. You know, years ago I remember watching some gameplay and I was baffled at how bad these guys were, but I guess that's the game just came out, right? So probably been a bit too harsh on them. And now they're at the stage where honestly I could see them causing some upsets, especially in the last LCQ or even World Finals. They've got some decent mechanics on their way. They've got the drafts. They just hopefully need to get like a more updated build so they can get a level playing field.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking forward to it, honestly, to see like what regions around the world are up against. And like I said, like back in 2021, I really loved the fact we had a monthly finals for China, and I was kind of like really blown away to realize that actually coming into this show today that they've been competing throughout April, May, and June. I didn't really realize. I actually kind of felt like it was going to be, you know, a tournament which there was a qualifying stage to today, and then just literally Worlds and LCQ of the back of a LAN. But looking back through to realize that actually it's been going on in the background, and we haven't really kind of necessarily been too drawn into what their kind of formats and all that kind of things were. And looking back through some of the brackets, just interesting to see some of the score lines. I think my biggest surprise, though, is to see how few of the mainland China players that we've seen throughout 2020, 2021, and so on and so forth. And yeah, that was definitely surprising for me to not see some of the faces that we've kind of seen time and time again. But again, you know, life happens, right? Gets in the way. People want to move on and do other things, I'm sure. And some of the organizations, as we know, no longer in this region as well, mainly Nova Esports, TIG Origin, not Trick or China, they're in the grand finals. But I'm not sure that they're even an organization, not too entirely certain. But yeah, for me, that was probably the biggest shock. But I think in terms of the drafts, we're seeing some good stuff. And the mechanics, a little bit of nerves, but again, like, you know, unless you're kind of used to this kind of setting, which we take a lot for granted, I think, around the rest of the world, you know, being in front of an audience, it's a very daunting thing.
It can be, especially if the audience is making a lot of noise, which typically in our finals, any audience is going to make a lot of noise. So you've got that background noise. I know you'll have your headphones on, but you still hear it on the stage. There's a lot of things going on. It can be sometimes daunting to distract and get in the moment. So it's down to these guys' like personality and whether they really have it in them to just completely focus up in the moment. Most time you just do it naturally, right? You don't actually realize you're just ignoring the background noise, but it's definitely something to consider. And as you mentioned, we've not really had the most opportunities for a LAN setting. Like, we're quite lucky, especially within EU and NA, to get a lot of LANs to familiarize yourself with the settings. But these guys, a lot of them, because they haven't really competed in the previous years, to what we know, this is the first time they're competing. It's for a world finals spot, pretty much. It's a high pressure situation to be in for the first time. It can be pretty scary. And yeah, that's what I've got to say on that. In their position, I kind of wish I was in their position at the same time, but it would be very scary.
Thoughts of moving to China, Spain? You seem tempted from that last statement there. Go on, are you considering it?
I might do, but honestly, I thought that I could put up a good fight against them, but these guys actually look pretty good. I wouldn't want to face these guys on a stew. They've got some good wiggles going on, I'll tell you that.
Stu and Carl, yeah. I mean, these are brawlers which, you know, again, the majority of North America and the EMEA are very dangerous on as well, but I think they give them a great run for their money, and I cannot wait to see towards the end of the year, like, how that will all unfold as we get down to it. Again, if you are just joining us, welcome first and foremost. We're just getting the stage set for our grand finals of the day, and it looks like they're going to commercial break as well. So clearly some signs there of a few technical hiccups on the main stage as we approach what is the most important game of the entire year for this region. United Trick or China taking on Venice in what's been a fierce back and forth. We already saw the matchup earlier today. It was Trick or China who came out on top. Question is, though, will that still be the case? Because Venice have shown some very clear signs of development as the day has gone on, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to cause a potential upset in that regard. But again, second place will lock in that LCQ spot. First place for the World Finals spot. I mean, there couldn't be a bigger prize at stake as we approach it. But, you know, it's great to see this region now coming to a conclusion, because around the rest of the world, we've been looking around to see, you know, who's going to be making those signs of moves. And as we were discussing earlier, you know, FA Mini Peckers on the side of the South America side locking in their world spot. Zeta Division as well for the EMEA region locking in their spot. And you know, during the monthly finals this month, we're looking at the leaderboards and the ones that have locked in, thinking, you know, Mainland China to be determined, and here we are today. We will leave with a guaranteed outcome, and that to me is hugely exciting.
I'll definitely be excited, especially on the pro side of things. I would be scouting out the opposition for sure, because as you mentioned, only 2 teams managed to get to the World Finals already. Most of the regions pretty much are destined for like a last monthly final, the way it's kind of going to go. And especially now the format changed from last year. I think last year were double points this time around, so that's probably why in some instances it probably confirmed a little bit earlier, but this time around it's much closer. And for me, it's going to be exciting. And even for a team that can, you know, qualify to LCQ, they've got a chance of potentially getting 2 lands. I know only like 4 teams from LCQ, I believe, go to World Finals, so it's still a slim chance for making it to World Finals from LCQ, but it's still the opportunity to fly out. And even if things don't go your way, it's just the opportunity, right? I just absolutely love the opportunities that Brawl Esports can give you. And as you mentioned as well, the fact that they had 3 monthly finals to get to an elimination stage, so essentially kind of 4 monthly finals, and then to this point right here, it goes to show that there is some fierce competition out there, and they really have been sweating pretty much all year to get to this position.
Yeah, 4 and maybe even like 8 when you consider the fact that each monthly final went over the course of 2 days. So they have been put through their tests big time, actually, in a different format. Maybe not the one that I would have devised myself, but nonetheless, one that's, I think has put players through their paces, and that's what it's kind of all about. Basically, their monthly finals going over the course of 2 days, and a bigger, wider bracket of more teams that will compete. And if you got to the semi-finals, those 4 teams of each month would be looking in their spot for effectively an elimination playoffs, isn't it, really? 4 groups of 3 teams in each, and going round, top 2 teams out of that went through into a double elimination bracket to get down to the 4 that we have had here today. We've already waved goodbye to 2. We're now with the final 2 as our grand finals is soon approaching. We're back on the stream with the casting talent on the set, and hopefully the players are now in a better spot to go live into things. Just a quick reminder of the game modes that are up next. Gem Grab, and I believe it was Gem 4 that we saw as the first map coming up. Then Bounty, Knockout for set 4, Heist, and for set 5, Brawl. If we get to Bounty, which we will, it'll be Temple Ruins, Shooting Star, Layer Cake, which again, Temple Ruins. Haven't seen it once yet so far today. Golem Gulch, Bell's Rock, and Out in the Open for Knockout. Those are our 3 guaranteed sets. And again, yeah, Gem Grab be the first one up as we approach the draft. And kind of what kind of brawlers are you looking to see here, Spen?
Let's have a look. So, Gem 4. I think, in my opinion, I'd like to see in terms of the mid. I think Stu was used last time. Stu was a really good mid option. Saw a lot of good wiggles. And one thing I don't want to see is the RT return. I've seen RT this time around, and it was horrible. We could see the draft play here. I mean, you could kind of see the idea with RT is that the fact that, you know, RT can essentially be like a mini Jackie, especially in those unbreakable walls, but it wasn't really the best. There was a lot of pressure, but I like the Stu, I like the Poco in the middle. You know, Jesse can be pretty off meta as well. But see the Stu being banned, which is definitely a good ban, considering the opponents have that first pick. I definitely want to get rid of that. And we can see the Gray, Tara, and McCall as well. Gray is a bit of a weird one on a really bushy map. Me personally, I don't think I've ever seen Gray on a bushy map just because of how hard it is to consistently scout. But, you know, Tara, even in her previous form, even though she hasn't received a buff in this build, it's still respectable. You can still use it. And waiting just to see who is going to be the first pick. To be honest, I'm thinking towards the Meg. They really like the Meg here.
Yeah, especially because at this time of the build, it was very, very impressive. As if you are just joining, we are going back in time somewhat to the times when you already noticed the Hank being banned. We haven't seen him once today because of that very reason, but that's back to the time when Hank was very, very strong, and you can see there Macy being the most recent brawler of their build. So a little bit behind in terms of the brawlers, in terms of the meta, but it's kind of good for us because then we can look back and reminisce on greater times. Janet kind of come in as she was very, very highly picked, and for her scouting abilities, drop the base as well. And this time of Brawl was extremely good. For that same reason, I'm surprised to see the Tara ban, because this is kind of prior to Tara's buff, I assume, or maybe it's just after, and they haven't quite realized how good that buff really was. It took many of the other regions as well a bit of a time to come around to try it out and really put it through the test. But so far, I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing around the choices of these 2 teams. Gem Grab is a tough map to get right, in all honesty. Penny being considered, though, I'm not too sure about. That's probably my least favorite if they go for it, but they sometimes change last second. Let's see if they're going to go for it or not. Again, no signs of real aggressors. The Griff going to be able to open things up very, very quickly. But Lola going to come in on the side of Red Team. Not too sure. These final picks aren't really the ones that I was expecting.
Yeah, I don't really like the Griff. Like, I'm kind of shaking my head at it just because Black Griffs is an easy target a lot of time. You can get good pressure with his business resilience, but Look like we're gonna go with the Rico or Amber. I mean, Amber would definitely be my cup of tea.
The best
good against
shout.
Lola.
Yeah.
Good against Griff, especially if it opens up. Rico definitely not going to be good with all the opening up. And looks like they go with the Amber last pick. So to be honest, I really do favor the composition from Fennis. I don't like the Griff. The Janet can be okay. I just feel like Griff's not going to be in the best of spots. You know, why do you need double wall break, especially on a map like this? But, you know, it's their meta, their region, so they probably know a little bit better on what's good and what's bad. But I do like the Janet for sure. We've seen it worked here earlier today. She's in a good spot in the previous form, especially because the drop the base gadget isn't nerfed right here. You also have just the amount of damage she does wasn't nerfed as well, so it's going to put her in a good spot, especially in the grassy map, easy to scout out. But here we have the grand finals right here. The winner of this, if you're just tuning in, gets a world final spot, so all is on the line. And now we see mid gap going into mid with the Meg against the Lola, which is a pretty decent matchup for both of them. I would imagine the Griff on the Amber should be a decent matchup for the Amber overall, getting a lot of pressure. Now mid gap already going pretty weak, and we see the freeze frame being popped, and Meg's already out of that Meg, so pretty worrying.
Yeah, not best of starts, in fairness. But gems are equal. So these shots now from mid-cap are quite crucial to land to get back into the mech as quickly as possible and try to get the pinch between himself and Story. The Amber pick, you can see how much value it's already providing the right side, but the gems are dropped. Story can't really go and get them, and that is the terrible, terrible turnaround that you hate to see. United will pick them all up. And that's 8 now, 2 more, and they're on countdown. As quickly as that, it's no longer an even playing field.
I face palmed in real life there. They had the opportunity right there. They really had it. Like, the Lola was so weak. There were 2 of them that could have easily pinched out the Lola, and then it just goes from bad to worse. And now the countdown 10-0 so far. They can get the reset on just a Griff alone, but it's not looking very likely as Jeanette takes to the sky, tries to get a few connections, gets the Amber down as well, and it's just impossible for Fennis to really make a comeback right there. So again, we saw what we saw last time when they faced in Gem Grab. I believe it was pretty much a whitewash, but I've really felt Fennis could have done that. But that seems to be their story at the moment. They look good, they look like they can win stuff, and then they just don't have the composure to pull through. And at the end of the day, that could cost them quite possibly a World Finals ticket. But still, that's only one game, right? I don't want to over-exaggerate too much right now.
Wow, it's mistakes like that, which if you're making in the first set, kind of where you need to leave them, moving forwards away from it. But look at this between the Lola and the Griff, really locking down mid-cap, who's got to be able to heal off the back of this, but it's kind of fortunate in a way the Griff wasn't as far forward. Now he pops the heal as a bit of a safer place to do so. Air support coming in there for Doki Doki, keeping then the Griff player back just a little bit more. Comes out pretty well on top of that. Going to break a lot of the bush that mid-cap was using though to defend against these shots, and I don't know about that. Could have been much better just to leave it in that mid area to pick up, and Janet will go down. However, ego pop for the Lola is quickly deflated by mid-cap, but again, at low HP, he's got to heal up. He's used all his gadgets now, and that's a tough position to find themselves in as the right-hand side is broken with the piggy bank.
A lot of pressure can come in from Trick of China. Keeping the Meg weak is going to be the key here. Not making her heal up is going to be pretty good, but Gem's going to be equally split out. Right here, Lola gets one, Meg about to get one, but she needs to heal up. Only 1,000 HP. The freeze frame is popped, so it's a perfect opportunity for Meg to fall back, get those extra healing. But now another gem fall in the way of Trick or China. They've got a 2-gem advantage, and that's going to be enough for them to pretty much win the game if they can keep this one up. And now 3 gems pretty much available. Lola going pretty weak though, and mid-gap is going weak itself with a incredible ego play. Story can sniff that one out. Janet super used to evade the Amber oil, and now with mid-gap really low, able to get the pinch in the end.
Wow,
really clutch plays, but now just 1 gem needed on the side of Trick or China. They need to get this Griff out ASAP, or this could be extremely dangerous. Doki Doki's extremely low though, gets a pinch onto Griff.
Oh no,
pretty crucial, but no, the overextension from the Meg, and now only 15 seconds left to reset this ult.
you can't go up. You can't. In that scenario, you've got to find your way back down, either to increase the gap or bait your way down, but you just cannot. You cannot go up. And United TOC then taking that first set in a pretty convincing fashion. Mistakes on the side for sure of fairness there, and yeah, they kind of showed. I wanted to see them value a little bit more the Meg. You know, it just didn't really. it just didn't really find itself to stay alive. The gadget's used a bit too early on his heels. You want to save a few for the later stages for sure, but you can see definitely some nerves there and some of the decision making on the side of Fennis, and yeah, they need to shake that off. They have got no time for nerves right now. This is the grand finals. I'm sure they'd be more than happy with an LCQ second place, but they want the world final spot first place, and at the moment United TSC looking very, very fiercely in this series. I mean, I didn't mind the draft actually for Fennis. Again, the Meg was in a much better place in the meta when this was the build across the world. Mainland China is slightly behind in that regard and working on a bit of a dated version of Brawl, but nonetheless to them it's as fresh as it was to us when we had it. But yeah, I mean, this was a good Janet amount of value. I like the shutdown. The fact that Midcap got back into the mech there was really quite a crucial moment in time, but I mean, he just found himself come down there. You know, Janet's coming through and you're the helping hand, but you've got to then allow your teammates to really pull through and ensure it. And at least then if you're coming down, then if you go down, then the Amber can still pick them up following the takedown, but you can't just kind of increase the gap and put them further out of the reach of yourself and your teammates. It's just, you've got to find a way to just debate your way back down.
Yeah, I heard it in your voice when it happened. Like, I think you face bombed as well. Like,
yeah, I did.
I could tell by your voice and the way it happened, and I did as well. I kind of missed that situation in the moment, but then obviously with that replay looking back, it just wasn't the greatest, especially considering Ruff's got the pinch as well onto the Griff. They could have even survived if went down, and even if you don't survive, always in gem grab, you want to run backwards if you've got the gems, because it gives your teammates a better chance of picking up the gems. And you know, if you go down, it's not the end of the world. At least you can then respawn with full HP on the mech and get back into it. Like, there's just no chance you're getting out of spawn if you're just going to be pinched the entire time. So now we're going into the second set. So this is actually a really underrated thing that we didn't really speak about then. It's like Trick of China, I think, actually had the disadvantage in that first set, mainly because of the losers bracket run. Is the fact that I thought Fennis were going to come out swinging really hot, really on fire, but Trick of China was just able to shut that down pretty quickly. And now we're going on to the second set. I missed the map, unfortunately. Layer Cake. Okay. And then we see Gray, Shelly, and Hank Band. So they must really like their Gray on some of these maps. Yeah,
or maybe they just don't want to run into it either. Like, maybe just want to eradicate. I gotta remember, Gray was not necessarily new at this stage in time, but certainly still troublesome. Trying to think back as to... Now, I'm pretty sure Dimensional Doors was nerfed a pretty decent amount of time prior to the jungle update, so... But nonetheless, maybe there's still kind of uncertain as to whether it's still viable. Certainly from our perspective now, it's kind of clear to see that Knockout is the best mode to consider the ban, but I can see it. I can see it in Layer Cake. Carl and Brock, I mean, that's a great starting hand. Tick for control on the side of the red side there, but which I believe is United Trick of China, yeah. Tick first pick, I don't mind it. I mean, it's never a bad thing to have, but I mean, you've opened the doors up to two very, very solid brawlers on this map. So what follows needs to be equally as good. I mean, whether they are thinking Gene in the mid or something along those lines, if you are, you got to back that up with something to be able to ensure swift takedowns. Kills, though, are incredibly important on Layer Cake, and I just want to see more signs of aggression, though, and it's screaming out to me that this third pick, if United Trick of China don't get these next two right, could certainly be going that kind of way towards a tankier option. For the first time, really, today.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. You know, standard protocol, really. You've got the Tick. Gene would be pretty good in the mid, so if anything, it's kind of opening the door for a sixth pick tank. It's just whether they go with it. So if we go with the RT, so I guess again they are aware of the threat of the sixth pick. This is one thing maybe as to why we're not really seeing too much tanks. I mean, they could even follow up with an Otis as well. We've seen Otis used to be pretty good in Layer Cake. I don't think we've seen it in competitive for a while. But Otis is actually a really good lane on this map. They go with a Piper instead. I mean, can be good in the right hands. Pretty risky to play, especially on a land setting. But at least Piper has a bit more defensive capabilities than some other sharpshooters. You know, if you swap the gadget to the knockback, then you can get a lot of value. But Janet is being kind of hovered over here. I think Janet can be a good option on this map. You know, this is before she was nerfed, so I do go with a Janet. I do like it. I honestly like it, but it could be dangerous if the map is opened up. But if you're a good Janet player and you know how to keep the pressure, keep the wall peekings, you know, her wall peeking capabilities are so strong. And that's actually one of the main reasons why she was even meta. I think it can be good, but it just depends on the player who's playing it. They need to be confident. They need to go aggro. They need to get a lot of pressure for the team, or else it can be dangerous because, of course, Janet really lacks the range. So you need your presence more than anything.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised actually to see Janet picked so late into this kind of drop, because it was a pretty decent brawler to have on Layer Cake with the drop of the base prior to its eventual nerf. And obviously, of course, Mainland China, they haven't got to worry about that in this version of the build. So I think the tick pick first is great, but I just worry eventually with all these wall breaks on the side of the blocks, the rocket rains, and you know, what is there going to be left to hide behind if Doki Doki is able to just get rid of so much? RT will get the takedown of the Janet early on. Didn't quite go into the favor of the Janet there, but that is some swift stars going the way of United.
Yeah, I like the aggression from Janet, but I just don't think the teammates are on the same wavelength, because they kind of just left the Janet to die there. It was a really awkward interaction, but pretty simple for the RT. And down the lane specifically, RT should have a pretty easy matchup. He's got the range, and it's not really much to really kind of push into. And now the ticket goes. Carl has to super out, which a bit questionable. Now he's just wasted his super. Probably should have just fell back and maybe even tanked it. I don't think he was really in a spot that he was going to die.
Yeah.
But, you know, in the pressure of the situation, sometimes you just got to make sure. But now the enemies, well, to Trick China are pushed all the way back into spawn here. We see some taps coming in from Doki Doki. Carl trying to get some aggression on the board. Another tickhead is going to push Nicole back a little bit. But now 45 seconds left. It's still not looking the most convincing for Trick China.
Yeah, I agree. I think definitely would have been able to heal up a little bit of HP before the ticket connection, should it have actually been able to do so. Also, Ava there from the Piper does secure it. What a great showing of that gadget just in the nick of time there. Cancels out the Carl just so wonderfully well. Story has been playing a very good Carl today for sure, and been put for his paces right now. Rocket Fuel connects onto the Piper, but nothing more. And more stars the way of United TOC as Fenix are struggling to gain a single takedown. And that's a concerning thing, honestly, as we approach what is going to be our third set. For Fenix, they do not want to be two down. One last attempt, flying hook in. Last her off from the tick and a jump away from the Piper. And that's going to be it. That is not the game that you want to have going into game number 2. Without a single kill. Oh, we'd see a big switch up here from Fenix. Oh, this is a very one-sided affair.
Yeah, there's moments in every single game, though, that Fenix look like they can do something.
Yeah.
But then there's either like a small misplay, miscalculation, and then China just capitalize on it every single time. And that's what good teams do. They make the other teams make mistakes and then punish them accordingly. So Blue Star actually going the way of Fenix this time around. So maybe we see a bit of a momentum shift. Of course, Blue Star can be very influential. They've literally got the lead, so they can just sit back this entire time and let the opponents push into them. We've seen OU's a very established player on the Piper. He was tapping like crazy. This guy is absolutely insane. He has been around for quite a while, so he's more of an established pro player on the China side of things. And he's looking to cement himself another World Finals spot for sure. But this time around, there's still a minute left. And Blue Star is still in favor of Fenix.
Yeah, 2021 World Finals, despite not being the scoreline that they were looking for. He was still present and been in the scene leading up to that point in time, so it's great to see that he's continuing on. As again, many of the other names and faces have definitely escaped things, as Fenix did not escape those attacks. 4 stars now, still in favor of them. Jumped away from the Piper. Story won't be able to get much for it. Could have chosen to flying hook behind that actually, but again, not sure whether it's signs of nerves or just miscalculations. Low HP now, and with that auto aim, he can't really get too close in this scenario. That might have been why he was trying to avoid it before. Flying hook over the okay, don't mind that, but he should have come back because that was quite clearly going to be the case. But I like the way he actually got value on that tickhead. But 6 stars again, no single kill here for Fenix, and with 25 seconds on the clock, they've got to start to find some.
They need the kills now. They can get a kill onto Piper and any other brawler to secure the win, but 15 seconds left. They need to start tapping. They need the pressure right here. Piper has a jump as well, so she'll actually use it. Now this could be the chance to get that kill. Brock trying to get some damage in mid-gap, shooting the wall, unfortunately. Flying hook coming in, but there's a ticket just going to absolutely destroy him, and now with not enough HP, no way to really push through, and that's going to be Trick or China taking the second set and just one set away from claiming their world finals spot. And this would actually, I believe, be the third time in a row that OU is able to get a world finals ticket, so that would be some stance for sure. I think last year, unfortunately, he couldn't due to visa issues, but the year before he could do it offline. You know, that would be some stance. I think, you know, not many people have achieved that in their career, and it's looking very nice for him because they've not even dropped a single round in any of these sets. It's going to have to be some type of miracle, some type of insane reverse sweep here.
It's really hard to look at this scoreline and assume anything but Trick or China just doing it in a sweep, you know? And what better way to lock yourself in for the World Finals? I mean, they're just not giving Fairness a single look in. Fairness today have managed to get a solid amount of sets behind themselves, 6 sets in total in the matches they played. Of course, the FK OP twice, and that's the only reservation I have, is that today they played the same team. United TOC is going to be very tough. They were not able to get a single set against them earlier today as our 4th matchup of the day, and the final one looks to be no different. And when you're going into your 3rd set, not a single kill in bounty, I mean, it's tough to not imagine that the scoreline is just going to stay that 3-0 sweep. I would like to see a turnaround. I would love for nothing more. And a bracket reset. That'd be fantastic too. But at the moment, I mean, this is just dominant stuff here from United Trick or China. And, you know, I mean, all the more power to them. They are 1 set away from locking their spot in the World Finals.
Adios. I mean, maybe if the bounty game was, they had a little bit of life in them, I would be thinking about maybe a reverse sweep. Pretty much that's the only like fully whitewash I've seen though out of these two teams. You know, there's always been a back and forth. There was like a minute of that game where they had a blue star, which was probably the only way they were going to win that game, right? Because they didn't get a kill. They needed to get some type of kills. That's the aim of the game in bounty. Now it's knockout. It's another kill-based game mode. This isn't what you want to be seeing if you're a Fennis fan. Like, knockout out in the open does tailor more so to the kind of more mechanically gifted players because it's long range. And yeah, for me, Trick or China should be able to close things off here. But as I mentioned, momentum is a scary thing. So you don't want Fennis to gain this set. You don't want to throw it away. You want to close it out now, because once one team gets 1 set, that can quickly turn into 2. And before you know it, it's a reverse sweep, so they need to close things off now.
Absolutely so. And as the draft comes down the line, it could be a World Finals draft here. Let's be honest. For United Trick or China, the Hank and the Shelly ban, as it's been a staple diet if you don't have first pick all day long. Oh, but Shelly's, surely it's the, yeah, there it is. And on the other side of things as well, this is why I'm kind of a bit confused, because, like, you know, surely you got to ban if you don't have the coin source. If you have the coin source, you don't really want to ban those 2 brawlers if they're being considered so highly. But nonetheless, taking no chances, I can't question that or deny it's worth doing, especially with how dominant those 2 brawlers are and were, still are, some of them. And that is the trophy that I'm assuming will be lifted upon whichever of these 2 teams wins the whole thing outright. And it looks like United Trick or China could well be that team. A trophy to go alongside those tickets to the World Finals to compete, of course, not as a bystander. Last chance qualification spot for second, so both of these 2 teams will be seen again, no doubt about it, in the BSC still, as we are drafting in for knockout. Didn't quite catch the map, but maybe you did, Spen. But Eve Piper on then the side of Fennis, and Colt. Oh, wild stuff coming in. And the RT, I mean, map-wise then, I mean, out of Golden Gulch, Bell's rocking out in the open. What are you thinking with the Colt?
I think it was out in the open. I mean, I'm all for trying something a little bit fancy, but when there's a world final spot on the line, do you really want to be going Colt? Like, that's got to be more of a BM pick, like more of a kind of, oh yeah, we're absolutely destroying you, let's just go over Colt. But maybe they make it work. Maybe it's something that we just don't try in EU or anywhere else. But for me, I still actually like their composition. They've got a Jean in their composition, although it might not get the most value out of Eve, of course, with her gadget being able to evade the pull. I'm all for a Colt, though. I'm all for it, but this is probably something I expected more, if I'm honest. So now I'm actually surprised to see it this far into the broadcast.
I mean, that exudes confidence, doesn't it? Really, that's a statement and a half. I mean, you're playing against the team that haven't been able to gain a set against you, and then you bring out a Colt and say, go on, here's your chance, give it your best. I mean, maybe BM, but I would say confidence. I mean, ultimately, I love watching a Colt. If it's played well, then you can get some great value with it. Just looks like he survived on the top right there to live to fight another day as a homemade recipe attempt from Doki Doki. Story very low, 95 HP, and if a magic hand comes in though, he's still in a precarious position. Got to go, I imagine, on the gadget though as well to be able to evade it, but nonetheless does survive on as both sides just trying to get utility. So far it's Doki Doki that has his.
Yeah, the Colt's really not doing too much at the moment. I mean, the more he survives, the better he has in the late game. But June's going pretty passive right here. The guy's starting to close in, but actually that's a full clip from OU in the end, able to take down the Bell, and that just completely took me by surprise. The Piper jump in the end, both players are really weak, and now the Colt's going to sweep up. I was about ready for a really slow-paced game, and then the Colt clips were just in the end, and that's the thing about Colt. I mean, if you're not fully focusing and you get one nasty clip in there, that's basically all your HP gone. A reverse polarity, misses again. He's only got one more left to his advantage. I think a Colt super is the hand. He does get a full clip. Wow, that is beautiful to see. I love it. I love it. Now he needs to follow up with the aggression, though. I'm liking the Colt at the minute.
It's great to watch. Oh, missed magic hand, though. Wasn't quite the same. Let's see, though. The homemade recipe doesn't quite connect there either. Definitely mistakes being made on both sides here. No doubt about it. Missed mark as well. So, whether it's nerves or lack of mechanics, we've seen some good stuff today, Mainland China. I'd like to hope it's more nerves. Connections on the left. Bringing the Gene ever closer to another pool. As now, Doki Doki lands the shots, making it that 3 versus 2. And instantly, as quickly as that, Fenris starts springing to life. Going very much on the aggression. Breaking some stuff. As well as the Colt jumps in. Oh, Doki Doki might go down here. He does Vengeful Spirit seal it. But this is a big ask. Here, it's going to be a 2 versus 1 for OU. And that's a pretty decent tap. Can he go all the way in? 900? No, he can't. Quadruplets come in. It was a nice hope, a nice stream. But nothing more than that, as we're now all tied up for the rounds.
I was praying that he got those kills. That would have been one of the craziest clips I think I've ever seen a Colt in basically a 1v3 scenario. That would have been absolutely wild to see. But some good important taps ultimately won Fenris the round, especially on that RT. Getting the first kills normally the way things go in knockout. We see the Belmont now on a Colt, which isn't really the best. RT getting a few taps. Gina having to run back a little bit, getting tapped up by the Eve. But we've seen some really poor homemade recipes which could come back to bite Fenris a lot of times, because you can confirm kills pretty easily, especially on a Colt. But that's going to be a good tap from the Bell. They're able to get a lot of pressure, and the pressure's just all on the side of Fenris right here. And that's normally the name of the game and out in the open, especially if you can keep the enemies pinned back all the way into spawn. RT, he's not getting any connections. Bell gets another mark onto the Colt, and so far the RT goes down as well. Another tap onto the Colt, but looks like a great pull from the Gene. But now Gene in a 1v2 scenario with him with his back against the wall, it's just not going to be enough. And Fenris, they get a lifeline. They actually managed to get around under their belts. And yeah, complacency is definitely one thing hurting Trick or China here.
Yeah, this is the thing now. Trick or China may have just, with a riskier comp, given Fenris the chance of a return. They are able to get it. It'll just be the first set today they've been able to earn in this very matchup, but it certainly worked out well. Some of these Colt taps for sure have landed, but for me, it's Doki Doki on this Piper that's really just alleviating a lot of the starting point to a 3 versus 2. And that's a gadget that's not going to do much for the Colt. It's going to get one barrel taken care of for sure, which could be, to be fair, the difference between a defense and a tap being conceded, but it would have been better to get the crossover on the bush. At least then you could like eradicate 4 tiles out of that strip. But let's see as both sides again just trying to find those early moments of tap. Gene now with the magic hand. Be looking for Doki Doki. They can probably afford to go even more aggressive here. Oh, but forget it. Lovely little gadget on the RT side as quickly as that 3 versus 1. And this one is going to be wrapped up in a nice, neat bow for United TOC.
That's what I wanted to see from the RT. In previous games, he was getting tapped up too much. It can be sometimes hard to consistently hit shots with a brawler like RT, but if you can connect to like he did and then press the gadget with the hacks, he's going to be able to confirm the kill pretty quickly. So if anything, it weren't even a Colt that was doing the worst in the last round as well. RT getting tapped up, but now he gets the hack onto Bell as well, and it's a beautiful play. Gene with a miss pull, nearly dying in the end, which would have been disastrous. But now Eve going pretty low, actually using the healing gadget. But that's a full clip from OU there with a Colt. You absolutely love to see it. And that's going to be now potentially match point for Trick of China. This is disastrous for Venice.
This could be all over very, very quickly. A World Finals spot dream shattered potentially here for Venice, unless they pick themselves up. They've done it once. They've got a game in the pocket, if I'm not mistaken. It's hard to remember. Again, it's been a very long day for us, but it'd be nice if it was reflected in the scoreboard too. But if United TOC can get 2 rounds here, they will have done a fantastic job of locking themselves in for the World Finals. LCQ for 2nd place. No one can grumble at by any means at all, but Worlds is where the gold lies. Good aggression, good damage, good gadget return though for the homemade recipe, as OU breaks that same area of bushes did previously. Doki Doki can probably afford to break. He wants to bait out the magic hand and does so. Nicely done. Polarity connects there from mid-cap as well, and that will keep back OU.
Oh, that's an important double tap from Doki Doki. They're able to get RT overextending a little bit now. They need a kill to... Oh, well, it doesn't even matter now. Colt's going to go down, and that's going to be a 3v1 scenario. Nothing that Jin can really do in that scenario. One interesting note that I picked up on just at the end of the last set is that Eve's running Motherly Love, which you never see, but that means Jin should have a much more free pool now, especially once you notice that none of these brawlers can really get away from a Jin pool, so he should be looking to connect these a lot more if they want to win this game. RT's going a lot more aggressive on this hand side. Jin has pull to hand, can definitely use that on any of these guys and get a free kill every single time. He's looking to get some magic puffs on the side of Colt, try and push him up. RT with some good taps and now wiggling his way up into the front line. Piper tries to help there, but no, RT's just able to auto-aim pretty easily. That's going to be another member down for Venice as well. And this is looking disastrous, just 1 round away from clinching that World Finals spot.
For Venice, it's a round that if they can claim for themselves will be a huge sigh of relief, and you can see from the pin that Doki Doki knows that they cannot afford to slip. Supers on all sides here for United as well, and that is definitely a growing concern. If the Gene lands this pull, if the RT lands the hacks, if anyone pops off, it is going to be an LCQ guaranteed spot, but nothing more for Venice. Good connections for Bell, ricocheting between, but Doki Doki's very low. He's got to be so cautious here. Potential. Oh, Homer Recipe connects. Ooh. Jump away. Bit of a panic there for me. 3 versus 2. And maybe, just maybe Venice can come out alive. But Story's so low, 90 HP. It's going to be more careful than that.
Using the legs. I don't really know about that one. Now he has to push up and he's getting pinched out. The legs are slowly getting chipped upon. Doki Doki's going to go down into the gas, though. The RT's going to go down as well. And now it's just down to a Colt who is, of course, marked up as well. It's looking really hard. If you can get the kill onto this Bell, there is a little bit of hope. He's looking to clutch up here. Got some good jukes. Miss super. Eve is just going to run into the Colt's face. And that's going to be the set win for Venice in the end. Oh, that was spicy. I mean, my heart was in my mouth just knowing how much was in the line right there. But there's a little bit of a glimmer of hope there. But for me, it's too complacent. When there's a World Finals ticket on literally your doorstep, you take it. You don't troll around. You pick a good, comfortable brawler. And I feel like that was the reason why they probably lost that one. Of course, I don't want to take too much away from Venice in the end. They did play pretty well. It's just when someone goes that kind of off-meta pick, you want it to work, or else kind of the finger is pointed at you.
I mean, you could really see the nerves in that final game. I mean, there were shots being missed everywhere. Reverse polarities going out into the middle of nowhere. Definitely both sides just crumbling a little bit under the enormity of what it would mean for both sides. Because for United TOC, the excitement of potentially being able to lock in their world spot, and for Fairness, the panic of potentially having it decided in that set of knockout. But I'm with you. You know, I think that realistically there were safer ideas to go with, more control-based ideas to go with. I mean, when you see a Colt, you know, first thing when you've been faced with a random map pool for each set out of 3, it does make you think, what is the map? What is the map for this set? And double check things pretty quickly. But yeah, I think that at this stage of the competition, you got to go with a more safe and sound idea, and that just wasn't done by Trick China. Going into this full set, that needs to come back full circle. We're going to Heist, it seems, in safe zone.
I mean, Colt would be a much more appealing pick on a map like safe zone. So if it was to go to Colt, it should have gone it here, if anything. But again, I could actually see them going to Colt again if they really like the brawler that much to go and knock out.
Hope not. I mean, well, maybe it can work better, it's for sure.
It could work better, but I don't think it's like the most meta pick. I'm just saying, like, if they love Colt that much, go it here and really prove how good it is. But then again, they need to close things out. I think it's pretty clear to a lot of people that they are the better team, you know, on paper. So if they get the drafts right inside of this one, it should be plain and simple for them this time around. But we can see bans coming in pretty swiftly. For me, I think there's a couple of brawlers that you've really got to kind of put your eye on in terms of who's been a difference maker every single time I see safe zone. But I think it's definitely Carl. I see so much pressure on the side of Carl, so many gadgets and flying hooks into that bottom pocket, so it makes it really annoying for the opponents to deal with. And for me, I really like the Brock here. I don't think it's really counter to Brock on this map, other than maybe Max, but still we're not really seeing too much Max. So for me, Carl is banned. That is a very sensible ban. I'd like to see a bit of Bell, maybe a bit of Max in the middle.
I'm with you on that one for sure. I like the bans though. RT, the Colette, Shelly, the Hank. We've seen Shelly and Hank literally ban every single game, and I'm not exaggerating. That is a staple here. But you got to have a solid pair of hands. Body coming in, the Bell, Brock. These are no surprises brawlers. I still want to see that 8-bit come into play, really, and like it just hasn't shown its face yet. B potentially still available here, but Eve I think would be a better shout for me. I think ultimately you got to go that first before you consider the B anyway, as it would have a terrible matchup into the hatchlings. But hovering over the Bell is taken. I think Eve now would be a good response. I mean, Bell would be not bad against the hatchlings, but still not great. I mean, no one really is fantastic on safe zone and taking them out swiftly. But I think for blue side, going into the body's going to be the toughest brawler to manage those. I mean, if they land that as a pick on the side of Fairness, I'm starting to really like their comp. Max, potentially them, considering it. Yeah, for me, Max and Eve would be a pretty decent comp. I don't want to see them go with the Penny, or if I do, I want to see those turrets landing in a better place than last time, because they were not landing in a great spot in the previous game. Cole, you want to see it, Ben? You want to see it? It's now on the side of Fairness. Yeah. United Trick China are not, as far as I'm aware, not the team that drafted it. I believe that Fairness is still in the blue. Could be wrong, but I mean, either way, you get to see it, mate.
I'm happy to see it. I mean, Colt and Brock is actually dangerous prospects. I'm being serious. That is a lot of damage, and they go with a Sam. Okay, now we're talking. This is where I get excited. People get excited for Colt, but I get excited for the Sam. I've seen so many good players across regions, you know, like Lana, for example, on the Sam. Time and time again, he makes some amazing plays happen. And this is what I like to see, because they clearly are doing their research. Sam is a really good last pick on safe zone, so I like it. They're looking to try and close things off. And if they can just keep on the aggression, just like how Carl would in that corner, I can see them taking this one for sure. What do you reckon of that, Sam?
It's one of those brawlers that can get great value, or can just be a wet fish on the map, I'll be honest. I mean, it's like you've got to really bring in some value. Otherwise, you're just a hindrance, you know? And certainly with the Bonnie, it can have those oppressive moments of going on the aggressive, but I'm just a bit concerned. We haven't seen any tanks really all day long from anyone. Apart from the Fangs, the close encounter that we had in Hard Rock Mine, no one's brought in a Sam, no one's brought in an Ash, and that speed did not connect, by the way, of anything. I think there's a phase shift into the lake as well, so definitely more mistakes being seen on both sides.
Bottom jump going in, getting a lot of damage onto the safe, and now the Sam can start piling the pressure. Cole's going to get a really good super, though, destroying a lot of the terrain and not allowing Sam to get any value out of it so far, but still a little bit of a percentage lead so far. Last Sugar Rush already from Bonnie, uses the super to get some more damage onto the safe, doesn't really do too much, so Sam with a really good gadget trying to get the kill onto Cole, does so perfectly. A good rocket rain from the Brock in retaliation, and now they're kind of just leaving the Sam right here. I guess they're trying to pick up that with the Colt and the Max as well. Max on defense going to really struggle against Sam and the amount of healing that he can put out. Eventually just get Sam down though, but I'm loving this aggression from a Trick of China. They're definitely kind of channeling their W key here.
I'd say for the most part, Story's doing a better job on the Colt than we saw from OU in the previous set, actually. But whether that's because he's landing these shots to perfection, or whether it's because the Sam is just running into every single bullet of which he throws, it's hard to realistically tell. 80 HP and a rocket to the face from the rocket fuel there from Doki Doki as the Bonnie jump in. It's not able to be defended in the cleanest of manners, but is the Colt on the safe that's landing the percentage, and that's 37 now left. It's the 40 of Venice and Trick and China. Very close matchup, but now defensive is there. Venice, a bit of a chance to breathe and recollect themselves, but they are far from defended.
Just 4%, that's all that's in it. It is very close towards the end. Bell's going to get some good taps and good pressure on the side of OU here, where the Sam is able to get a lot of tankiness and a lot of healing from the Heart to Recovery star power. He's going to try and chain that Heart to Recovery a little bit more. Now only a 17% lead, but a great takedown from the Bonnie, able to get that Colt because that was looking dangerous. And with Brock tagged up, 10 seconds left, the Knuckle Dusters can just go onto the Brock, just actually just leave it instead. And now this could be a really dangerous prospect. Brock is now able to get the damage onto the safe. That was a really bad blunder, if I've got to say so myself. Rarely do I roast people, but that, I don't know what he was thinking. Just kill the Brock and it's GG.
I love that cold defense, though, I've got to be honest. That was a nice lineup. And could have been a lot of damage going against the side of Venice. But my word, very close round, all things considered. But Story on this Colt, you know, if he keeps landing shots like he is, this could well be going to a fifth and final set. And if Venice were to do that and then come out on top, a bracket reset would be upon us, and United could be losing a great deal of momentum here so far, as I already feel so convinced on this sound pick thus far as to working out these taps from Venice are landing and clearing up things more often than not, moving their way forwards now. Be cautious to allow the sound to get out of this spot without getting dragged in by the gadget, but they are doing that, and yeah, it's just not really working out so far for United, to be honest.
He's able to get a lot more pressure though with the Hard to Recover, able to get that extra speed boost as well. Story eventually getting taken down from the Bonnie here. OU's trying to get some more value out of his Knuckle Dusters. Does manage to get the kill onto Max, but still not too much damage being done. That's going to be everyone taken down except for the Cole here. A lot of damage raining in. About a 30% lead overall. Bonnie eventually killed out. The rocket fuel being able to break the defenses, so now Sam can't just throw the super against the wall. He's going to go down, at least gets a shot onto Brock, but still just only 25% dealt, and with a Brock and a Colt, and here comes the super as well eventually from Story. Oh, okay, going to use it on the Sam instead, which is definitely a good thing. He's able to take him down pretty quickly. Bonnie's probably going to retaliate with a super right here, which I kind of like, but at the same time only a few more shots, and with 1 minute left, Trick or China really need to pull up their sleeves here.
Moving forwards now. The nest egg in the mid that they are avoiding so well, and that's really quite impressive. Now popped and straight into the Max, into the Sam. Max comes out on top. Trick or China got the advantage so far. If they maintain it, moving on to match point again. But it's going to be a tall order, especially with those taps from Story coming out really strong. Gets the double kill for his time. but the Bonnie's still alive. And that's certainly damage that can be dealt. Still to increase the 66% they've already got. Speed coming in for Doki Doki to keep him away from harm. But these supers from Astoria are dangerous as we approach the 20-second mark. And now, there, the Sam on the safe.
I mean, Sam's on the safe, but now the Brock and the Colt could potentially be getting a lot of damage. There's still a lot of deficit to really pull back. A lot of Brock super coming down on the safe, but that's not going to be enough. And now Trick China onto their match point in the end. I was really waiting for that comeback. I thought in that position there's going to be a lot of damage being put down with the Colt and the Brock in the end, but they're able to defend it. There has been some really shady plays so far. I feel like the Sam hasn't really been cutting it so far, but at least the pressure that he's putting out, he is getting in behind a few times, especially in the early games. At least the pressure is allowing his teammates to get some free shots onto multiple brawlers that, of course, trying to pinch out that Sam. But now it is match point. Venice have to win. Trick China have to win, or else, of course, that world final spot is going to elude them. Both teams need to win, all on the line right now.
Everything's played for. I'm a bit more convinced of Venice, to be honest, the way that they've been landing these Colt taps, and just the way the Sam hasn't really been, like you say, cutting it for you, not cutting it for me either. Bonnie, though, creeping forwards here. Down eventually. Knuckle Busters. Gadget not going to close the gap there on mid-cap, who stays alive. It's the 6% of that push from United, and a lot of utility was exacerbated in it. Look at these, oh, beautiful taps onto the Bonnie, and now Story closes the gap in to try to advance on the safe. Equalizing things, 94% each side. A great time to pop the net stag there for mid-cap. I like that. Still one more remains in the mid and one more in the pocket for the Bell player to utilize later, but good jump in from Bonnie. We'll get some damage. Needs to be taken down. Mid-cap struggled to really land some of that defense, but it's still a very close game. Anyone's for the taking.
Only 7% in it. Some great taps from the Bell overall to get the Colt out of that dangerous position. Now OU can slowly make his way over to his super. He needs to just go down, in all honesty. He's literally doing nothing. He's just standing in the middle. He needs to just go down and get back his super. But now Brock can get some decent damage. Colt as well with a super about to connect, and that is a lot of damage now. A really good magnetic field from OU here, but there's a Max in the corner. There's a Brock getting a lot of damage. There's 30% they need to get back. They need to get this pinch out ASAP. Sam's eventually going to be able to get the kill. Max is going to pop a super and getting so much pressure, but 30%, 40 seconds left. A bit of a wasted super in my opinion. Now this is where Trick China could close things off.
Yeah, they've got to hold firm in this mid now. And if they can, then they can still pressurize the circumstance. But for now, Venice have got that lead by 30%. This is an important time to get it right for United. They are on match point. If they win this game, they go to Worlds. It's as simple as that. Bonnie jump available, but low HP. Damage gear inbound, and eventually they'll get desperate and have to go for it. Everyone clustered in. Great place to pick up, and here is the push. And it's going to be big enough. No, surely not. The Sam is too late to the party, and we are going to a fifth and potentially final set if United can get their act together. But at this rate, I've got to say, I don't see it happening. Like, they are starting to crumble. And what started off as looking like a sweep is looking like a commendable turnaround here. Venice are starting to show some resolve in this tournament. They've struggled in prior matchups to United, no doubt about it. But it's starting to turn this one around. They're keeping the reverse sweep dream alive, Sven. We'll go to the fifth.
This is something I didn't expect after the first two sets.
Nor did I, mate.
Yeah, I was like, this has got to be one of the fastest sweeps I've seen. But, I mean, surely complacency's going to come into effect here, the Colt pick, and then that is just why, especially on such a big stage, I've said it time and time again, I've been in their shoes. I've obviously gone for like an ego pick or something like that, and then it doesn't work out. Well, that's it. That's your team mentality kind of chalked in a way. Like, you lose that, you start getting kind of frustrated. They go with a Sam pick, which can be good in some ways, but obviously didn't really work out the way it wanted to. I mean, that's probably credit to Venice, in all honesty. They managed to shut down the Sam pretty fantastically, making sure to destroy as many walls as possible, and overall just, of course, getting so much damage. I just really like their composition. I pointed out just before the game, like Colt and Brock, they just need one attack, and I can really see the damage really rein in on the side of Trick China, like really like Bonnie with her jumps, but she wasn't really getting many opportunities to go in time and time again. A fifth and potentially final set. This could be a long one, Orc.
Could be. But to be honest, I mean, on the side of Trick of China, they should be landing the mark. I mean, like we said, like the sweep was looking so convincing. It started obviously with that Colt pick out in the open for knockout. Didn't work out. Gave the first set to Fennis, and then Fennis picked Colt in that set. Just gone to say, do you know what? Like, you're going to try and gain a world finals spot off the back of a Colt in knockout, then we're going to pick it here so that we can survive with it and just kind of get inside the mental even more. As we go into our next map and mode, the 5th set will be Sneaky Fields for Brawl Ball. And this, as we've said time and time again, is where United need to get out of this rut. Venice are bringing this one back. If they gain another set here in the 5th and final, it's bracket reset. And again, we go back to the beginning as Venice did arrive to this stage of the competition through the lower bracket. It's Trick of China that haven't missed a beat all day long. And this is why it's concerning for me to see this decline over the past 2 sets. They can't afford to get this wrong. They've got to go back to basics, go back to what they're comfortable with, and just get it right. And it looks like they win the coin toss here as well. So Hank and Shelly insta-bans on the side of Venice. Yeah, there it is. And now the follow-up of saying 10 counts is an interesting follow-up ban. Discussing it clearly and leaving it open to change. But it's an interesting thing that we've not really seen many tanks coming at all today. Sam was the first one in save, so which makes me feel like we could see it again. But definitely hype the brawler bans and picks surely here for consideration. Janet, I think it's going to be a good high picked brawler. And it's not banned out here. The Grey, the Squeak, and the Barley is to the Hank, the Shelly, and the Otis there. But M's, B, you know, even Spike is a safe pair of hands on this particular map. But much to choose from. Max as well is going to be very oppressive. But I'm still waiting to see those big, tankier brutes come out of the woodwork. Now, give me an Ash, please. It's the perfect map for it, guys, please.
Normally, it's like the opposite that we're asking for. Normally, if you cast an NA, you're like, there's too much Ash, stop it. Now we're begging for it. We're begging for the Ash. But now they're going Janet, which is going to be good into a Crow, I would say, especially in a former glory. Just free shot on the Crow should be pretty simple. Crow is just good against everything, especially on sneaky fields. We're not really seeing too much Crow today, in all honesty, I don't believe. Even though he's a really strong brawler, maybe he's just not as highly thought upon in this region. But definitely good on sneaky fields. He can go lane if needed, but normally, typically, he is mid to scout the grass and whatever else. But I'd actually prefer Janet into the Crow in this particular meta. Now we're kind of flashing the Spike, which is going to be a good counter to the Crow. I like it. I do like it indeed. The thing is, though, is that, you know, Spike can somewhat deal with tanks, but Janet can't. So if they double down on the aggression, I think it could be pretty decent. I mean, they're thinking about the Primo last pick. I mean, that would be something.
With urgency. Well, we have to wait because 2 still remain to come in from United Trick of China here, but you can see that they really want that Primo. Yeah. I mean, Ems, do they still want to double tap that Primo? That's the question. Maybe that.
Yeah. That's quite funny to see.
The comedic timing couldn't have been better.
So, I mean, typically, if they really like their tank counters here. Like, they've gone BM's Nita before, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Nita 5th pick as well. If I'm honest, they've got 3 seconds left, so they need to pick something quickly if they're going to do so. And they're going with a Call. I think that's a really, really good pick. You need some sort of aggression. You don't want to be, like, you don't want to lose control once and then have no way to kind of push back. Call really good. Good into Spike, good into Janet. Buzz. Oh, this could be interesting. I really like to see the tanky, like, brawlers on the side of Venice, just because I like their Call beforehand, especially with Story. But Buster. Oh, Buster. I definitely would have preferred Buzz.
Same.
In the 5th and final set for the World Finals ticket, going Buster. It is good against Cole, don't get me wrong. With good gadgets, good slow-mo replays to cancel out the super, it can be good. And especially on a map like this, but I don't know if this is the time for it.
Yeah, it's got to show some solid resolve. It's been saved for a long time. I've been waiting for a brawler like this. And Venice seem to feel like this is the way to ensure a bracket reset. Go back to set number 1 and do it all over again. But very high risk, no doubt about it. Bring in the Buster instead of it. I just don't know whether it's going to be the one, but definitely a solid gadget to have. As I mentioned it, Story misses it, but that's what you want to save for a goal scoring opportunity, right? Or a defense. I mean, that's not really a time to use it, in my opinion, as mid-cap is going to burn here to 60 and gone. So just Doki Doki, a great time to push, but patience on the side of United. I mean, they seemed very sure of themselves to stay concealed as they did there.
I like the patience for now. Spike's going to go down. Now it's a 3-1 scenario. They need to capitalize now, and they will in time. So I think it's really cool and calculated. I think, like you rightly pointed out, they just waited for Venice to make mistakes. 2 Buster gadgets down already, and once those gadgets go out, it's going to be pretty much useless. And again, he's still got 1 more gadget left, going down pretty weak. Ems survives on 15 HP. That could be clutch in the end. A flying hook right into some spike shots, which he's going to get the kill onto Janet anyway. That is definitely what he needed. So that could have been disastrous. Ems got to be careful of this spike. 21 HP, painfully low. But now Ems can start to push in. Buster does somehow get a connection. Ems is still alive, and Spike is still alive as well. So much really going on here, but Venice are in a good position to perhaps get a goal scoring opportunity.
Yeah, I've got to heal up now. Everyone so low. Doki Doki was playing a risky game on that right-hand side with a spike and probably land these supers a little bit better, to be honest, as they're so valuable on a map like this. Chance here, Story pulls the gadget early, but can't get it off in time. In the meanwhile, the coal clears up, and everyone is gone, except for Doki Doki, who cannot push this situation. That was a prime opportunity right there to tie things up. But United now pushing the ball forwards. M has the super on the right-hand side and pops it there as well. Story gone. Doki Doki has got to land the defense of a lifetime here, and the Crow is advancing forwards. It's going to surely be a game going the way of United TSC finally.
Oh, we're on to match point. We're on to match point. Double match point for Trick of China. This is why Buster can be really, really scary. Like, the sense that it can go really good or really bad. And I think that gadget, again, he was just a bit too quick on it. I felt like if he just waited maybe like a second or 2 for a couple of healing ticks, and he would have got a really good opportunity. But now he gets the slow-mo replay and really, wow, it doesn't even get the kill in the end. I thought that was an easy kill, but somehow they're able to get the ball into the corner. And now Doki Doki gets the kill onto Cole. And all things considered, it looks pretty good for Venice. They've got control of the map.
I'm not a fan of these spike supers, and it is curveball, of course. This is probably prior to the fertilizer star power buff, so you got to kind of expect it. I haven't really seen anything but curveball all day long. These supers have still got to land, you know? I mean, that's a better one for sure. I don't think they're running the spike gear, which is honestly, the slow was far, far better, more suppressive. And I've already seen, I think today, signs of that, so I think the patch is beyond it. But nonetheless, United TSC very much in control of things. Going on the aggressive now, as almost a double takedown there, and there's the final pickaxe to seal it. If Story gets this right, he can actually do a wonderful play here. Great gadget. Can he get the ball? No. But that was very close. You've got to admire that kind of attention to detail, and TSC there almost missed the trick.
That was... Whoa, that caught me by surprise. That would have been an absolutely insane goal, but now they're in a really bad position. Story is pretty weak. M's in a great position now. They can start putting the ball a little bit forward onto the M side. Carl still has a flying hook to hand if he wants to go in. Story trying to evade here. He does try to use his slow-mo replay, but he's going to go low. The ball is somewhat in the corner, but now in a 3v2 scenario, we're looking to get a goal opportunity here. Great super out. It's going to buy his team a little bit of time, but just Story on defense. I don't think he's got any gadgets left either, so he's not going to do the best in terms of defending, but all the control on Trick of China with 40 seconds left is looking pretty good for them to solidify this world final spot.
What a clearance. What a clearance. It may have bought enough time, but will it do anything now that 2-3 members of United TSC coming in really quick? Well, and that is going to be a goal with 20 seconds. Is there going to be enough time for Venice to be able to make a response? Because if not, United TSC are going to the World Finals.
13 seconds left. They need to answer now. Else the World Finals ticket may as well just go in the bin. A great super pass up to Story. Is he going to be able to slot it in time? No, he doesn't. A great defense in the end. 3 seconds left. Does he have enough time to slot it in? And he doesn't. No way. No way. Trick of China somehow managed to win that one in the end. I mean, OU is happy, rightly so. He's walking towards that trophy and they lift it up. Absolutely insane way to end things. With all things considered, OU and co, Trick of China solidified themselves to the World Finals. What an amazing, amazing final set there.
Oh, my heart is breaking. My heart is absolutely breaking for Venice in that moment. I thought that was a goal. You know, I thought that had enough time to go in, but it wasn't to be. Off the line in just the nick of time for United Trick of China. And I'm sure they know just how close that really was, despite how quickly they leapt to the trophy. Can I understand? That was quite a way to gain a spot to the World Finals. Can't remember realistically seeing a moment quite like that. That is the defining moment of going to Worlds, but thoroughly deserved in all honesty, and a much more exciting grand final than I think many of us expected coming in, considering the score lines that were leading up to things. It looked very convincing that United Trick of China were going to get that sweep under themselves very straightforwardly. And then we saw Venice start to bring things back, and that made it far more enjoyable. No bracket reset, but one banger of a grand finals.
Like, I have to calm down a second because my heart was racing during that last 5 seconds. It was actually pumping. It was like I was a part of that game. That is honestly one of the closest and most intense moments I think I've ever seen in Brawl Esports. I'm not even joking. Literally on the line for World Finals. I don't know how mentally you're supposed to get over that, right? I know you still get last chance qualifiers, like at least it's some bittersweet ending to it, but for you to get that World Finals ticket just kind of taken away from you in that sense, it's painful. But in the end, I think, like you said, Trick of China rightfully deserved it. I think they were the better team overall. They had the good drafts. They had a good team communication as well. I think the only set they probably deserved to lose was probably the Heist one, because they probably didn't deserve to lose. I don't know, they did deserve to lose with the Colt pick, knockout, but that was just plain ego. But when they actually tried with the Sam, it didn't really work out. But in the end, they do reign supreme, and it's a good chance to really see what you're kind of facing off against in World Finals. I think they're looking a lot better than you have in previous years, which is it's quite weird, right? Because we've just kind of not been in the known with China and how we've been getting on. We kind of just presumed that maybe there wasn't much going on, but in terms of the skill, I think it's very much up there.
Yeah, definitely. I think in terms of draft knowledge, mechanics, it's just the nerves, really. I feel this region suffers the most from, and it's easy to see why, I mean, when you've got a limited access to LAN events like this, it's something which many of the other regions are able to benefit far more from. And I think all things considered, today was a great showing, and many of the regions now weighing up their competition, as it will be United Trick of China who advance to the World Finals. Commiserations for Venice, but not too many to be given, simply because they have locked in a last chance qualification spot. Both teams in today's grand finals will return in the BSC, and for Trick of China, it's going to be at those World Finals, joining FA Mini Packers for South America and Zeta Division for EMEA, and more coming soon, surely, even off the back of the qualifiers. I'm sure that will determine in itself a couple of other teams to lock in their spots, and the Crazy Raccoon are incredibly close, I think, of doing a similar fashion. North America as well, I can't forget them. Not sure how things necessarily have been locked in from the admin's perspective, but certainly it's becoming a much more rounded race as we close out the mainland China region with a conclusion. And I think a deserved one at that, is fair to say.
Yeah, one amazing thing as well, we touched on it a little bit throughout the broadcast, is that OU has technically got 3 World Final tickets in a row. I can't really name too many players off the top of my head that have managed to get that many World Finals, so fair play to him. I think China have only had Brawl Stars available for 3 years, so basically every year possible, he's managed to get to World Finals, so big congratulations to him. He's clearly him in the China region for sure, but I'd like to see him on the world stage. Hopefully we can sort things out, and I think that's actually one good point as well, is that the fact that it's actually pretty early in a sense. Maybe they can sort out those issues and we'll get to see them in their glory at the world final stage. That'll be very interesting, because I think last time there was just one person on stage, wasn't there? It was a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, and a striking resemblance to the very person speaking on the microphone now, and I'd love to get confirmation as well from the admin teams as to whether that is the player. Again, it was kind of tough to tell because looking back in my research for the World Finals last year, we didn't actually have a name on the screen for him. Normally you get those kind of like, you know, moments where the players are introduced with their kind of like tag on screen, and that wasn't the case. And with so much Brawl to absorb this year, it's been one of those years where coming into the mainland China region, I think it's fair to say we expect to see more friendly faces actually, but I would love to find out whether he was that player from the side of Draconic Esports TOC. I've got a feeling it was, and looking very, very good this year, no doubts about it. As a few more words are said on stage before we kind of close out the day, I think we'll come back to ourselves, Ben, and then see if there's anything else that happens on the clean feed out of the corner of my eye. But is today what you're expecting to see from mainland China? Has it lived up to your expectation?
I think it's bypassed my expectations, if anything. I came into this not really expecting the most. Like, I know it is Brawl Stars at the moment, like anything can happen, and in terms of in the previous years they've been getting better and better, but I really didn't expect the draft to be that in touch with how it is across all the other regions. So I'm pleasantly surprised. I think there'll definitely be a lot more underrated than a lot of people probably make out for them to be. So I'm excited to see how they fare off at the world stage for sure. You've got to give them the props. They've been doing their homework. Maybe there's some plays just aren't there yet. They need to probably watch some Lenane VODs or something like that. But I like the idea. I like it. At least they're trying, and they kind of have it sussed out. They're probably better drafters than me, in my opinion.
I won't go that far to agree, Spen. I'm going to be nice here as we close out the show. I've been harsh on you today, but then again, you know, without Trap here, I've got to then bypass that and throw what I can at you instead. But it has been a fun-packed day for sure in the mainland China region. I've got to give a couple of thank yous before we sign off the stream. Absolutely so to Supercell, of course, for arranging things. The production team, of course, over in mainland China, being able to liaise with them has been quite important to get the show to where it is to production, which today was myself on the down low. And of course, Spen, it's been great casting it alongside yourself. Fantastic to see your face attached to the BSC. To the players, of course, and to their teams behind the scenes, if they have any. It's difficult to necessarily know with the mainland China region where that kind of situates, but certainly to all of you at home, we thank you very much for joining us for this very special stream today. And I'm sure to many at home, not realizing that it was actually going to be coming as well. So hopefully a nice little surprise there as well. But anything, Spen, you want to add today before we sign off?
Again, just thank you everyone for watching at home, because it was a very, very exciting in the end. Like, I thought this was going to be like a 3-0, 3-2 in the end. We got some tasty Brawl Stars action. And of course, make sure to stick to the end in terms of the Brawl Esports story, where I think we have monthly qualifiers coming up next week. So make sure to keep up with the storyline, follow all the socials in terms of the Brawl Esports side of things. But it's been a pleasure, Og. Thank you for producing and also being an amazing caster. You're literally a jack of all trades. You're literally Chester. Multi-talented.
I mean, there's, you know, I am him. I am really quite him. But yeah, I mean, I'm playing my own trumpet. Nonetheless, Brawl Esports continues on the 12th of August for monthly finals. So mark that in your calendars or head over to events.brawlstars.com. Over there's a remind me button. You can click that. It syncs to your Google Calendar. No excuses for missing the final month of Brawl Esports, and it is going to come down to the wire for EMEA, for North America, for South America. Pretty much every single region is going to be determined very, very shortly. But at least today, we have a result, a conclusion for mainland China, as it's going to be United Trick of China going to Worlds, Venice going to the last chance qualifier, and that is going to be the day wrapped up. That's all for now. From myself, from Spen, it's goodbye, and see you next time, 12th of August, for the following streams. Take care. Bye.
Yeah.